Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Inside the office, Alvin saw Snape and Lily floating in the air. Snape was also a little surprised by the arrival of Alvin at this point. He thought Alvin would come to him at night. "Why are you here at noon?" Alvin stretched out on the chair and rolled his eyes. "It really is a pot that cannot be opened without mentioning. Let's get down to business first. What's going on today?" Speaking of Alvin's words, Snape's expression also became serious. What happened to that document? Not long ago, Alvin gave Snape a document on how to give Squib's spellcasting ability and how to turn muggles into wizards. Ever since he obtained the long-order task of ascending to a god, Alvin has spent a large part of his time on this 227 aspect. After all, this is related to his future road to becoming a god, so he should not be careless. After talking with Alvin, Nicole May also chose to support him. Over the past year, although there has been no breakthrough progress, he has accumulated a lot of experimental data. After recovering Snape, Alvin also gave him a piece of experimental data based on the concept of making the best use of people. After all, Snape's achievements in potions were indeed extraordinary. Snape had been busy with Harry's business a while ago, and he didn't have time to look at these things until the first project was over. The sight made him sweat. What does your student want to do? Not even the Dark Lord was as crazy as he was. And Lily in the Sky also had the same idea. She had been staying with Snape these past few days, and naturally she had seen all this. "Professor, we are still too weak, so weak that only those who hide and hide can survive," Alvin said lightly, knowing that even without explaining, Snape would accomplish his task. But the relationship between himself and Snape is also a teacher and a friend, and it is worth Alvin to spend some effort to convince each other. Snape did not speak, but looked at the boy in front of him with a new look. He found that he never really understood what the other was thinking. "You want to start a war between wizards and muggles?" Alvin seems to be expressing dissatisfaction with the living environment of wizards, which is very similar to those pure-blood families, but they are dissatisfied with all non-pure blood wizards. And Alvin's target is the muggles. "No, Professor, according to muggle genetics, all wizards and muggles have the same ancestry." Alvin shook his index finger, denying Snape's statement. "I just want to have more friends and fewer enemies." 39. Just imagine, if everyone became a wizard, it would be an extremely splendid magical civilization. The magic world has been stagnant for too many years and needs more fresh blood to progress. For the greater good, I need your help, Professor. 35. Snape's eyes gradually deepened, and he knew that Alvin wanted to be a changemaker who would rejuvenate the stagnant wizarding world. After a long time, he slowly let out a sigh and said solemnly, "I know, I will do my best to help you." 9. Alvin nodded with satisfaction. With the addition of this potion master, Nico's work will be much easier. If you have any questions, you can discuss it with Nico, and you can ask him for any materials that are missing. If he doesn't have it either, let me know, and I'll find a way for you. After saying this, he took out a small bottle from his pocket, which was filled with blood. "This is the blood of the squib. Nico and I agree that the squib has a high research value. You can start from here and study how to improve the magic activity of the squib. Don't worry about the loss of materials. Come to me when you're finished. I still have a lot here." Snape looked at Alvin strangely. "Where did you get your blood from?" Alvin threw the bottle casually. "Collected after entering school this semester. Mr. Filch has made a great contribution to our cause." "Contribution? I'm afraid you didn't force it." Secretly complaining in his heart, Snape still remembered that Filch came to him specifically to ask for some energy potions not long ago. Seeing his tired look, Snape thought it was because there were more students that the castle was more difficult to maintain. Feelings are drawn by Alvin's blood. Putting the blood bottle away, Snape thought it would be better to save a little bit, and Filch wasn't easy. After talking about the business, he drank the black tea on the table, and Alvin was about to leave, but was stopped by Snape. "Wait a minute, there's something else. Can you teach me how to make a body for Lily?" Alvin had suggested that he could help, but Snape rejected it. But he has only discovered it now, based on his own research. I don't know when Lily will be able to regain her body. In desperation, he had no choice but to beg Alvin here. With a slight smile, Alvin didn't say anything and twitched a memory with the tip of his wand. Put this in the realm of the Garden of Eden. There is a specific process in it. After saying that, he turned around and left the office. Snape collected his memory happily, while Lily looked at him with some worry. Severus, are you really going to help him? She felt that what Alvin had done was too dangerous, and she would become an enemy of the entire magical world if she was not careful, and she didn't want Snape to go down the wrong path again, because of her own reasons. He looked at Lily tenderly. Lily, I have no choice. When Alvin handed Lily's soul to him, Snape had already decided in his heart that his life would be handed over to Alvin. No, we can go to Dumbledore. He must be... Speaking of this, Snape's tone was also raised a lot, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. Lily, Dumbledore is not omnipotent. When I asked him to protect you, he didn't do it, but he caused your death because he borrowed the invisibility cloak. Lily was silent, and she couldn't refute it either. Even if she is as kind as she can't let go, why did Dumbledore take away the invisibility cloak at that time? When they joined the Order of the Phoenix, Lily and James both had the idea of fighting against Voldemort with Dumbledore. But in this process, Dumbledore never shot, and no one knew what he was thinking. Reborn once, Lily also saw a lot. As long as Harry was alive and well, all she cared about was Snape. And Snape knew that Lily was worried about his performance, and was very happy. He quickly comforted. Lily, Alvin's power is far more than what you see. Because of some contracts, I can't reveal more information to you. But you have to believe me, he's definitely more terrible than Voldemort and Dumbledore. If you think about Harry's relationship with him, we can only be on his side. With Harry's trust in Alvin, even Dumbledore is inferior. After listening to Snape's analysis, Lily also understood that some things were already doomed. News of the Christmas ball seems to have brought spring to an early start throughout the castle. In the corridor, boys and girls who are old enough to see the opposite *X will always glance at them involuntarily. 13. Guys want a beautiful dance partner, and girls want a handsome guy. Warriors like Harry and Cedric became sweet treats. On the road, many girls whom Harry didn't even know would boldly invite him, but they were all declined by him. Ron's eyes were red with envy, and he still has no suitable dance partner, and the girl he likes has been picked by others. 13. Guys want a beautiful dance partner, and girls want a handsome guy. Warriors like Harry and Cedric became sweet treats. On the road, many girls whom Harry didn't even know would boldly invite him, but they were all declined by him. Ron's eyes were red with envy, and he still has no suitable dance partner, and the girl he likes has been picked by others. Why do these girls have to act in groups? Don't they have to go to the bathroom together? 35. Sitting in the auditorium, Ron complained angrily to Harry and Neville. How about you knock one out and take one away? That way you'll have a chance to ask their opinions individually. 39. Neville tentatively proposed a method and welcomed Harry and Ron with the same monster eyes. At this time, Ginny came to Harry's side with a blushing face and said to Harry under Ron's murderous eyes, Harry, are you going to the dance with me? I hear you don't have a dance partner yet. Harry was also a little surprised to hear Ginny's invitation, but Ginny was one of his few female friends. Dancing with her is better than dancing with a bunch of girls you don't know. Thinking of this, he also showed a smile and couldn't wait to agree, and then the two made an appointment to practice again in advance. And after Ginny left, Ron grabbed Harry's neck like crazy. Harry, I think you are a brother, but you want to soak my sister. Harry was choked out of breath, his eyes rolled, not sure if he was choked up or because of Ron's words. Which eye do you mean to see me soaking in Ginny? Ginny is soaking me, okay? Who is going to soak our sister? The elusive George and Fred jumped out of nowhere, startling Ron, and Harry also took the opportunity to escape from the clutches. It's Harry. Ginny just came over and invited him to the ball. Ron's complaint did not make the twins angry, but instead their eyes lit up and patted Harry on the shoulder with relief. Boy, you have a good eye. Our Weasley family girl is a good girl. I wanted to introduce it to Alvin, but he didn't seem to mean it. Ron rolled his eyes and knew that he couldn't count on these two scammers. Harry was also taken aback. He just danced with Ginny. He hurriedly changed the subject. How are you? Have you found a dance partner? Hearing Harry's question, the twins looked at each other and snorted. Who do you think we are for something as simple as a dance partner? We've already found it. 39. Harry was a little curious. Who is it? The two spoke in unison. Angelina. Now it was Harry's turn to wonder. Why did both of them say that Angelina was their dance partner? Did Angelina learn some kind of magic? Fred smiled like a fox. I'll jump with Angelina in the first half, and then switch to George when I get a chance. The three of Harry were dumbfounded. How could such an operation be possible? Aren't they afraid of being beaten to death by Angelina? Angelina wasn't the kind of weak girl, and in Gryffindor, girls could take the lead. If she was told that the twins were doing this to death, she would be able to twist their skulls off. Don't worry, nobody but Alvin can tell the difference between the two of us, George said confidently, not taking Harry's worries to heart at all. No. I have to be first. I told Alvin first. No, it should be me. I was the first to confirm the relationship. 39. In the Ravenclaw lounge, Alvin sat shivering in the corner, watching Hermione and Cho's gunpowder-smelling conversation. He didn't dare to interrupt. The two had been arguing over who was the first to dance with Alvin. Hermione almost couldn't get into Ravenclaw's lounge just now, and Alvin used his authority to bring her in. The little witches were keenly aware of the meaning of this order. Fortunately, Farong, as a warrior, did not have to contend with them. Otherwise, it would be a three-legged confrontation at this moment. Luna, look at them and let me know if there's a fight. I'll leave first. She whispered 227 to Luna, who was sitting obediently beside her, and Alvin slipped out quietly. In fact, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At least the worst that he expected did not happen. It is not appropriate for him to favor anyone in this matter, and he can only let them solve it by themselves. Walking out of the lounge, Alvin found that he had nothing to do, so he was bored and went to the library to read some wizard's travel notes. Although there is no useful knowledge, but the fun is still good. Along the way, Alvin found that there were many more couples at Hogwarts, and there were even Hogwarts little wizards and other schools together. It's fast enough. Shavana, can you go to the dance with me? A boy in Ilvermorny uniform pleaded affectionately to a Hufflepuff girl. Looking at the boy with his face full of pits, and seeing Alvin passing by, the girl rejected with disgust. No, if you're half as handsome as Alvin, I'll promise you. The boy also saw Alvin passing by and said with grief and indignation, if I want him to be half handsome, I won't come to you, Shavana. And after listening to all of their conversations, Alvin stumbled under his feet. Good guy, these two are talents. It has been more than a month since the students and teachers from the three schools came to Hogwarts, and they are gradually getting used to the life here. In addition to the qualified players of the Triwizard Tournament, a lot of young wizards also came from several schools to conduct academic exchanges and gain knowledge by the way. However, most of the little wizards who came were 5th graders and above. The reason for this is also because the students in the lower grades can't learn anything even if they come, so it is better for them to have a good class in the school. Teachers from several other schools have recently started mixed teaching, and Alvin also took the time to listen to a few verses and found that his level was not as good as several professors at Hogwarts, so he stopped going. At the beginning, Alvin also had expectations for Durmstrang's professor and wanted to see if he would teach some knowledge about black magic. After all, Durmstrang is famous for teaching black magic. Unfortunately, this professor seems to be a little bit reluctant to let go. The scale in the classroom is not as big as Sirius, and he will only teach according to the textbook. Alvin also lost interest. A few days ago, Dumbledore found Alvin and hoped that he would give an open class. This class, regardless of age or school, can be heard by students who are interested. The content of the course is alchemy. As a rare alchemy master in the world, Alvin's level has long surpassed the alchemy professor at Hogwarts, and this proposal was also proposed by the other party. It is not an easy thing to hear a lecture from an alchemist master, and the professor would not miss such a good opportunity. And Alvin thought about it for a while and agreed to Dumbledore's request. It just so happened that he had something he wanted to promote. Due to the large number of people, Alvin also set up the class in the auditorium and then went to expand the space for other classrooms. This afternoon is the time for lectures. After lunch, almost everyone did not leave the auditorium, waiting for Alvin to arrive. They are still looking forward to today's course. Alchemy is a high-end technology even in the magic world. Little wizards at Hogwarts need to pass OWLS before they are eligible to take this course. Other schools are similar. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, alchemy is synonymous with mystery and high-end. Many people wondered what Alvin would say in the open class and whether they would not understand. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Professor McGonagall waved his wand and changed the arrangement of the auditorium, placing all the tables and chairs horizontally so that everyone had a better view. A giant blackboard was also temporarily placed in front of the auditorium for Alvin's use. Cassandra sat in the front row, looking expectant. In this world, as the largest supplier of broomsticks and potions in the free country, Cassandra's family is naturally the source of family learning. Alchemy is a necessary technique for making broomsticks. Since she was a child, she has received the knowledge of alchemy and also knows the difficulty of it. She believes that among her peers, there is no one who understands alchemy better than her. The appearance of Alvin shattered her pride. Today, she should take a good look at how Alvin can come this far. When Professor McGonagall had done all this, Alvin also came out from the side door of the auditorium. Today's Alvin is also extraordinarily handsome. In order to meet the status of a teacher for one day, he deliberately chose a straight black suit. The whole person seemed to be a lot more mature, and many little witches had tears of disappointment flowing from the corners of their mouths. But the most eye-catching is not him, but a young girl behind him. The girl had a beautiful face. Her long, soft golden hair was twisted into a bun, tied with a crimson ribbon, and she was wearing a snow-white dress and a Prussian blue blouse. The girl's delicate face showed a very serious expression, holding a cardboard box and following behind Alvin step by step. The little wizards in the audience talked a lot. They had never seen this girl before, and they were not Hogwarts students because of their age. Could it be a new professor? Violet just put things here. Alvin pointed to the desk in front of him, and the girl nodded immediately. Okay, young master. 99. Putting the cardboard box on the table, Violet hurriedly stood beside Alvin again. Alvin looked at everyone with a smile, added an amplifying spell to himself, and started today's lesson. I am honored that so many people will be interested in my course. I thought that such a boring subject as alchemy would have few people coming to listen. After all, this delays your precious appointment time. 39. There was a burst of laughter from below, and it was obvious that Alvin had said the main theme in the castle recently, love. A girl from Ilvermorny stood up and shouted loudly, Mr. Gaunt, I will come no matter what you say. I am here to see you. The laughter of the students grew louder, and there were not a few little wizards with this idea. This exchange meeting made Alvin many fans from other schools. Cassandra frowned slightly and glanced at the girl displeased. Are these people here to listen to the class or to make trouble? Alvin didn't care about the girl's boldness and said easily, Don't worry, even if you came to see me, I will make your trip worthwhile. Immediately afterwards, he pointed at Violet and said to everyone, I saw a lot of people curious about Violet's identity, so I will introduce it to you. After seeing that Kevin and the others made a mess of Nico's house, he also gave up his plan to make a few more minions. Some wizards looked at Alvin enviously. Knowing alchemy is good, such a beautiful assistant. They want one too. Violet nodded stiffly, as if trying to squeeze out a smile, but unfortunately, she failed in the end. The corners of Alvin's mouth twitched, and his heart was also very proud. Ever since putting the minions on Nico's side, Alvin has been wanting to prepare himself a new alchemy creature. This is Violet Evegarden, the automatic memoir doll I made and my main research assistant now. She will also show you the charm of alchemy in today's class. Violet is his carefully polished work and can be said to be his pinnacle. Several backup candidates were chosen, and Alvin struggled with Ganyu, Kelly, Violet and Night for a long time, and then he chose the automatic memoir doll named Violet. But everyone didn't care, but sent warm applause instead. In order to make Violet, Alvin also spent countless precious materials and also used several kinds of evil black magic so that Violet has a real body of flesh and blood. It can be said that this is no longer an alchemy creature, but a real Violet created by Alvin. However, in order to avoid causing a bigger sensation, he would only say that Violet was just a puppet when he introduced it to the outside world. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Alvin asked the first question. What is alchemy? Hermione and Cassandra raised their hands high at the same time, and Alvin decisively chose Hermione. Just kidding, if I choose Sister Ka, I guess I will eat the big melon from Hermione in a while. Alchemy was originally a subject for wizards to study how to transform the properties of metals, but since the Middle Ages, Nicole LeMay successfully refined the Philosopher's Stone, and alchemy has become a general term for all the disciplines of making magic items. Hermione answered Alvin's question perfectly, looking at him with a look of praise. Perfect. 10 points for Gryffindor. Thumbs up to Hermione. Alvin looked at Professor McGonagall, who was sitting on the side. Professor, should I have this right? Professor McGonagall nodded with a smile. Signaling Hermione to sit down, Alvin opened the box, took out a few items, and showed them to all 227 people one by one. Necklace, quill pen, flue powder, and a teapot. This necklace is a protective item made by me, which can resist dozens of spells in a row. Some wizards from pureblood families opened their mouths in surprise. They had never seen such a powerful magic tool. The function of this quill is to make the holder's mind more agile and more focused. Alvin raised his quill, and Harry was jealous. With this thing, can his homework speed be improved a lot? He made up his mind to go to Alvin to buy 2 after class and give 1 to Ron. As for fans and the door key, I won't introduce them too much. Most of you have come into contact with them. Alvin pointed to these 4 items. In fact, these items contain the existence of alchemy, so alchemy is not out of reach. It has been popularized in our daily life. There are many other examples. Broomsticks, Quidditch, and even your wands can be considered alchemy tools. However, the content of my lecture today is not to teach you how to make a qualified alchemy item, but to introduce you to some of the most basic and core steps, enchanting. On the podium, Alvin talked eloquently, and the little wizards and professors below also listened with great interest. Enchanting, as the name suggests, is to fix the right magic, or the magic pattern on the right material. 35. With the introduction of Alvin, Violet faithfully recorded every word he said on the blackboard, which was convenient for the little wizard to take notes. For example, this necklace has 3 types of magic patterns written on it: guardianship, storage, and induction. At this time, a Ravenclaw 7th grader raised his hand to indicate a problem, and Alvin asked him to stand up. Alvin, why don't you directly enchant an iron armor spell on the necklace, but choose a more complicated magic pattern? His question has won the approval of many young wizards, and many people in the magic pattern study have not cared much now, because they have a lot of overlap with the magic spell they know. Naturally, the little wizards will choose simpler methods to achieve their goals. Alvin seemed to have expected it long ago, took out an identical necklace, and sent it to the boy's hand with a floating spell. Now you can attach an iron armor spell to it and see the effect. Then the boy followed his instructions and successfully enchanted an iron armor spell on the necklace. Alvin hit the boy with a red light, and the iron armor spell on the necklace was activated, successfully resisting the spell. Just when the boy was happy, Alvin said, "What's next? Your iron armor charm, Ba, has been consumed. Do you need to enchant it again next time you use it?" The boy was startled. Yes, if he had to recreate it every time he used it, why would he bother to cast the iron armor spell on himself directly? Alvin ignored him and continued to say to everyone, "This is the difference between a magic pattern and a spell. A spell is a one-time function, and a magic pattern can take effect until the item is damaged." So, students who are determined to develop on the path of alchemy must learn magic patterns well. Cassandra looked at Alvin, who dissects alchemy in simple terms, and even though she was as proud as she was, there was a surge of admiration in her heart. Although it is the most basic knowledge, Alvin's penetrating explanation has also benefited her a lot. After briefly introducing the importance of magic patterns and some ideas when making props, Alvin entered the next link. Next, it's time for the demonstration. I will let Violet make an alchemy prop on the spot. What do you want to see? Time is limited, so let's not talk about some more complicated ones. The students at the bottom were talking a lot, and for a while they really didn't know what was the most suitable. It was Colin who stood up first and looked at him admiringly. Alvin, can you make an air conditioner? The bedroom at Hogwarts is too cold in winter. The little wizard, who was born in a wizarding family, was dazed. Air conditioner, what is that? Alvin thought about it for a while and felt that Colin's idea was really good. It happened that the materials he brought today were more than enough to make an air conditioner. Seeing so many people who don't know what an air conditioner is, he explained it again, and the little wizard suddenly realized. So, is there such a convenient thing in the Muggle world? This thing is so much better than a stove. Then Violet took out a small piece of mithril and a few copper pieces from the space pocket, and Alvin was also explaining her reasons for choosing the material. Mithril is the best material for drawing magic patterns. It has strong magic conductivity, and copper is the main body of the air conditioner, because copper has good thermal conductivity and heat dissipation. 5. Burning flames. Violet pointed at the copper block. Flames appeared out of thin air, and scorching waves swept the entire auditorium. The pupils of several professors shrank suddenly. What a strong fire spell! Looking at the brass being melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, they were also secretly frightened. Using their strength to use such a powerful fire spell is a very difficult thing, and it was so simple that an alchemy puppet did it. Even Dumbledore gave Alvin a deep look, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. In the auditorium, Violet quickly melted the copper block and made it into the shape of an air conditioner in the Muggle world. Alvin looked at her with satisfaction. His efforts were not in vain. Violet was not only a caring assistant in life, but also had a good fighting ability. It is estimated that Snape would have been stunned when he met her. After dispersing the flames, Violet used the freezing charm to cool down again and completed her work, waiting for Alvin's instructions. Alvin did not start the next step directly, but through another question. First, we need to figure out what kind of magic pattern can achieve the effect we want. Soon some students gave their own answers. The constant temperature spell. No, the constant temperature spell can only fix a temperature and cannot be adjusted. I still need a heating spell. A group of people are talking about each other, and there is no unified answer. Alvin shook his head. The way of thinking of these students still did not change, and interrupted their discussion. I said, to think in the way of magic marks. For example, the expression of the magic pattern is very direct. Cold is cold, hot is hot. There is no concept of constant temperature. While speaking, Alvin used a wand to outline the pattern of 2 magic lines, and Violet also engraved these 2 magic lines on the mold with mithril lines. Secondly, we need a modulating magic pattern that changes the temperature. 99. Another change rune, shown to everyone by Alvin. Finally, we add a magic circuit that stores magic power, and this air conditioner is simply made. In this step, Alvin did not let Violet make it on the spot because it was too time-consuming. He directly took out the previously made stock and put it on it to provide magic power. Why do I feel so simple? Is it enough for these few steps? A boy said to his companion, who rolled his eyes speechlessly. The brain knows. What about the hands? 35. The boy thought for a while, looked at Violet's incomparably precise carving technique, and breathed helplessly. Sure enough, he is still a waste. Soon, a simple air conditioner was made, and Alvin invited Colin to come on stage and let him experience it. Violet kindly left 2 arrows, and Colin used magic to stimulate them, and he could adjust the temperature at will. When the students felt the temperature change in the auditorium, they sent warm applause. Through Alvin's demonstration, they seemed to think that alchemy is not far away for them. As long as they work hard to learn a few magic patterns and practice more, they can also make some simple props. Alvin gave this air conditioner to Colin, which made him almost jump with excitement. Under the envious eyes of his friends, he hugged the somewhat bulky air conditioner and returned to his seat. Today's class is here, and at the last moment, I will introduce a piece of my new product to you. 95. Hearing Alvin's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Violet handed Alvin a transparent crystal tablet at the right time. The little wizards stretched their necks and stared at the crystal tablet curiously, guessing his role. Alvin brushed the surface of the crystal with his hand. A cool flash of light and shadow flashed, and several icons appeared on the screen. This is the magic web register I made, and it will change the lives of wizards in the future. Even change the world. 35. Listening to his passionate words, everyone was even more itchy, and Alvin didn't sell anything. He just started to introduce. The development of modern wizarding society has been stagnant for too long. Muggle life is really changing with each passing day. When we're still using owls to communicate, they can use a line or even a network to connect the whole world. No one spoke, and they couldn't refute what Alvin said. Although they didn't know what the network was, many people knew about Muggle phone calls, and it was really very convenient. For example, the Hogwarts Express train, such as the camera, were first invented by Muggles and then transformed by wizards and applied in daily life. Alvin continued, and my magic web login device is designed according to Muggle mobile phones. It is a communication device for wizards. It can make the communication between wizards and the whole world more barrier-free. 5. After he finished speaking, he tapped a few times, and the calling interface appeared on the tablet. In a few seconds, Nicoleme's figure appeared on the screen. The little wizards in other schools may not know Nicole, but many Beauxbatons students are very familiar with this gull's pride and exclaimed, Nicoleme. 35. What Nicoleme? The wizard who made the Philosopher's Stone? 55. For Flower Zero. Shouldn't he be in Gaul? Could this logger really connect that far? And Nico was also greeted by Alvin in advance, and he waved to the screen with a smile. Hello, classmates, I'm Nicoleme. Oh, and you, Dumbledore, we haven't seen you for a long time. At this time, Dumbledore was also in a state of shock, and when he heard Nico's greeting, he recovered. The two chatted for a while, and it was Alvin who disconnected from Nico. Seeing Nicoleme and Dumbledore talking face to face, all the students fell silent, and their mouths widened. Even Muggle-born wizards don't have mobile phones like Alvin's logins, and they can make video calls. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick was the first to applaud, and then the auditorium was overwhelmed with applause. It's incredible, as Mr. Gaunt said, the world will change because of him. While applauding, Fontana was still sighing with emotion, and the other principals looked at Alvin in a complicated way. They know that today's events will definitely affect the entire wizarding world, and even the sensation brought by alchemy creatures cannot be compared. Furong and the others also looked at Alvin with admiration on their faces, their palms turning red. After a lot of effort, Alvin made the whole auditorium quiet again, and made the final conclusion. The magic web login device is still in the preliminary research and development state, and many functions have not yet been realized. I will give each dean 10 login devices. If you want to experience it, you can go to your own dean to apply. 35. This is a huge project, and I can only contribute a negligible amount. I hope to see more people developing more functions on the login device in the future. That kind of future will be more interesting. 99. After speaking, Alvin saluted and walked off the stage. The little author may have spent a lot of ink on the description of the magic pattern, which is also to create a more three-dimensional Harry Potter world. I think magic should not just be silly waving a wand and chanting a spell. In addition, the Magic Net registration device is also to involve the concept of Magic Net to pave the way to control the world in the future. If you don't want to see it, you can put it in the comment area and I will pay attention to it. Violet packed up all the props, and under the envious eyes of other school professors, handed over 40 registration devices to several deans. Also gave Dumbledore one, by the way. After finishing these matters, Violet also left the auditorium. The departure of the two protagonists did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. The little wizards at Hogwarts fixed their eyes on their dean, making Mag and others, who were used to seeing wind and waves, a little hairy. They quickly took out 9 registration devices and asked the prefect to arrange the order of use. As for the remaining one, they had to use it themselves. And the students of several other schools are very envious. Why is there no such a good person in your school? Flower, why don't you go and ask Mr. Gaunt to give us booth 227 patent 2? A Beauxbatons girl who is better than Farong held Farong's arm and pleaded bitterly. Sitting in Farong's arms, Gabriel said triumphantly, "Yesterday, my brother-in-law only had one for my sister, and even Gabriel has one." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Farong knew she was going to suffer. Sure enough, Beauxbatons students all looked over, almost scared Gabriel to tears. In desperation, Farong could only contribute her login device. The students of Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons licked their faces and came to the little Hogwarts wizard they were familiar with in the past few days, ready to follow along for a while. Only Dumbledore, holding his own login device, did not say a word, and his eyes flickered. It didn't take long for the students to start working, and there were always people around each student holding the machine. According to the instructions, they entered their magic into the login device and registered an account. Looking at the few options on the desktop, as the first batch of lucky ones, Harry casually clicked on a watermelon icon. Swipe your finger across the screen, cut fruit, get points. This is the magical version of Fruit Ninja made by Alvin to pass the time for Violet and Nagini. Later, he felt that maybe some small games could stimulate the enthusiasm of the little wizards for the login device, so he installed them all. He also studied a lot of classic games like Angry Birds and Temple Run, but Harry didn't install them on their login devices. It didn't take long for Harry to get used to it proficiently. Seeing how much fun he was playing, the other lucky ones also learned the same way. In order to increase the fun, Alvin even researched the ranking function. Seeing that his high score of 149 had already passed Fred, Harry happily prepared to start the next game, 5 points away from passing another Slytherin student. At this time, Angelina snatched his login device. "Harry, 10 minutes are up. Now it's my turn." After speaking, she couldn't wait to slide her fingers. Harry opened his mouth and wanted to play another game, but looking at Angelina's obsessed look, he probably wouldn't care about him. Because of everyone's enthusiasm for the magic net login device, the dinner time was delayed a lot. Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it anymore and forced the prefects to take the machine back, which made the little wizards realize that they were actually very hungry. During the whole dinner, everyone was still enthusiastically discussing the fun of the login device, especially those students who had the honor to experience it just now, became the focus of everyone. Fred shared the Fruit Ninja experience with George with great enthusiasm. Angelina was still waving a knife and fork while eating, as if there were a bunch of invisible fruits in the void. Ravenclaw's little wizards are more concerned with a library function, and Alvin has added hundreds of books to it, which allows them to see more books in less time. The most important thing is not to worry about the disappearance of Mrs. Pants, the librarian. And Alvin's little girlfriends have also become sweet pastries, and countless people want to buy a login device through them, and the price is not a problem. It's a pity that Chio and the others didn't agree because Alvin didn't nod. They just said that they would ask him when they went back. When they told Alvin what these people wanted, he refused. "I don't have any plans to sell it yet. Every machine is made hard by Violet. I don't want her to do these meaningless things every day." When Violet heard Alvin say this, she quickly retorted, "Master, I'm fine anyway. I don't have many things every day, so it's good to be able to help you a little bit." Rubbing Violet's soft hair, Alvin said amusingly, "How many can you make a day by yourself? Don't worry, I will have a solution when the time comes." The next day, the news that Alvin would not release the login device was also spread by Chio and the others. The little wizards were very sorry, but there was nothing they could do. These old pedants can discuss academics with like-minded friends without leaving home, and can also be of great help for Alvin to promote the login device in the future. Therefore, everyone cherishes the time to use the login device. This trend continued until Friday, and on this day's dinner, Dumbledore finally couldn't sit still and stood up. What's more, in the past few days, they found that they couldn't live without this login because it was so convenient. In the past, professors still needed to carry a large stack of books and lesson plans 1.0 to the classroom, but now they only need to hold a register, and all the information can be recorded in it. In addition to Nico, Alvin also sent some machines to the old friends of the Wisingamore wizards. Although the number is small, these people include most of the elites of the magic world. Although the professors felt that everyone was a little discouraged, there were only a few dozen machines in total, and they didn't have a big impact, and they didn't say anything. In addition, the forum function has also made several professors fond of it. A paper published by Professor McGonagall on the vanishing spell was commented by a transfiguration master, and the two discussed it for a long time under the paper. I can't put a knife around Alvin's neck and force him to sell one to himself? Halfway through supper, Dumbledore stood up suddenly and said to the crowd, "I'm sorry to interrupt your wonderful mealtime, but I have to explain some of the next things while you still have attention." Everyone stopped their movements, turned to look at Dumbledore, and waited for the following. "I know," said Dumbledore. "Mr. Gaunt's Leyline Lager is an epic-making product, but I would like to say that the second event of the Triwizard Tournament is coming up on Sunday night." Several warriors were stunned for a moment. Yes, they still have games to play. Not to mention them, even the other little wizards and professors are a little embarrassed. They have all forgotten about this. Several professors are addicted to the forum, and the students are looking forward to when they will be able to experience the magic net login device. For a while, the auditorium fell into a strange silence. In the end, it was Dumbledore who broke the eerie atmosphere and announced a decision with a smile. "Starting from tomorrow, I will ask all professors to take back 13 of the login devices so that our warriors can better focus on the game. If you're interested after the game, you can still ask the deans to apply." 35. Snape frowned and glanced at Alvin, who looked as usual. He felt that Dumbledore's actions were a bit aimed at Alvin. In fact, not only him, but some other professors and bright students also felt this way, but they quickly put this idea behind them. Alvin is the pride of Hogwarts. Dumbledore has nothing to do with him. He must have thought too much. After talking about the login device, Dumbledore introduced the arrangement of the second game. Because of the second match, there will be no Quidditch College Cup next week, and the next round of Quidditch matches will take place on the first weekend of February. There are only 2 Quidditch matches now, Hogwarts against Beauxbatons and Durmstrang against Ilvermorny. Among them, in the match between Durmstrang and Ilvermorny, although Cassandra performed brightly as a pursuer. But there is still a big gap in overall strength, and Krumm's presence makes other Durmstrang players better. In the end, they won 300-110. Cassandra is not discouraged by this. She has done everything she can, and it is not her problem to lose. Dumbledore took out a box and placed it in the place where the Goblet of Fire had been. "Please come forward, warriors, and draw your opponents." Harry and a few people walked over. Adhering to the traditional virtues of women first, they let Fleur, Brittany, another Beauxbaton warrior, and Cassandra draw first. The lottery process was quick, and it didn't take long for everyone to get their numbers. Just listen to Dumbledore's announcement. The warrior who draws 2 adjacent numbers is Sunday's battle combination, such as number 1 and number 2, number 3 and number 4. "I'm number 6. Farong raised the note in her hand. "Which one of you got number 5? Krumm raised his hand, looked at Farong with a solemn expression, and said suddenly, "Professor, you can't use magic tools or accept help from others during a duel, right?" Karkaroff nodded when he heard the words, and he also knew what Krumm was worried about. "Rest assured, Victor, in a duel, wizards can only fight with their own strength, and no outside factors may interfere with the game." 35. After he finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Alvin, who was sitting there. Farong snorted softly and expressed disdain for the two. She didn't need Alvin's help. She has to rely on her own efforts to win the championship. Harry looked at the one in his hand and looked around for his opponent, but he accidentally saw the 2 in Cedric's hand. Both of them were silent. So many players. Why would the 2 of them meet as soon as they came up? Cedric held out his hand to Harry. "Harry, I won't let it go this time." 35. Harry nodded too, reached out and shook hands with Cedric. "I'll do my best too." For a time, there was some warm-blooded sense of sight between the two. The other warriors also found their opponents one after another, and the final confrontation is as follows. Ford versus Brittany. Cassandra versus Fabian. Fleur versus Krum. Harry versus Cedric. The little wizards off the field were also boiling after seeing the match information, especially the students of Hufflepuff. After the first game, although they had forgiven Harry in their hearts, they still believed that Cedric was the true warrior, and Harry was just a backdoor. Now I finally have the chance to prove it. Recording everyone's information, Dumbledore walked out of the auditorium after announcing 8 o'clock on Sunday night as game time. In the Ravenclaw lounge, Alvin was holding Luna, and the two of them watched the latest issue of The Naysayer, which introduced a creature imagined by Mr. Lovegood. A worm that grows on the dung of dragons, named Vulcan by Mr. Lovegood. But Alvin's mind wasn't on this outrageous hoax. 227. He feels, Luna has put on a lot of weight lately. But this is good, Luna was too thin in the past, and now it is normal to be a little fatter. By the way, how is your mother doing recently? Alvin was stunned. If he remembered correctly, although Mrs. Lovegood's body was no different from ordinary people in appearance, the main skeleton was still made of special metal. Luna nodded, and then she thought of something again. Blushing a little, she whispered. Dad asked me to ask you if my mother can still give birth to a sister. 35. My father-in-law, warrior. Although Alvin's refined body allows her to use magic, she can only use the magic that Alvin has engraved with the magic pattern. After thinking about it, Alvin said, You can ask Annie what kind of magic she wants to learn, and I can tell her how to draw the magic pattern and let her transform it by herself. Alvin suddenly remembered Mrs. Lovegood, wondering if she was still comfortable with this body. And Mrs. Lovegood is a spell lover, often researching some strange spells and eventually killing herself. Hiss. Luna blinked and said, It's good, but it's a pity that my mother can't study magic anymore, and now she is writing a magazine with her father every day. Luna, you go back and tell Mr. Lovegood that it is impossible to hold a daughter, but it will be possible to hold a grandson in a few years. 99. Hearing Alvin say this, Luna's face turned even redder, but she didn't refute. Instead, she nodded slightly. At this time, Cho came over with a login device. George and Fred asked me to ask you what the odds are going to be for the day after tomorrow. That's right, the Weasley twins are going to be in trouble again. It seems that the last duel between Lupin and Snape made them sweet. In the second game of the Triwizard Tournament, they opened another set. However, they're a little unclear about the strength of these warriors, and they need Alvin's help to come up with an idea. Alvin thought for a moment, then said, Harry's odds are a little lower, Fleur and Cassandra are also a little lower, and the others are free. They just go with what they feel. You think Harry will win? But I think he's weak? Luna, sitting in Alvin's arms, was a little puzzled. When Alvin tutored them, Harry and Ron were always the worst too. Alvin rolled his eyes. That's because you guys are too strong. Harry's level is already good. At least one Cedric is no problem. 35. After Alvin's training, several little witches have completely surpassed the scope of students, and they have a high chance of passing the OR exam even now. Immediately, he remembered something and said to Chio, Don't let Sirius and Snape bet or they'll lose. Snape? Chio was a little puzzled. She could understand Sirius's question, because he would definitely win against Harry, but why did Alvin say that Snape couldn't either? Didn't he hate Harry the most? Alvin naturally understood Chio's doubts, but he didn't explain that Snape wouldn't press Harry to win, but Lily would. As far as Snape's temperament is concerned, it is estimated that he can hold thousands of galleons for Lily's sake, and the twins will have nowhere to cry. However, then, he was a little confused. Isn't the login device taken away by Professor McGonagall, and how did Fred contact you? Chio handed the tablet to Alvin. They don't know how to get Hermione's one. Tell them yourself. Alvin took it over, pondered in his heart, told the twins the odds he agreed with, and warned them to act small, play too carefully, and be harmed. Suddenly, his own login device beeped twice, and he took it out to see that it was Snape's message about meeting him tomorrow. Alvin didn't think much about it, and after a while, he put it away. The next afternoon, Alvin came to Snape's office as scheduled. At this time, Snape was holding the login device, and Lily behind him was looking at a potions paper with a smile that had never appeared on his face before. Having experienced the departure of his lover, the parting of life and death, Snape discovered that black magic and ambition are not important. However, after Alvin came in, his good mood was destroyed in an instant. Think of me, Snape, a potent master, first becoming a Death Eater, then being tricked by Dumbledore into being a second-fifth boy, and now there is another mastermind behind it. Snape has now determined that Alvin is the biggest behind the scenes. He already knew of Bella's escape, the change of Knockturn Alley, and Crouch's refuge. These are all related to the laughing, harmless little wizard in front of him. Why are you looking at me like that? Feeling Snape's strange gaze, Alvin tilted his head. Is there something wrong with him today? It's nothing, it's fine. Snape made a fool of himself, but Alvin didn't care and sat directly opposite him. You came to me for Dumbledore's business. Alvin got straight to the point. He had already guessed Snape's purpose. That's right, Snape said. Dumbledore noticed that I had changed a bit, and he talked to me once, but I temporarily put it off by using the Realm of Eden. Speaking of which, Snape himself was a little embarrassed. After all, the most important thing in the spy business was to hide his thoughts, and he was already exposed by doing so. It's just that Dumbledore believed him more, and he didn't know that there was actually a way to come back to life in the world, so he didn't think deeply about it. Alvin complained in his heart, "Do you call it a big change? You are a completely different person." Snape, who didn't know Alvin's mental activity, continued, "I think you should have seen it at yesterday's dinner. Dumbledore's actions were obviously aimed at you. What did you do to expose it?" 35. Alvin. Was he like this in Snape's mind? Not doing things or on the way to doing things? Looking at the other party's determined eyes, well, Alvin still won't humiliate himself. With a sigh, Alvin said helplessly, "Don't worry, I've been doing my research recently, and I haven't made any trouble. Don't you think the magic world has been very peaceful recently?" Seeing that this kind of persuasion was not enough, Alvin explained again. Dumbledore was only scared by the magic net. Snape didn't understand why Dumbledore would be so afraid of the magic web registration device, although it was an epic-making invention, but there was no trace of black magic at all. Lily was right. Dumbledore was old, and his heart was gradually rotten. There is no doubt that it is change. Alvin's magic net login device is too involved. What will happen when all the wizards in the world can communicate quickly and without barriers? The ecological environment of the wizards will be completely changed by Alvin, and they will go into the unknown. Even Lao Deng does not know whether it is good or bad. At this moment, Lily, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps, Alvin, your movements are too big. Professor Dumbledore doesn't want this kind of uncontrollable thing to happen." 35. So, to be safe, he decided to curb the development of this momentum, at least during his lifetime. He didn't want the magic world to go in a direction he couldn't control. Alvin nodded and glanced at Snape with disgust. "Look at how fast Lily's mind is spinning. Why don't you understand now?" In his opinion, taking down Voldemort and restoring peace to the world is the best of all. Lying on the soft bed, Alvin reviewed his plans and arrangements, and found that there was nothing wrong to be relieved. Why is he acting so big lately? It all started with the diamond reward he drew with the card not long ago. Name: Arcane Legacy of the Lord of Endless Light, Remnant. Quality: Diamond. Introduction: This is a partial inheritance from a great powerhouse from a high-magic multiverse. The introduction is very simple, but after accepting the inheritance, Alvin was completely stunned by the surprise. This is definitely the best reward he has ever drawn. The Lord of Endless Glory is an extremely powerful man from Faerun. He is not a god, but an arcane master. However, his mighty power is by no means comparable to that of ordinary gods. In Faerun, there are countless races: humans, orcs, elves, goblins. On top of it, countless gods have left miracles on Faerun continent, and living beings believe in gods, and gods provide shelter. However, there are such a group of people who don't believe in ghosts and gods, but only in themselves. They believe that with the power of arcane magic, they can match or even surpass gods. Such people are called arcanists. The Lord of Endless Glory is one of them, and his real name has been forgotten in the long river of history. In fact, there was a god of light in fun.Spending, and he was very powerful. The Holy Sea of Light he formed was also one of the top sects in the continent at that time. As mad believers of the god of light, they are naturally very unhappy with the arcanist who recklessly uses the power of light like the Lord of Infinite Glory. So the Pope at that time brought a large number of people to kill him, many of them legendary and even demigods. But it was such a powerful lineup. But after encountering the Lord of Endless Glory, it was completely wiped out. The God of Light was furious, and he came to the world to find the Lord of Endless Glory to settle accounts. A shocking battle broke out between the two sides. The final result was unknown, but the Lord of Endless Glory did leave safely. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout the fun.Spending and the major subordinate planes. The name of the Lord of Endless Glory is also well known by the world, and everyone knows that this is a strong man who can compete with the gods. And what Alvin got is the inheritance of this big man, of course, not all of it. What Alvin has obtained is only part of the knowledge below the demigod level, and most of the arcane magic is missing. But this did not affect Alvin's joy at all, because the most helpful part of it was perfectly preserved. The construction of the Mage Tower and the construction of the Magic Net complement each other. Among them, the Mage Tower is named Tower of Glory, which is the proud work of the Lord of Endless Glorious. According to the introduction, as long as you are in the Mage Tower, even the legendary powerhouse can fight against the demigods. Of course, Alvin doesn't have so many materials to build a complete Tower of Glory now. He can only make a poor version first. But even the pauper version of the Tower of Radiance can give Alvin a stable base. When the Tower of Radiance is upgraded to the full version in the later stage, after rooting the Mage Tower in the source of the world according to the secret technique, Alvin can transform the Harry Potter world into his own unique plane. It is recorded in the inheritance that the Lord of Endless Glory did just that. He took a subsidiary plane as his own, and rooted himself as the Mage Tower here. Although he is not a god, this plane is already equivalent to his kingdom of God, and even gods will no longer provoke him there. In this process, the Magic Net also played a key role. What is the Magic Net? In Farron, the ley line is a network used to transmit arcane energy and magical power. This kind of network was created by the goddess of magic, Mystra. Before the establishment of the Magic Net, all mages cast spells with great risk because they have difficulty controlling the power of their magic. If you are not careful, you will hurt yourself and others. After the creation of the Magic Net, all spellcasters can build a spell model through the Magic Net and display magic with controllable power. Of course, Alvin doesn't have the means of reaching the sky like the goddess of magic. What he has to do is to ensure the most basic function of the devil, the stable transmission of magic power. This is enough. Alvin's plan is to harvest the magic power of all wizards through the Magic Net log to store energy for the Tower of Radiance. For Flower Zero, whenever you use a leyline logger, you have to provide it with magic power, which is equivalent to electricity in the Muggle world. When the wizard supplies power to the Magic Net register, Alvin will draw a part of the magic power into the Tower of Glory through the Magic Net, and this fee is called network fee. The magic power consumption of the Magic Net register is very low. Even some small wizards in the school can use it for several hours before running out of magic power. This does not have a big impact on the wizard. Anyway, the magic power will be automatically restored. And when the number of wizards using the magic logger goes up, it will be a considerable number. If he goes one step further and Alvin completes his plan of national excellence, then the whole world will become his power plant. Build the Magic Net, popularize the Magic Net, integrate the Tower of Glory with the world, and establish your own land-based kingdom of God. Just thinking about it makes Alvin's heart skip a beat. This is also the reason why he has been making big moves frequently recently. The Magic Web registration device is the most important part of his road to becoming a god. He has already designed a factory for the production of registration devices based on the inheritance of the Lord of Endless Glory, and he only needs to wait for Arya to collect the materials before making it. According to his estimation, after the Triwizard Tournament is over, his factory is almost finished, and then he can expand wildly. However, Dumbledore shouldn't be able to sit still? Alvin whispered to himself, although he did not want to be an enemy of Lao Deng, but this was not something he could control. Whether it is the popularity of the Magic Net Register or his extraordinary plan for the whole people, these are all unacceptable to Dumbledore, and the two will inevitably go against each other. But he soon found a way to deal with it. One Dark Lord might not be enough for Dumbledore, so how about another? I don't know what kind of expression Lao Deng will have when he sees his good friends walking out of Nurmengard. Thinking of this, Alvin couldn't help laughing out loud. After releasing Grindelwald, Dumbledore should be very grateful to him. 10. Knockturn Alley, Arya Manor. In the reception hall, Arya, Violet, and Nagini, three beauties with different temperaments, gathered together. We have these materials now, but they're far from what's on the list. 9. After reading the list, Arya looked a little dignified. With their current inventory, they couldn't even satisfy the 1% above. This was the result of her deliberate collection following Alvin's instructions. At this time, Nagini, who had been silent all the time, said, "Master said, you can do your best. If England is not enough, go to Gaul, and if Gaul is not enough, go to Prussia." Hearing Nagini say that, Arya thought for a moment, then nodded. Now she has controlled most of the underground power in the magical world in England, and when she expands upwards, she will touch the bottom line of some pureblood families and the Ministry of Magic. Taking this opportunity to expand to several other countries on the mainland is also a good way. However, before expanding, she still has to help Alvin collect enough materials as much as possible. On Sunday, because of tonight's game, the students in the auditorium did not leave after dinner. At this time, the auditorium was restored to the layout of the dueling club, but the dueling platform in the middle became more gorgeous and more eye-catching. Fred and George were crowded around the long table in Gryffindor. It's the last hour. The students who didn't make a bet quickly made a bet. George shouted excitedly, shaking a bag full of Jean Gallion in his hand, bewitching the little wizards around. Fred on the side was even more busy, and there were constantly bets made by little wizards. At this time, a little wizard from Hufflepuff saw the odds of Harry and Cedric, and his eyes widened. "Weasley, did you write it backwards? Why is Cedric 3-1 and Harry 1.3-1? Hearing his words, several Hufflepuffs behind him also came over to see what was going on. Fred waved his hand impatiently. "No, the odds above are specially calculated by experts, and we didn't make a mistake. Can you bet?" His words also angered a group of Hufflepuff's little wizards, and it's okay for your other academies to look down on us. Now it's said that Cedric's 6th grade can't beat Harry's 4th grade? Bet. Let's bet. A little fat man pushed through the crowd and slapped a handful of gold galleons in front of Fred. 15 gold galleons by all Cedric. "Mondo, are you crazy? This is your 1-year pocket money." His companions looked at him in amazement, not knowing what he was doing. The little fat man Mundo hated his friends and the Hufflepuffs. "Idiot. Weasley and the others look down on Cedric. Let's buy more and let them die." But a junior Hufflepuff hesitated. "If Cedric loses, we're going to eat dirt." Mundo really disagreed. "What are you afraid of? Don't you still believe in Cedric's strength? Do Weasleys and the others look down on us Hufflepuffs so much?" The more he talked about Mundo's emotions, the more excited he was, and other Hufflepuffs were also infected by him. That is, how could Cedric lose? There are no pants left for Weasley to lose. In just a few minutes, Fred received bets from dozens of Hufflepuff wizards, and the amount was not small. It seemed that he had taken out all his old money, and the student named Mundo winked at the twins and quietly disappeared into the crowd. Alvin watched the whole scene at the long table next door. After seeing the last little fat man interacting with Fred, he almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Good guy, he called it good guy. At first, he really thought that the little fat man was complaining about Cedric, but he didn't expect that it was Fred who arranged for him, who said Hufflepuffs are honest. This little fat guy is more our ****D than anyone else. The professor is here. 99. I don't know who shouted, and all the people around the twins dispersed. Several principals and all the teachers entered the auditorium and took their seats. The twins also hurriedly put away the tools for committing crimes, and when they saw that Professor McGonagall didn't look here, they were relieved. Because there is no Alvin's job today, he did not sit on the referee's bench, but sat next to Hermione and others. Hermione looked around, but it was strange that she didn't see Fleur. They're still doing the final wand check to prevent any cheating. .99. Alvin saw her doubts and explained with a smile. 10 minutes before 8 o'clock, Farong and several other warriors also entered the auditorium through the side door and stood under the duel stage. There were still nervous expressions on their faces. Although the first match was also broadcast live, it was the first time for them to compete in front of thousands of wizards like this. Alvin smiled and made a cheering gesture to Farong, and the little witch responded with a big smile, very bright and moving. Cassandra stood next to Fleur, watching the interaction between the two, feeling that she was being fed a mouthful of dog food, and she was a little overstretched. And Alvin also saw Sister Ka. He also waved to Sister Ka and said, "Come on," with his mouth. Cassandra didn't expect Alvin to cheer her on. She was a little embarrassed, but she nodded politely to Alvin, her face a little hot. At this time, Dumbledore also stood up. "Welcome, welcome our classmates, and welcome our warriors." The little wizard in the audience gave warm applause. Second, warriors are not allowed to use any magic props and potions. I think you all know this one. Several warriors also nodded, indicating that they understood. He did not mention the issue of black magic, which was requested by Karkaroff. The advantage of their school lies in black magic. Dumbledore thought about it and agreed. The war is imminent. First, losing the ability to resist or falling off the duel platform is considered a failure by 1.0, and the winner cannot continue to attack. When the applause died out, Dumbledore continued. Next, our warriors will have a fierce duel, and I have some rules to announce. Harry and Cedric looked at each other and walked up from both sides of the dueling platform, standing opposite each other. Immediately, Snape also boarded the duel stage. He is today's duel referee. The third and most important point. Dumbledore's voice suddenly became serious. You warriors must never use the 3 unforgivable curses. On the duel stage, Harry held his wand and stared blankly at Cedric, who was standing opposite. But he was recalling what Sirius had said to him last night. Harry, your strength is already very strong. As long as you play normally, Cedric is definitely not your opponent. 35. That's what Sirius said after his last duel training with him yesterday, but Harry's assessment of Sirius is still somewhat skeptical. All he got on Alvin's side was criticism, and in the whole tutoring group, the only ones he could bully were Malfoy and Ron. He couldn't even beat Luna, who joined later. Oh, and an Astoria. But that doesn't count, it's everyone's mascot. If he dared to discuss with Astoria, others would definitely beat him to the point of doubting his life. Therefore, in Harry's heart, he has never had a clear positioning of his own strength. He even felt that Sirius was actually encouraging him by saying these words. 13. Potter, Potter. 99.
What?
Snape called out a few times in a row, and Harry was the one who recovered from the distracted state and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, Professor, I just got distracted." Snape thought Harry was nervous and said to him in a low voice, "Don't worry, if you are in danger, I will stop it in time. Don't worry about getting hurt." Harry, getting used to Snape's concern lately, nodded and focused on Cedric. Snape also returned to his position, raising the wand in his hand. With his movements, the candles in the auditorium gradually dimmed, and only the dueling platform remained bright.
Boom.
A bunch of magic fireworks were launched into the sky by Snape, and at the moment when the fireworks burst, Harry and Cedric also shot instantly. Accept your weapons.
9.
Slow as a snail. Slowness spell. Harry instantly judged Cedric's intentions. The other party wanted to use the slowness curse to restrict his movements. With the agility of the Seeker, he avoided a quick roll. The slowness spell that lost the target also hit the protective shield that was arranged in advance. Cedric's response was not slow either, finding that he couldn't avoid the disarming spell, and hurriedly cast the iron armor spell to successfully block Harry's attack. However, the power of the spell greatly exceeded Cedric's expectations, and Cedric, who was suddenly hit by the force, also staggered back a few steps. Harry seized this opportunity and waved his wand to point behind Cedric. Under the effect of the flying charm, a table smashed straight towards Cedric. "Be careful," the little wizard in the audience exclaimed involuntarily, and Alvin looked at them, wondering if this was a violation. Sure enough, Snape glared at the group of little wizards, causing them to tremble and dare not speak out. And Cedric was reminded, subconsciously fell on the ground, and the wooden table passed the top of his head with strong wind. Harry chased after the victory, adjusted his position, and quickly launched a second attack. Pass out. Just when he thought he was about to win, Cedric poked his wand on the floor and shouted loudly, "The earth is shaking." 35. The entire dueling platform shook violently twice, and Harry couldn't stand still because of this, and the spell was missed a bit. What an ingenious earthquake spell! Several deans were also very amazed when they saw that the two had made several wonderful confrontations in a short period of time. Although the power of the magic spell is not particularly powerful in their opinion, this kind of battle of wits and courage is still very pleasing to the eye. Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry of your school is indeed qualified to be a warrior. 35. Madame Maxime looked at the two people who were constantly fighting on the stage and said in praise. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth smiled, and his eyes stayed on Harry. "Miss Delacour from your school is even better." The two of them blew a wave of business, and they didn't care about Karkaroff's ugly face. Both Cedric and Harry's strengths posed no small threat to Krum, so he was naturally not happy. Fontana, on the other hand, did not have this concern, and he was very relieved about Cassandra's strength. The situation on the field began to become anxious. Harry's spell was powerful and the transfer speed was fast, occupying the initiative. Cedric has a lot of spells and has more combat experience, and he has skillfully resolved several very threatening attacks. The two stood still. Gradually, Cedric felt that his magic power was running out, and he was also secretly anxious. Why is Harry younger than him and has more magic power than him? And Harry is also irritable now. Cedric is like a slippery loach. His offense is always ineffective, and the more he fights, the more angry he is. Thunderbolt explosion. A series of sparks burst from Harry's wand and landed around Cedric, the first time he had used a lethal spell. Cedric quickly retreated with a dignified face. He had just used the armor charm once to resist Harry's disarm charm, and he couldn't use it again in a short time. The sound of explosions on the duel stage continued, causing bursts of 227 smoke, so that the audience off the field could not see the scene inside. The little wizard of Hufflepuff looked worriedly in Cedric's direction, especially those who had made bets, and their eyes were about to pop out. Even Professor Sprout was nervous, and she wished she could go up and play for Cedric herself. 10,000 bullets. To make matters worse, because of the wind spell, all the smoke on the field was blown away, and there was no longer any barrier between him and Harry. Cedric, who didn't expect Harry to react like this, was caught off guard, and several stones hit his body, causing him to feel a burst of pain. He, who had been moving all the time, was also forced to stop. Under the wave of the wand, a hurricane quickly formed in front of Harry and swept towards Cedric fiercely. Those missile-like stones were mercilessly returned by the strong wind. And Harry also accurately seized this rare opportunity, and a most powerful disarming spell directly hit Cedric, knocking the wand in his hand into the air, and it swirled and flew into Harry's hand. He fought back with the rubble from the explosion, and the dense pebbles hit Harry like cannonballs. But Harry wasn't in a hurry. The wind howls. To their relief, Cedric's voice came out of the smoke. Game over. Harry Potter wins. Snape's voice sounded just in time to announce the final result. Cedric stared blankly at his empty hands, unable to believe that he had lost like that. Just before the game, he was thinking about being a Hogwarts warrior after all, and he was going to show mercy to Harry. But the result was so dramatic, let alone showing mercy, He tried his best and still lost in Harry's hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "The clown is me?" The little wizards of Gryffindor burst into thunderous cheers. Thunderous applause flooded the auditorium, and Ron jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Harry, well done!" And Harry also heard Ron's roar, smiled and nodded at him. Walking up to Cedric, Harry handed over his wand. And Cedric reluctantly adjusted his mentality, took the wand, congratulated Harry a few words, and then turned around and walked off the dueling stage. "Cedric, how did you lose?" A little Hufflepuff wizard suddenly let out a shrill scream, which was really sad for those who heard it. "I don't know how good I thought he was with Cedric." Cedric also looked at him with a puzzled expression. He was not very familiar with this person, and he didn't usually say a few words. However, seeing the opponent seeing that he lost the game was more uncomfortable than him, and he was also a little moved. Walking in front of the little wizard, Cedric patted his shoulder and said firmly, "Don't worry, I won't lose a game in the next game." 99. Hearing Cedric say this, the little wizard opened his mouth and wanted to cry without tears. What's the use of winning next time? Lousy has no more money to press. There are many Hufflepuffs with the same expression as him. These guys were all beaten by Fred, and everyone put a lot of pressure on Cedric. This time it's really lost. After the episode, the game continued. The second match was Ilvermorny's Ford against Bosbaton's Brittany. After the wonderful game between Harry and Cedric, the confrontation between the two was a bit dull. It's not that their magic spell level is not good, but the process is really boring. The two of them were like cannons, constantly bombarding each other with magic spells. Although they also moved under their feet, they felt very stiff. In the end, Brittany relied on her fast casting speed, and 2 consecutive spells hit Ford's iron armor, successfully breaking his defense. Then another onslaught knocked Ford off the duel stage and won the game. After winning, Brittany also cried with joy. She was the worst performer in her first game, and naturally she was under a lot of pressure. Several sensual girls also had red eyes and gave her their own applause. While the professors were rearranging the dueling table and shield, Karkaroff pulled Krum aside and made a few remarks. "In the next game against that half-blood Veela, you must pay attention to her charm magic, and if you can, don't play hard." 0. Krum smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Professor. There are quite a few Veelas in Bulgaria, and this level of charm magic has no effect on me at all." Seeing Krum's confident look, Karkaroff was a little relieved. Alvin smiled silently at this time. He just saw these two sneaking around, and he thought he was going to use some kind of trick, but he didn't expect that he was worried about Farong's charm magic. Alvin can only say that these two think too much. Farong's arrogant temperament will not use charm magic on men. I only use it when I do something fun with Alvin to add some fun. As for what interesting things are, the author is out of the water and saves some money for the readers. At this time, Farong was already standing on the duel stage, looking at Krum, who was long overdue, and nodded coldly. This is considered to be a little more polite on the face of fellow warriors. You must know that Farong usually ignores boys other than Alvin directly. The two sides stood still, and Snape also launched a firework, announcing the start of the duel. Farong did not attack directly, but waved her wand to first apply a layer of protection to herself, and Krum summoned 2 giant fireballs towards Farong. A lot of obstacles. Farong was not afraid at all. The crisp voice echoed in the auditorium, and the invisible barriers slowed down the speed of the fireball, but they still moved firmly towards Farong. Wulong is dispatched. There was an explosion in front of Krum, and 2 huge black snakes appeared from the left and right to double-team to Farong, trying to block her escape route. When the barrier shatters and Farong, who is restricted by the 2 big snakes, will definitely be hit by the fireball head-on. 2 red lights shot out from the tip of Farong's staff, hitting the big snake precisely, and the 2 big snakes instantly shattered into a dozen segments. Before the damaged snake body fell to the ground, it was gathered together by Farong, forming a python controlled by her, and crashed into the fireball. Boom. The violent roaring sound shook the little wizards who were close to the duel stage, and they covered their ears one after another. The fireball dissipated, and the python was burned to ashes. Crumb's face was gloomy. Furong managed to defuse his serial offensive so easily. He hesitated in his heart, and he quickly made a decision. Wherever he passed, the floor was corroded by black mud, making a sizzling sound. She just felt that Crumb was too disgusting, how the black mud looked like it was dug out of a stinky ditch. On the stage, Furong also retreated when she saw the black mud. She was not worried about the power of the black mud. She did not take this level of black magic in her eyes. He did not immediately strike back, but instead retreated, chanting words in his mouth. When Karkaroff heard Maxim's questioning tone, he was not angry at all, but said with a hint of pride. Madame Maxime was at a loss for words. She glanced at Dumbledore, who was silent, with some complaint, and then stared at Fleur worriedly. Madame Maxim frowned. "Professor Karkaroff, this should be some kind of black magic, right? I remember when Dumbledore announced the rules, he didn't say that the use of black magic was forbidden." 99. Standing on the edge of the dueling platform, Crumb completed his spell, and his magic wand swiped against the ground, forming black silt, surging towards Hibiscus. The look of disgust disappeared in a flash, and Fleur didn't plan to stand still with Crumb anymore. Armor protection. Hearing the incantation uttered by Furong, Crumb thought she was trying to strengthen her own defenses and didn't care too much. The black magic's name, Crumb, has been lost, and the spell is broken when he finds it. The power of the original version will be several times stronger than it is now, and it can corrode all objects. Unlike now, the black mud corrodes the marble floor as its limit, and it can't do anything about the special metal underneath. But these are enough. Crumb is confident. No matter how many iron armor spells Furong casts, it will eventually be broken by black mud. But the next scene really shocked Crumb's jaw. As Furong kept waving her wand, the shield formed by the iron armor was actually deforming. This is something Crumb has never heard of, let alone him. Even the headmasters and professors on the referee's bench widened their eyes. Watching the deformed iron armor curse gradually wrap the black mud, preventing it from entering an inch, Karkaroff couldn't sit still. "Madame Maxime, is this the secret art of your school?" 243 Several other principals were also looking at Maxim, and they had never heard of Beau's batons in this way. Maxim shook his head blankly. "I don't know. Furong's training is all her own. To say where she learned it." Speaking of which, her eyes turned to Alvin, whose expression was still very flat. Dumbledore and the others followed her gaze and fell into silence. And Alvin's face is silent, and his heart is also very happy. Recently, Furong's progress is still quite big. In the past magic circles, there was no accurate classification for the mastery of magic spells. However, a person like Alvin who was deeply influenced by various data analysis in his previous life could not bear it. Therefore, according to his own understanding, he divided the spell proficiency into several grades. The most basic level is just mastered. You can cast spells, but sometimes it doesn't work. Level 2 means that wizards can successfully use the spell with a 100% success rate, which means they have fully mastered the spell. Level 3 proficiency means that the wizard has further researched the magic spell and can add some of his own understanding to make the magic spell more powerful and faster. The level 4 spell is a step further on the basis of level 3, which can make the spell bend, silently cast spells, or even cast spells without a stick. As for level 5, this is a level that Alvin has discovered by himself, and the spell of this level has been out of his original framework. Just like Alvin's Patronus charm, he can actually change the appearance of the Patronus charm at will, lions, tigers, and even dragons. You can also attach the Patronus around the body to form a strong defense, allowing Alvin to instantly transform into a melee mage. A spell of this level Alvin had never seen before in the wizarding world. Maybe Voldemort and Dumbledore will, but they haven't explored as many roles as Alvin. The transformation of the armor spell that Fleur is using now does not mean that her proficiency has reached level 5. But Alvin summed up the special skills based on his own insights and taught them to Furong, so that they can master the spell more flexibly. In the stands, seeing that Black Mud's actions were blocked, Crumb was also a little panicked. He randomly cast a few spells, but was avoided by Furong's slight sideways. Furong's face remained unchanged. She raised her wand gracefully, and the hundreds of candles floating in the sky obeyed her call, splitting flames and converging into a flaming condor. The condor spread its wings and charged straight towards Crumb with scorching high temperature. Naturally, Crumb would not sit still. A protective, shield rose up in front of him. The condor collided with the shield, and he continued to provide magic power to the shield, and the two formed a wrestling potential. Gritting his teeth, Crumb looked at the black mud that was slowly breaking through the iron armor curse. As long as the black mud got out of trouble, he would definitely win the final victory. But Furong was a little impatient. Her lips moved slightly, and two invisible magic energy blades cut through the void, silently slashing the protective cover in an instant. The condor lost its obstacle and charged Crumb again. All protection.
9.
Snape blocked the blow for Crumb at the last minute, and he glanced at Alvin helplessly. What Furong used just now was obviously his Shinfeng wooing, and he was also a little depressed when he thought of his own magic spell being spread so casually by Alvin. But he also had nothing to do with Alvin, who was his boss. Fleur Delacour wins. Announcing the result expressionlessly, Snape looked at Crumb and motioned for him to put away the black mud. Crumb was still a little frightened, and he said embarrassingly, "Sorry, sir, I don't know how to end this spell." With a sigh, Snape also aimed at the black mud with his wand. All curses end. Under the action of the high-level ending spell, the black mud also slowly faded away, leaving only pieces of corroded floor. After some sorting out, the last group of players finally stepped onto the stage. "Miss Wally, come on!" A Cassandra fan shouted excitedly, but Cassandra didn't pay any attention and walked straight to the ring. "Let's start. I have to rest in a hurry." Arrogant words, disdainful eyes. This completely angered Durmstrang's Fabian, who glared at Cassandra, ready to teach her a lesson. A boy sitting not far from Alvin's eyes lit up and muttered to himself, "Yes, it's this expression, this tone. I really hope it's me who will be beaten later." And this happened to be heard by Alvin, and he was so frightened that he shivered and glanced at the big guy in horror. F***CK, people can't, at least they shouldn't. Silently moving away from him, Alvin looked at the duel stage, only to find that the two had already started fighting. Cassandra continued the style of her first game, with all kinds of spells attacking Fabian with her transfiguration. Soon Fabian couldn't hold it back, and was hit twice in a row by Cassandra's weather spell. The first time it shattered his protective spell, the second time it hit Fabian's body. Fabian's hair stood upside down, fell straight to the ground, fell into a coma, and unconsciously spit out a smoke ring from his mouth. The game ended too quickly, which made many spectators find that Fabian was half dead before he entered the state. Cassandra pouted in disdain and returned to her place after hearing Snape declare her victory. So far, today's first round of duel competitions are all over. Dumbledore waved his wand. All the candles were lit, and the auditorium became as bright as day. He said to the crowd, "Thank you to several warriors for bringing us a wonderful match. I believe you must have learned a lot from it." Many people nodded in agreement. For many students, the quality of these duels was very high, and it was many or less times stronger than the current family-like play in the dueling club. Everyone is already looking forward to when the next round of duels will start. Soon, Dumbledore also gave the answer. The next round of duels will continue on the third Sunday in January, so, warriors, please enjoy your Christmas break. There are even bigger challenges waiting for you next semester. Harry and the others also breathed a long sigh of relief. Since being selected as warriors, they have been thinking about how to improve themselves every day in order to better cope with the challenges. This time they have more than a month to relax completely. Finally, Dumbledore also emphasized the holding of the Christmas ball and announced the dissolution. Karkaroff got up first and walked out of the auditorium with everyone from Durmstrang without saying a word. Durmstrang lost both games today. It is strange that he is in a good mood, and it is because of outsiders that he is not scolded. The other little wizards also left the auditorium one after another. They discussed today's duel, and the one between Harry and Cedric was the most discussed. The little wizards in Gryffindor were happiest when they suddenly discovered that Harry had the possibility of winning the title, which made their excitement sour. And Alvin, who was heading to the Ravenclaw lounge with Luna and the others, was unexpectedly stopped. "Cassandra? What's the matter with you?" Looking at Sister Ka, who was silent in front of him, Alvin asked strangely. Cassandra looked at Luna, then at Chio, but still didn't speak. And Chio, who understood what she meant, glared at Alvin angrily, but still pulled Luna away. When only Alvin and Cassandra were left in the hallway, she hesitated. Can you be my dance partner?" Hearing Cassandra's words, Alvin was a little surprised. It's just over a week until Christmas. Hasn't she found a dance partner yet? With the popularity of Sister Ka, boys who want to be her dance partners are estimated to be able to line up from the castle to the Black Lake. But Alvin didn't ask any more questions. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I want to dance with Furong. You are also a warrior. I really lack skills." It was no surprise to hear Alvin say this to Cassandra, but instead explained, "The number of warriors this year is a bit large. In order to allow us to better show ourselves, the dance was divided into 2 games, and Miss Delacour and I should be staggered." Now it's Alvin's turn to be stunned. Can he still do this? He had never cared much about the prom, and he really didn't know. But Cassandra said, so there is. He pondered for 2 seconds, and then asked Cassandra, "Will this be bad for you? I have already skipped with Fleur, and if I dance with you again, it will not be suitable." Cassandra shook her head and said very tsundra, "Except you, I don't think everyone deserves to dance with me. If I didn't have to attend the dance as a warrior, I wouldn't participate in this kind of event." Alvin fell into deep silence. "As expected of you, Sister Ka, you are still so arrogant. But does this count as Sister Ka's recognition of him?" Thinking of this, Alvin was inexplicably happy in his heart. He finally agreed to dance with Sister Ka. Who could refuse such a sweet thing? Getting the answer she wanted, Cassandra's face also showed a rare smile. Alvin felt that the whole corridor was brighter. Looking at Cassandra's bright smile, the thoughts in his heart blurted out. 4 flowers, a 0. "Cassandra, you look so good when you smile. Why do you keep a straight face every day?" As soon as the words came out, Alvin knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, Cassandra quickly withdrew her smile and turned away. Watching her retreating back, Alvin also sighed. At this moment, the door of the living room was suddenly pushed open, and little Barty walked in with Crouch and Ludo Bagman's face. This is the consequence of talking too much. What he didn't notice was that Cassandra's ears were already flushed. Manchester. In a living room in a suburban estate. These 2 guys look like Crabbe and Goyle when they grow up, and they don't look very smart at first glance. As early as the summer vacation, in order to find a foothold, Voldemort brought Crabbe and Goyle's father back under his command. Compared to an old fox like Lucius Malfoy, the fools of the Crabbe and Gower families are more reliable. On the right are 2 burly men, the fathers of Crabbe and Goyle. "Master, I'm back." Voldemort stretched out his hand and stroked little Barty's head lovingly. "Barty, my most loyal servant, what good news did Jean bring me this time?" Little Barty showed joy. Enjoying the closeness of Voldemort, he hurriedly said, "I just participated in the Triwizard Tournament and obtained some information about Harry Potter, which I want to share with you." 35. Hearing this name, Bellatrix's eyes showed murderous intent. It was this Potter who killed Voldemort, who lost everything, and she wished she could rush into Hogwarts now and get rid of Potter. Little Barty didn't pay any attention to what she meant. He walked a few steps to Voldemort and knelt down respectfully. Bellatrix said dissatisfiedly, "Barty, why are you still using this image here? When I see this fat pig, I want to give him a crucifixion." The young Voldemort, dressed in green, sat on the throne, with Bellatrix on his left. "Oh." Hearing Harry's name, the smile on Voldemort's face disappeared. He rubbed his wand and said without the slightest emotion, "Tell me, Barty, what has our savior done, and how has it affected your plans?" Barty Jr. stood up, looked at Voldemort's grim expression, shuddered, and quickly explained the situation. "Master, you can rest assured that our plans will not be affected in any way, and you will definitely see Potter at that time. After comforting Voldemort, Barty Jr. continued. Today I watched Potter duel with another student and found that he is not as weak as we thought, so I wanted to reduce my help to him and reduce the risk of my exposure. 35. This time it was Barty Jr.'s purpose. He has been thinking since the second 2-4-3 game whether his help to Harry is too obvious, so that it is easy for Dumbledore to notice that he's wrong. It doesn't matter if he is discovered, but if it delays Voldemort's plan, Barty will never allow such a thing to happen. Hearing Barty Jr.'s remarks, Voldemort's expression softened a lot. Barty, you can take full responsibility for this matter. I only need to get Harry. As for what method you use, I don't care, you know. Bellatrix couldn't sit still. She got up and said, Master, if you need, you can let Snape bring Potter out, and I will be in charge of receiving him. Even Dumbledore can't react. She didn't understand why Voldemort would use the most troublesome way to bring Harry out. Isn't that what Snape, an unreliable boy at first sight, used? Madness. Voldemort reprimanded. So frightened Bellatrix hurriedly fell to the ground, shivering. If Dumbledore was so easy to deal with, would I have fled from Hogwarts 3 years ago and been chased by him for so long? Bellatrix repeatedly agreed, saying that she was reckless. Voldemort sneered, mocking Dumbledore in his heart. Do you see it, Dumbledore? This is the consequence of your hiding, and these trash fish dare to look down on you. Only when the magic world shows its strength and spreads fear, these people will be afraid and will know how to respect. Seeing Bella deflated, Barty gave her a proud look and leaned over to Voldemort's side to please and said, Master, calm down. I actually have another idea. I could try to control Crouch with the Imperious Curse and let him sneak up on Harry and bring out some blood for you, so that it won't affect you if you get caught. In the words, Barty Jr. had no feelings for his father, as if he was talking about a chess piece that could be discarded at will. And Crouch, who had been standing there silently since entering the door, also flashed a trace of complexity in his eyes. This is his own son. Barty, I understand your loyalty very well, and Voldemort looked at Barty with relief. It's a pity that I have to do it myself. Didn't everyone say that a baby beat me? The Dark Lord? 35. Then I'll show them how vulnerable the so-called savior is to me without that woman's magic. 35. In the end, the killing intent in his tone caused the temperature in the entire living room to drop a lot. Voldemort is telling the truth, but that's only part of the reason. He naturally wants to prove that Harry is actually an ordinary wizard, not a savior or Dark King's nemesis. If Harry was killed under the guise of someone else, he would never have a chance to prove it. And another reason is that prophecy. Trelawney made the prophecy. He was born into a family that had defeated the Dark Lord 3 times. He was born in the 7th month. He had powers that the Dark Lord did not understand. They were either you or me, and only one survived. This prophecy was relayed to Voldemort by Snape, who was overheard. As the Dark Lord, Voldemort didn't believe in the so-called prophecy at first, so he chased down Neville's family and Potter's family frantically. Eventually, he found the Potters and killed James and Lily. But it was folded in Harry's hands. Since then, Voldemort has believed in this prophecy. He must kill Harry himself and break this prophecy. And little Barty didn't know this at all. He believed Voldemort's words with confidence, but he was a little worried about Voldemort's current state. Master, Harry is naturally vulnerable to you, but your current strength. Voldemort snorted coldly. Even if I haven't regained the power of the heyday, you don't have to worry about what a Hogwarts student can do to me. After he finished speaking, he silently added another sentence in his heart. Except for Alvin. He is also very afraid of Alvin, the little wizard who defeated him in the 1st grade. He is more like the son of prophecy than Harry. However, recently Alvin was fiddling with the magic web login device, and Voldemort also expressed disdain for it. In his opinion, Alvin does not pursue great strength, but instead puts his energy on these useless things. The final achievement is like that, and Ding Tion is the next Snape. Crabbe, Goyle, the 2 of you are going to bring back a few more wizards to live. 99. Hearing Voldemort's orders, Crabbe and Goyle nodded hurriedly. They have recently helped Voldemort capture several wizards to restore their strength. Although they were also worried that they would be discovered by the Ministry of Magic, if they did not fulfill Voldemort's orders, their fate would be even more tragic. So did Alvin, who sat alone in the corner, calculating silently in his heart. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it's the day of the Christmas ball. At this time, the lounge was like a fashion showroom, and everyone in it had changed out of their usual school uniforms and put on various dresses. All the little wizards who were about to participate in the dance changed their dresses early and waited for the opening of the dance in the lounge. Fleur, Cassandra, Autumn, Hermione, Luna. However, there are still mostly men, and the girls are still carefully dressed in the room. Alvin sighed silently. He was going to be the brightest cub again today. 1.0. Well, 5 people, at least 5 dances. Just as Alvin was thinking about whether he would break his waist tonight, the magic weave device vibrated twice. When he opened it, it turned out that it was Chio who told him that he didn't have to wait any longer, just go directly to Farong. Autumn will go to the dance later with Hermione and Luna. Alvin couldn't deny it either, got up, walked out of the lounge, and headed for Fosbarden's carriage. Heavy snow fell on the castle and the grounds. Alvin walked along the Black Lake, stepping on the snow and walking leisurely in the dark night. Due to the constant temperature spell, Alvin could not feel any cold at this time. Looking at Durmstrang's icy ship, he remembered another thing. Arya's expansion abroad was rejected by Alvin. The reason is very simple. The strong dragon does not overwhelm the local snake. What's more, without Alvin, the Arya family can't reach the level of a strong dragon. The internal forces of each country are intertwined. Arya can develop so well in England because of the escort of Alvin and Lockhart. If you go to Gaul or Prussia, you don't know how to die. 13. So Alvin told them not to act rashly, but to send some men with money to buy it. And Durmstrang has great influence in Prussia. If he can get the support of the school, then his tentacles can reach there. However, Alvin still dislikes Karkaroff, and he should wait until he asks the school to change a principal before thinking about it. After thinking all the way, he soon came to Bosbaten's carriage. Perhaps in order to match the festive atmosphere of Christmas, a few huge bells were hung on the light blue carriage, and a few Christmas trees were transplanted beside it. A shiny lucky star was placed on top, and the branches were wrapped with magic ribbons, and it looked like that. In fact, this is one thing that Alvin has never understood. Why do wizards celebrate Christmas like this spread by the Holy See? Aren't wizards and Christianity supposed to be mortal enemies? Every year at Christmas, Alvin thinks of this question, and he deliberately flipped through some materials, but he didn't get an answer. As if it was only natural for wizards to celebrate Christmas. Brother-in-law. Just when Alvin was distracted, Gabriel came out of the pumpkin carriage excitedly and jumped towards him. Alvin was afraid that the little lowly would fall and waved her to his side with a floating spell. Gabriel, where's your sister? Holding little lowly in his arms, Alvin looked at the door of the carriage, but he did not see the figure of Hibiscus. My sister is still putting on makeup. She said that she must amaze you. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Gabrielle looked at Alvin with a smirk and directly sold her sister, making Alvin dumbfounded. This little girl is so stupid, she doesn't look like Farong at all. Was Hibiscus also like this when she was a child? Looking at the time, it was nearly an hour before the dance started. Alvin was not in a hurry and played with Gabriel to build a snowman. Snowmen of different shapes gradually took shape as Alvin waved his wand, and the little lowly, who looked at them, clapped and applauded. And Farong finally showed up after 10 minutes. A long sky-blue dress made her concave and childish figure even more charming. The silver hair that was originally waist-length was twisted into a bun, giving Farong a more mature charm. If it appeared in Alvin's original world, it would definitely kill all the stars in seconds. Women are those who please themselves. Looking at Alvin's dazed eyes, Farong was secretly delighted, but on the surface, she gave him an angry look. Gabriel also gave up the snowman, ran to Farong and said enviously, "Sister is so beautiful." Farong rubbed her little head with a smile on her face. Gabriel will be more beautiful than my sister in the future. Really? Gabriel was even more happy after hearing this. Ahem. 35. Alvin pretended to cough and said to little Loli, Gabriel, you should go back to rest. Your sister and I are going to the dance. Hearing Alvin's words, Gabriel pouted and made a face at him. But she still got into the carriage very sensible and let Fleur and Alvin have a short two-person world. Alvin made a gentleman's salute and stretched out his right hand. Beautiful princess, let's go. 99. Farong also smiled and stretched out her jade-white palm slowly, put it on Alvin's hand, and said jokingly, Then, am I the most beautiful one? 55. A drop of cold sweat slowly appeared on his head. Alvin did not expect that Farong would give him a proposition at this time. Turning his head quickly, Alvin said impatiently, I don't know that, but you must be the brightest one tonight. His compliments also made Farong very useful, so he spared him this time. Holding Fleur's catkin, Alvin looked at her other hand still clutching the skirt, thinking a little. Farong's dress is a floor-length dress, although it is very suitable for her slender body, but it will undoubtedly be very inconvenient to walk to the auditorium. He waved his wand and attracted a gust of wind and slowly lifted the skirt, as if someone was helping Farong behind him, and Alvin nodded in satisfaction. The two walked towards the castle hand in hand. A circular protective cover wrapped the two, and the outside wind and snow would have any impact on them. Ju Shali Duo is cruel to every couple. He is accompanied by Chio and others, but Farong has been alone in Gaul. Since Farong was so happy, he made today's Farong the envy of everyone. Under Farong's suspicious eyes, he slowly stopped. For Farong, he still owes a lot. This semester may be the happiest time for Farong to know Alvin, because she can stay by his side for a long time. Looking at the moonlit sky and the brightly lit castle, Alvin made a decision in his heart. The girl's face was full of smiles. She had been looking forward to today's arrival a long time ago. Looking at her little face, Alvin felt the joy of Farong right now and sighed in his heart. Now she can dance with her lover at the ball, and she thinks everything is really wonderful. Raising his wand with a smile, Alvin looked at Fleur tenderly. Today is Christmas Eve. Let me give you a Christmas present in advance. Christmas gift? Farong was a little puzzled. Why did Alvin suddenly say this? The next moment, she just widened her eyes. Boom. The terrifying magic power bloomed from the top of the deviation wand, and the golden and red magic power beams shot up into the sky, covering the entire starry sky quickly. From the perspective of the ground, it seems that the sky is a chaos. And with Alvin waving his wand sharply, the chaos began to change. It was as if the sky and the earth had just opened, and the stars appeared. The stars that were much more dazzling just now seemed to be spinning slowly and quickly, and the stars were projected one after another at the feet of Farong. A full moon rose in the sky, and the much softer moonlight splashed on the two of them. Farong covered her mouth in disbelief. Does Alvin have the power to change the world? Woo! The neigh of unicorns cut through the night sky, and a chaotic sound of hooves sounded, and Celestia was running in the direction of Alvin with 3 other unicorns. Call. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief. This scene cost him a lot of magic. The starlight is the road, the sun and the moon are the crown, and the auspicious beasts are accompanied. Hibiscus, this is my Christmas present for you. Hearing Alvin's affectionate remarks, the original shocking mood instantly turned into moving, and tears quickly filled his 2 charming big eyes. She didn't say anything, and kissed Alvin hard with her fiery lips. And the 2 people made such a big movement. Naturally, the wizard in the castle has long been alarmed. Countless people witnessed Alvin's operation, and they were shocked when they saw that he made such a big battle just for the sake of Bomai people. Some people have already run out of the castle, wanting to see this rare picture more closely. Seeing the 2 people kissing passionately like the stars and the moon, the teeth that many girls have envied are going to be sour. Such a romantic scene is what these girls who are pursuing romance yearn for most. And this was done by the man himself, which pierced their hearts even more. He glanced resentfully at the equally stunned male partner beside him. How could they not meet such a good boy as Alvin? The boy's mood is more complicated. Brother, if you do this, how can we chase girlfriends in the future? Alvin has successfully raised the aesthetics of girls in several schools by himself. The little tricks that may have been useful in the past, now with his pearls in front, it is estimated that the girls will develop immunity. In Ravenclaw's bedroom, Cho and Luna were sitting together, looking out the window. What a nice view. Luna murmured something in a low voice, and got a roll of Cho's eyes. I also know how beautiful it is, but can you please not say it to break my heart? Feeling sour in his heart, Cho silently wrote it down in a small notebook for Alvin. Today is Fleur's home. She won't do anything if Alvin hadn't prepared a similar scene for her in the future. Then he is dead. Outside the castle, Fleur and Alvin were separated. The prolonged lack of oxygen made Fleur short of breath. She lay in Alvin's arms, her chest heaving constantly. Let's go in. A small voice came from Fleur's mouth. If she had known that there would be a dance party in a while, she really wanted to pull Alvin down into the woods now. Don't blame her for not being reserved. Alvin did a great job. He straightened Farong with a smile and helped her tidy up her messy dress. The two walked towards the castle surrounded by a few unicorns. It's a pity that Fury left with Violet and Nagini, and Alvin wanted to pull her out to support the scene. The little wizard's onlookers spontaneously gave way, and Colin Creevey held a camera and photographed it excitedly. Alvin glanced at him, didn't stop him, and asked Colin to save some pictures after the dance. Suddenly, Alvin sensed something, raised his head, and looked towards the 8th floor. 2 silver lights flashed in front of a window. Alvin knew that it was the direction of the principal's office and smiled at it, and then he didn't mean to ignore it. In the headmaster's room, Dumbledore stared at the bottom. He didn't care that Alvin found him, just a little doubt in his heart. Dumbledore would not believe that Alvin was unaware of his true purpose. He saw that Alvin attached great importance to the magic net register, but Alvin turned a blind eye to his obstruction. It was as if their relationship was still the same as before. Gaunt. What exactly are you trying to do? Contemplating in his heart, Dumbledore's mind was indeed a mess. There's been a lot of weird stuff going on lately. Harry becomes a warrior, Snape's personality changes, Alvin's weird reaction. Everything made the centenarian a little exhausted. With a sigh, Dumbledore also left the window, preparing to go downstairs to preside over the ball. The trick you just did is so cool. Can you teach me? Outside the oak gate, Harry was talking to Alvin in a low voice, and Ginny was crying with envy just now. If he could learn, would Ginny? Thinking about it, Harry's face unconsciously showed a wretched smile. Alvin took a few steps away from him in disgust. How could this person still bring YY? Glancing at the audience, he didn't see the figure of Cassandra, and he was a little curious about what kind of dress Cassandra would wear. But the crowd was a bit crowded, and Alvin and the others were standing at the front again, and he couldn't see the scene behind him. Suddenly, a green figure caught Alvin's attention. The slightly plump Ron looked like a toad in this dress. The door of the auditorium slowly opened, and the dance is about to begin. Alvin is also speechless. Why would anyone buy a dress in this color? I saw that Ron was competing with his own dress. The dark green dress looked like an old lady's long dress. Ron used a cutting spell to cut off the long back hem. Crench. 99. Beside Ron's female partner, Lavender Brown was also a little impatient. She urged Ron to get it done before the dance started, which made him even more in a hurry. Crench. 39. This makes the dress even more ugly. With the opening of the gate, the little wizards filed in excitedly. The auditorium is now more beautiful than ever. The walls were covered with gleaming silver frost, the ceiling was a splendid night sky, and hundreds of garlands hung. The 4 academy tables were gone, replaced by hundreds of small lantern-lit tables, each of which could hold a dozen people. A long red carpet leads from the entrance to the innermost guest of honor, with some wedding scene feel. All warriors come to the main stage. Your place is up front. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed in the auditorium, and Alvin took Fleur to the red carpet, and the other warriors followed behind them. For a while, the warriors on the red carpet became the focus of the entire auditorium. Alvin and Farong themselves are talented and beautiful, Plus, Alvin's starlight paved the way before, which made them attract countless attention and suppress the limelight of others. But Cassandra is also very noticeable because she has no dance partner by her side, and many people are secretly curious. Coming to the exclusive seat of the warriors, Alvin is on the left with Fleur, and on the right is Cassin 243 Della. Several other warriors silently compared the difference in appearance between themselves and them, and quietly chose another table. Even Harry felt that he might as well not bother Alvin to pick up girls. Looking at Cassandra in a light green dress, Alvin admitted that he had just made a mistake in Ron's judgment. It's not that this color can't work, it's that people can't do it. If Ron is a toad in a green dress, then Cassandra is a seductive witch. Alvin's unbridled eyes made Cassandra twist unnaturally, as if the other's gaze could give her a substantial touch. Fortunately, Alvin quickly recovered not only, otherwise she would be even more uncomfortable. "Miss Wally, this dress suits you very well." His compliment made Cassandra happy, but she still pretended to say casually on the surface, "You have won the prize, and I just chose one randomly. And don't call me Miss Worley, just call me Cassandra." 35. Alvin climbed up the pole. That line, Cass and Ba, Della, just call me Alvin from now on. Fleur on the side pinched him quietly and warned Alvin to be honest, which made him grin in pain. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations from the entrance of the auditorium. It turned out that Hermione and the others had arrived. Several girls in gorgeous dresses walked in arm, and they were so amazed that they made countless girls feel ashamed. Only Fleur and Cassandra next to Alvin can compare to the entire venue. A few of them sat at a round table in the corner. Although it was remote, it always attracted the boys to look at it secretly, and their female companions gritted their teeth in anger. But everyone knows the relationship between the girls and Alvin, and no one who doesn't have long eyes dares to come over. Alvin opened his palms, and a small phoenix guardian appeared, flew to Chio's side, and said something to her quietly. Then Chio looked towards Alvin, smiled, and shook his head. "What did you say to Chio?" Fleur was a little curious, and Cassandra on the side also looked at him. "I just asked them if they wanted to sit over, and the surroundings were empty anyway." He just felt that it was a little unfair for them to sit there. But since she didn't want to come over, it would be fine if he brought Farong over after the opening. Farong also understood this truth, and did not say anything more. Dumbledore and several referees came to the guest of honor. With a smile on his face, Crouch made a rare appearance. He walked with Bagman in a purple robe, glanced at Alvin, and then withdrew his eyes. Recently, Barty Jr. has completely let go of his guard against Crouch, thinking that his imperious curse is extremely reliable. As a result, Crouch brought a lot of information to Alvin, including the last conversation at Crab Manor, which he knew very well. If Alvin wanted to, he could have taken Voldemort out right now, but he wouldn't. With no waiters around, Dumbledore picked up a menu and said clearly, "Steak." The steak appeared immediately, and others suddenly realized that they followed suit, picking up the menu and choosing the food they wanted. Harry was a little fidgety, and Percy came too, eyes squinting this way when he saw that his partner was Ginny. He suddenly understood what Alvin meant when he said earnestly to him that he must be honest with Ginny and not have any other fuss. F***CK, he just added 6 uncles out of thin air. Even if George and Fred support him, he still has 5 hurdles to overcome. Thinking of this, he unconsciously looked at Alvin's table. His eyes almost didn't come out to him. Looking at the chocolate pudding on the hibiscus plate, Alvin's mouth widened. "Ah." Fleur put the pudding into Alvin's mouth amusingly, and carefully wiped the corner of his lips for him. Cassandra on the side was eating the fried fish on the plate with a blank expression. At this moment, she felt that she was so superfluous. Miss Wally can give it a try if she wants, and I'm sure Alvin won't refuse. Fleur provocatively said to her. She knew that Alvin would dance with Cassandra today, but Fleur absolutely did not believe Cassandra's words. This woman is greedy for Alvin's body. Cassandra was almost mad at this sentence. Looking at the smug Fleur, her brain became hot, and she actually forked a piece of fish and sent it to Alvin's mouth. It's just that she doesn't know that Cassandra now regrets that she was too impulsive. How could she do such an outrageous behavior? The fact that the two of them were about to fight gave Alvin a headache, and he wanted to shout out a word. You. One does not do the other endlessly. Cassandra directly looked at Fleur with a standard expression of disdain. Stop arguing, you are all my wings. Farong couldn't believe that this woman was so brave. But now that's the point. Wouldn't it be worse if she backed off now? But in the end, he still didn't have the courage. He could only appease a few words of Farong and tell a few cold jokes to confuse the matter. To make matters worse, Alvin subconsciously bit off the fish. The dinner lasted for nearly an hour, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, Dumbledore stood up slowly, attracting everyone's attention. Okay, guys, I think you're done enjoying this delicious meal, right? After speaking, he paused for a few seconds, and when no one spoke, he waved his wand and removed all the plates and remaining food. Next, hundreds of tables and chairs were pulled by him and flew to the wall, and they were automatically stacked together, leaving an open space in the middle. And against the right wall, Dumbledore turned into a high stage again. There was a drum set, a few guitars, and some instruments that Alvin didn't know. Today's special guests, the Weird Sisters, took to the stage together, and the audience burst into thunderous applause. Their hair was messy, and they wore tattered black robes that had been deliberately torn. The Weird Sisters are the top class in England's wizarding world, and every time they go to a place to hold a concert, they will set off a craze. Even some foreign wizards will specially run over to participate. But Alvin didn't care about them, and the style of these people was really killing Matt, which reminded him of the funeral love family that was all the rage in his previous life. Along with their performance, a melodious singing sounded in the auditorium, and the surrounding lanterns went out, leaving only the piece of pure land in the middle of the open space. Alvin knew it was their turn. Turning to look at Fleur, he bowed slightly and did a standard etiquette, inviting. Beautiful Miss Delacour, am I honored to dance with you? Farong handed her hand to Alvin with a smile at the corner of her mouth. With a slight effort, Alvin brought Farong to the center, and his other hand gently wrapped around the girl's slender waist. Accompanied by this dance song called Waltz, First Encounter, they stepped on brisk paces, and the two looked at each other. Just like the name of the dance music, both of them thought of the scene where they met for the first time. At first, Farong saw that Alvin had eyes, not eyes, and nose, and she wondered why she suddenly had a fiancé. And Alvin also ignored Farong's love and even wanted to cancel the engagement. Uffed. Fleur laughed suddenly, which made Alvin a little confused. Sticking to the girl's ear, Alvin's magnetic voice sounded. Why are you laughing suddenly? Feeling the heat coming from her ears, Farong felt a little weak. I just thought that you ignored Miss Bennet first and finally fell under Miss Ben's skirt. 99. Hearing Flirt's thunderous tone, Alvin was happy and said softly with a slight force on the hand around his waist. Would you like to see tonight who is down there? Farong blushed suddenly, and even her fair neck was slightly red. After a slight hesitation, he made a soft hum like a mosquito. Seeing that Farong agreed, Alvin's heart was also overjoyed. After raising the cabbage for so long, I can finally eat one. At the end of the song, Fleur and Alvin left the dance floor and returned to their original positions. Their Cassandra was still waiting for him. Farong rolled her eyes at Alvin. She knew that tonight was her first and last dance. Who keeps your boyfriend so busy? But she is not angry. She is very satisfied today, not to mention. At night, Alvin was hers alone. When Alvin took Cassandra to the stage again, many people were surprised. They did not expect that the two warriors could share a dance partner. What is this operation? However, Alvin and Cassandra did not care about the character of others' eyes, and their expressions did not change in the slightest. It's just that Cassandra was still a little nervous, and her palms were sweating slightly. Although she has been trained in noble etiquette since she was a child, it is natural to dance and so on. But it was the first time to dance with a boy. Thinking of how Fleur and Alvin were intimate just now, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. This time, the Weird Sisters changed a very cheerful track flamingo, chasing and wandering, trying to bring the atmosphere on the field. Intensive and high-speed drum beats, mixed with organ music, played passionate movements. Alvin keenly sensed that Cassandra was very nervous and could not keep up with his pace. Seeking flowers.0. Suddenly, Cassandra stepped out of step and stepped on Alvin's foot. Losing her focus, she fell directly on Alvin's body and her face was attached to it. Alvin was stunned, but he didn't expect that there would be benefits to dancing. Is this a sticker with Sister Ka? Cassandra hurriedly stood up and looked at Alvin embarrassedly. But Alvin didn't care at all. Instead, he comforted. Don't be nervous. Just treat me like a puppet. I won't do anything to you. The witty words made Cassandra laugh uncontrollably, and most of the nervousness disappeared. Under the guidance of Alvin, the pace of the two became more and more tacit, forming a sharp contrast with the two groups next to Harry and Crumb. Fleur had come to Chio's side, and at this time several women gritted their teeth and looked at Alvin and Cassandra in the middle. This vixen is definitely here to grab a man. 95. Astoria stomped her feet angrily. She hadn't succeeded yet, so why did another jump out? And Alvin made Cassandra laugh a few times. Why are you so skilled? At this time, Alvin listened to the music, and the nature also increased a lot. In that game in his previous life, Flamingo, Chase and Walk was a very classic song, and I didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to dance once in reality. The most important thing is, he actually danced with Sister Ka. The pace gradually became faster, and Alvin and Cassandra danced more and more elegantly. The light wind lifted Cassandra's skirt, and the light rotation made her look like a flower butterfly. The Weird Sisters were also very surprised when they saw their performance, and tried to adjust the rhythm of the music to match their dance. Professor Flitwick even waved his wand and extinguished the excess candles, leaving Alvin and Cassandra the only focus of the audience. At the end of the song, thunderous applause broke out in the auditorium, and they came out of that wonderful state, nodded to the crowd, and left the dance floor. When Alvin and several warriors stepped off the stage, the dance officially began. Dumbledore and Madame Maxime were waltzing, and Dumbledore was a dwarf compared to her. Although the two seem to be very incongruous, the dance steps are very elegant. Sirius was dancing the two-step dance with Professor Sinista, and I didn't know what he said, making Professor Sinista giggle. And Professor McGonagall was actually attending the dance with Neville. At this time, Professor McGonagall frowned frequently because Neville stepped on her foot, which frightened Neville. Alvin walked over to Hermione and the others, picked up a glass of pumpkin juice, and poured it down. Seeing Chio and the others' strange eyes, he was a little puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Hermione sneered. 243. Can't we see what the lover looks like? Alvin smiled embarrassingly. He knew it was the little witches who were jealous. I just watched her a little nervous and comforted a few words. 55. No one believed his explanation, and Astoria jumped out and sarcastically said, "Did she comfort her in her arms? We even saw her kiss you." Alvin was speechless. It was just a matter of angle. Cassandra never kissed him, just her lips touched his cheek. But he knew that a few little witches wouldn't believe it, so he simply didn't explain it. Reaching out and pinching Astoria's pretty face, Alvin said puzzledly, "Why are you here? Doesn't it mean that only 4th grade students can participate? Did someone invite you?" Speaking of this, Astoria is very proud. "I told Professor Snape that I was your dance partner, and he allowed me to participate." Alvin scanned the room and saw Snape from across the auditorium. At this moment, he and Lily floating in the air were staring at Harry and Ginny on the dance floor. Lily looked relieved, not knowing what she was talking about with Snape. A female professor of Ilvermorny also came to their side and invited Snape to dance together, but he was indifferently rejected. The professor left with an expression of regret. Alvin couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect Snape to be quite popular now. Seeing how close he is to Lily now, Alvin thinks he should take Lily down soon. Enough rest, Alvin also started the next task. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. He needs to accompany Chio and the others to dance a dance quickly. In the next period of time, he became the most beautiful cub in the audience. Every dance, Alvin will change a partner. With every partner is the most beautiful girl in the auditorium. This makes some boys' envious teeth fall out. Why do all the good-looking girls run into Alvin's arms? The little wizards of Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons were even more sad, and their academy flower was also abducted by Alvin. At the request of Astoria Sapper, Alvin also danced the last dance with her and slipped out of the auditorium with Fleur. The two came to the small garden at the back door of the auditorium, and the atmosphere in the hall was a little too hot. Alvin didn't control the temperature around him, letting the cool breeze blow on them. Roses appeared out of season in the garden. The light of the fairy flickered on it, surrounded by low bushes, and a grove could be reached along the secluded path. At this time, many couples have also appeared here, and Alvin pulled Hibiscus to sit on a bench beside the fountain. Looking at the shadowy grove in the distance, Alvin found that there are many impatient wild mandarin ducks that have started something that cannot be written. Although Furong's eyesight was not as good as Alvin's, she was keenly aware of this ambiguous atmosphere. Mr. Gaunt. A sharp female voice came from behind, and Fleur turned her head to find that it was Rita Skeeter. At this time, Skeeter walked over to Alvin with a flattering smile on his face. "Long time no see, Mr. Gaunt. You still look so noble and handsome." Alvin glanced at her, didn't answer, instead asked her why she came here indifferently. That's it. Rita Skeeter didn't care about Alvin's attitude at all. "Our Daily Prophet will have an exclusive interview with several principals, and I'm here today for this." Alvin nodded. He had no interest in this. However, Rita Skeeter was very enthusiastic about taking out the manuscript and wanted Alvin to help her correct it, but Alvin refused. "Write whatever you want as long as it doesn't have anything to do with the people around me." His remarks also made Rita Skeeter completely relieved, and she took a few steps back cautiously and bowed slightly before turning around and leaving. "Why is she so afraid of you?" Furong looked at the back that fled a little and said suspiciously, although Rita just showed respect. But Furong could clearly see that when she was talking to Alvin, her hands were shaking. "Didn't I tell you last time? She just respected me too much." Alvin runs the train with his mouth full, and only he knows the real situation. But I have to say that the Cruciatus that reaches the level of the 5th level is really easy to use. Suddenly, Alvin's eyes stopped in a corner of the woods. His face became strange, and Furong followed his gaze. His heartbeat accelerated. There, two figures, one tall and one short, overlapped together. It was obvious that they were working hard for the future of the magic world. At this time, Furong was in a turmoil. Alvin was so absorbed in watching 1.0. Does he also want to be here? Two-line operation, time management. Gently blocking Furong's waist, Alvin also took her away from this place of 4 battles. It's been a long night, and there are more important things to do. After telling Furong about her findings, the little witch stared at him in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe it was true. Are the little wizards playing so much now? In fact, the reason why he was so fascinated by it was because he had just seen the girl among the two who had just rushed over from the arms of another boy. Can't be offended. Can't be offended. Fleur's voice pulled Alvin's thoughts back, and he quickly understood that Fleur had misunderstood. No, I can't be here. Christmas is the 2nd day of the dance. Everyone was up late, and the Ravenclaw lounge was much quieter than in the days before. Xiao and Luna are playing stickman fights with the login device. Recently, there have been a lot of small games on the Magic Net login device, which is enough for them to pass the time. Alvin yawned and sat next to Luna, his head still a little bit. Seeing him like this, Xiao was a little puzzled. "Didn't you come back to sleep early yesterday?" Alvin blushed, and it was too late to toss with Fleur last night, and Fleur didn't sneak back to Beauxbatons' dormitory until it was almost dawn in the morning. The mixed-race veela was so terrifying that it almost made Alvin unable to get out of bed. The garbage system also doesn't give him some bonuses for improving his fitness. The improvement brought by Avalon alone is more than enough to deal with the hibiscus, but there are also Autumn, Hermione, Luna, Nagini. Wait, something strange seems to have gotten in. Shaking his head, Alvin replied, "I woke up early in the morning to unwrap the presents. There are too many presents this year." When he came to the bedroom from the suitcase at 13 in the morning, he was taken aback. The originally small bedroom was almost flooded with packages. Gifts from all over the world took Alvin 2 hours to sort out, and he put aside many unsigned packages. Wait until you have time to take it apart and play. Chio didn't think much of it, and after playing 2 games with Luna, the three went to the auditorium for lunch. Today's auditorium has been restored to its original appearance, and it does not have the lofty feeling of yesterday. After seeing Alvin, the twins and Harry got together. "Dear, thank you for your gift, people like it." Fred pretended to be shy, looking at Alvin with disgust. One kick ticked the sick Fred away, and Alvin looked at him with disgust. "Can you be normal?" George nodded solemnly. "Yes, Fred, I just said that if Alvin doesn't do this, you shouldn't learn from Parkinson's." Pansy Parkinson is a Slytherin girl and Malfoy's childhood sweetheart. After Malfoy gave her the gift yesterday, she was in such a pose that she almost vomited Alvin. The real Pansy is not as good-looking as in the movie, and his face is full of freckles. Showing her buck teeth when she speaks makes people want to smash her mouth. The twins just left after a while of fighting, and they came to thank Alvin for giving them the magic web register. After the matter is finished, it will naturally go away. Alvin also valued their creativity when he gave them the logger, and he also gave them a set of magic web program compilation tutorials. Just want George and Fred to be the first programmers in the wizarding world. He didn't want to develop any functions in the future, which would be a waste of time and inefficient. Harry didn't leave together, he said angrily. "Alvin, did you see today's paper?" Alvin shook his head, took a newspaper that Harry handed over, opened it, and it turned out to be the news created by the woman Rita Skeeter. The article points out that Dumbledore hired dangerous people like Sirius and Hagrid as professors at Hogwarts. Although Sirius has been cleared of his crimes, no one knows whether he is still mentally normal after being locked up in Azkaban for so long. Hagrid is even more dangerous because he is a half-giant and a student who was expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year. Although Dumbledore did not mention it once in the article, he pointed the finger at him implicitly and implicitly. Alvin shook his head. This woman really wanted to die. That is, Dumbledore had a good temper, otherwise he would offend a strong man like this. Rita Skeeter's gravegrass was already 3 feet tall. Harry, what he said was the truth. Nothing made up. Hagrid was indeed a half-blood giant. Harry panicked. But why did she say it? Did she know how much damage it would do to Hagrid? He didn't mention Sirius, because Harry knew that Sirius would not be affected by such news. Hagrid was different. The big man was very vulnerable. But you can't stop people from seeing the truth, can you? 35. Alvin's words made him speechless, and he knew it was the truth. Harry, who was just too worried about his friends, didn't think about this layer. Alvin looked at him and shook his head helplessly. "Harry, instead of worrying about Hagrid, you should worry about yourself." "Myself?" Harry looked at him in confusion. "Golden egg." Alvin reminded, even more speechless, when he saw that Harry didn't respond. "You forgot the clue to the 3rd game, the golden egg." Harry just realized that, yes, the 3rd project is going to start in February, and he still doesn't know what it is for them to do. Since the last time he was pitted by Alvin, his golden egg has long been lost. Looking at the back of Harry leaving in a hurry, Alvin came to Ravenclaw's table and ate a few casually. After eating, he did not accompany Chio and the others, but brought some exquisite food and went to Bosbaton's carriage. Hibiscus can be said to be severely damaged, at this time not only need nutritional supplements, but also need his presence. Sure enough, after watching 243 and the arrival of Alvin, Farong was also overjoyed, happily eating the food he brought one by one. And Alvin also talked to her about the 3rd game. When she heard that they needed to go to Black Lake to save people, Farong was in a bad mood. Are they crazy? Let's get into the water in February. What if something goes wrong with Gabriel? She is not worried about herself, but about her sister. Gabriel is only 8 years old. If something goes wrong in the Black Lake. Don't worry. Alvin took Farong into his arms and comforted. I will continue to pay attention to Gabriel during the game, and if there is any problem, I will immediately take action. Hearing what he said, Farong kissed her affectionately. If it wasn't for the discomfort of the body, it is estimated that the two would have to exercise again after meals. If Harry and the others know this, they will definitely vomit blood. Alvin is a real dog. Hearing Alvin's assurance that Farong was relieved, She raised her head and looked at Alvin with sparkling eyes. Although February in London is not terribly cold, the water in the lake must still be freezing cold. Of course not, Alvin said without hesitation. I didn't tell the warriors at our school. I was just chatting with my fiancée. 5. Is it not cheating when you tell me the information for the next game? After Christmas, the new semester begins. Time flies like an accelerator. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-February. In the past month or so, the warriors of each school have had a very fulfilling life. Not only do they have to compete in Quidditch, but also duel, and they have to study the secrets of the golden egg. Everyone is so busy and confused that they can't wait to have a time converter. One of the most uncomfortable is the golden egg. Many people have been studying for a long time, but their ears are almost deaf, and they still haven't found anything. Harry was one of them, and this kind of brainstorming wasn't his forte. So, he used a skill that he had gradually learned since entering school. Hug the thigh. Alvin, you can't just die. 99. In a classroom, Harry sat on the ground, hugged the speechless Alvin's thigh, and pleaded repeatedly. Riding a horse. Isn't this savior style a bit crooked? Just after potions class ended, Harry mysteriously pulled Alvin here. At first, he thought Harry was trying to say something important, but as soon as he entered the room, Harry knelt directly to him. Co-authoring with too many people outside. You can't use it, right? 99. Hearing Alvin's sarcasm, Harry shook his head forcefully, as if he had not heard it. I'm just afraid that you will give me a hint to be known by others, and it will not affect you well. 99. With you, is this still good for me? An old trough stuck in his throat, and he didn't vomit unpleasantly, and he completely swallowed it. Why don't you go to Professor Snape? Hearing Alvin's question, Harry was overjoyed. He knew that this was almost done, and hurriedly said, I went to Snape. He took the golden egg and gave it back to me 2 days later. He left me the word mermaid, and said nothing else. 35. You don't know what he means? Alvin looked at Harry in surprise. Snape's hint was so obvious. Do you want him to tell you the answer directly? But I don't know where to go to learn the language of the mermaid. Harry's face showed bitterness. The pain of being a scumbag. They wouldn't understand. Go to the third bookshelf on the right side of the library and find the book, Detailed Explanation of Ancient Athenian Magical Creatures. There is an introduction to the mermaid language on the top. This book is enough for you to clear the level. 35. Alvin didn't tell Harry that all the problems were solved by putting it in the water, because he thought it was too simple, so he added a back door to the golden egg to fix the bug. Even if the golden egg was placed in the water, they could hear the same high-pitched sound. Harry would have liked Alvin to tell him the answer directly, without the hassle. But Alvin ignored him at all and turned around and walked out of the classroom. In the Gryffindor lounge, Harry was holding the golden egg, mumbling something to himself. The little wizards around looked at him from time to time, for fear that Harry accidentally opened the golden egg and caused another tragedy. Ron, what do you think is the baby I miss the most? Raising his head, Harry suddenly said to Ron, who was playing chess with Seamus. Ron pondered for a moment and said very confidently, Firebolt. You can't wait to sleep with Firebolt every night. 35. Firebolt. Ron suddenly thought of something and excitedly leaned over to him and said in a low voice, Do you know the clues in this golden egg? Harry nodded and said softly, We're going to take your most unwilling treasure. You only have an hour, and after an hour there's no hope. He's gone forever, never to appear. 39. Cool, Ron exclaimed. How did you decipher this thread? Harry was a little embarrassed to say that, and he ran to the library and flipped through the book Alvin was talking about. For 3 full hours, he didn't read a word. Later, he had an idea and handed the news to Cedric, who only took 2 days to decipher the content above. And the one who reciprocated also told Harry. So someone is going to steal your firebolt, and you have to find them within an hour and get the firebolt back. Ron's analysis made Harry nod in agreement, and he thought so too. Why do you use your brains to tell you such a simple clue in the language of a mermaid? Hermione's voice startled the two of them, and behind the stacks of tall books, the little witch stuck her head out. She heard what the two of them said just now, and Hermione didn't want to pay attention, but the more Ron said it, the more outrageous she was, and she couldn't bear it anymore. After all, Harry was representing Hogwarts and Gryffindor, and Hermione, who had a sense of collective honor, didn't want to lose face to her own house. Hermione's serious expression reminded Harry and Ron of Professor McGonagall subconsciously, and neither of them dared to breathe. 66 According to Hogwarts, a school history, a group of mermaids lived in the depths of the Black Lake in the school. According to the introduction of fantastic creatures and where to find them, other than here, the closest mermaid activity to Hogwarts is Birmingham, 800 kilometers away. Hermione talked eloquently and was taken aback by what Harry and Ron said. So, I think the second game should be all the warriors diving into the Black Lake to find something stolen by the mermen, and you only have an hour. Harry nodded, as expected of Miss Know-It-All, Alvin's little girlfriend. Hermione's statement sounds much more reliable than Ron's. So, how do I stay in the water for so long? Harry quickly realized what the biggest challenge was this time. Not to mention staying in the water for an hour, he can't even swim. In the past, when he was at Uncle Vernon's house, he would not have the conditions to learn to swim, but Dolly did learn to swim, and when he came back, he often boasted to him how good he was. But Harry felt that Dolly's physique came with a swimming ring, and he could float naturally without having to learn it at all. When he came to the magic world, he never thought about swimming, and he couldn't finish learning the magic spell. Who has the time to learn this? In addition, Harry didn't know whether the firebolt was waterproof or not, and he only hoped that the staff would take this into account when the time came. And Hermione saw that they had found the right direction, so she didn't say anything and turned to go about her own business. A few days passed in a flash, and soon it was time to hold the third game, and the students in the castle were also excited. Harry was fidgeting at the long table in Gryffindor. He searched the library over the past few days and finally found a few ways to make wizards move underwater. After screening, it was found that only a few of them could be used by him, and the others either had high requirements for materials or had certain requirements for the wizard's magic spell attainments. In the end, he also, like the original, chose Gil's weed as the last resort. Snape was very happy and handed the thing to him, and also introduced the dosage and precautions in detail. In order to cooperate with it, Harry took the risk of catching a cold to swim a few laps in the Black Lake these days. Although he was not proficient, he could finally control the direction of his swimming. Logically speaking, everything is ready, and he shouldn't be so nervous. But just like Shueba is still nervous before exams, it's an instinct. Harry looked at Ravenclaw's long table subconsciously, wanting to ask Alvin for some more information. Well, he knows it's a bit shameful, but he's used to it, and being scolded by Alvin isn't a big deal. It's a pity that he didn't find Alvin's figure, so he could only sigh regretfully and eat the oatmeal in front of him. And what is Alvin doing? He had come to the outside of Bose Baton's carriage and had come quietly, without telling Fleur. Today he is responsible for bringing the most precious treasures of several warriors, the most important people to them, to Dumbledore. After the people are all together, they will be brought to the lake to be resettled. Now he's here to pick up Gabriel. Brother-in-laws. He didn't wait long when Madame Maxime appeared in front of him with Gabriel. Little Loli jumped up when he saw him, and the twin ponytails swayed behind his head. Gabriel, don't be afraid. Fleur will go back to pick you up in a while. 99. Alvin greeted Maxim and comforted little Loli, who knows that Gabriel doesn't mean to be afraid at all. Gabriel believes that my sister will definitely find it, so Gabriel is not afraid. 5. Seeing the little guy like this, Alvin was relieved. Then, he went to pick up the hostages of several other warriors. Krumm's hostage is his dance partner, Padma Patil, Alvin's classmate. Because of Alvin, Krumm in this world dare not have any thoughts about Hermione. When he found Padma Patil to express his intentions, she was very excited, but she did not expect that she would have the opportunity to show her face in addition to the dance. Before leaving, he also put on makeup, saying that he must appear beautifully in front of everyone and let Alvin hold his forehead for a while. And Harry's treasure was still Ron. In order to avoid trouble, Alvin knocked Ron unconscious and took him away. The last one he was in charge of was Cedric's treasure, and this time it was an accident, because Cedric's treasure was Professor Sprout? Looking at the smiling head of Hufflepuff in front of him, Alvin's jaw almost dropped. You, Alvin stammered. He didn't know what to say now. Why, can I be a hostage? Sprout looked at Alvin and found it very interesting. What needs to be done? Do we have to duel, and then I will be defeated by you and taken away? 35. The Hufflepuff Dean looked very excited, eager to fight him. Alvin's cold sweat, is about to come down, and I don't know who decides the candidate. It's really too much to play. Don't bother, just come with me, and Professor Dumbledore will take care of the rest. When Professor Sprout heard that he didn't mean to fight, he shook his head regretfully. Alvin really didn't expect that this professor with a very good reputation would have such a lively side. Along the way, the two also chatted a lot about herbalism, and Sprout was a little dissatisfied with the rare herbalism posts on the forum. But Alvin can't do anything about it either. In the magic world, there are really few people who study herbal medicine. This is not something he can change. After sending people to a special waiting room, Alvin also entered Dumbledore's office. Professor, someone has brought it to you. Do you want to inspect the goods? After finishing speaking, Alvin always felt that this was strange. How could it mean kidnapping? Dumbledore didn't feel anything wrong and nodded to him. Thank you for your hard work, Gaunt, and I will trouble you to take care of the safety of the hostages underwater. 99. There was a sense of alienation in the words, and Alvin didn't care. He waved his hand and left the office. The time for the game was at noon, which was also the referee team, considering that the weather was still a little cold, and deliberately chose it at the warmest time of the day. Next to the Forbidden Forest, when the students were in class in the morning, the staff of the Ministry of Magic temporarily built an arc-shaped auditorium. At this time, many little wizards have come here, and the rows of seats are full of people. Several live balls are also floating in the sky, which will form a three-dimensional projection for the audience to watch. Sounds loud. Listen, everyone. Our warriors are in place, and in the morning, we have taken their most precious treasure, and the warriors have an hour to retrieve them from the Black Lake. 5. Harry and the other warriors walked towards a table covered with a golden tablecloth, and Ludo Bagman acted as the host, beckoning to them with a smile, pointing his wand to his throat. A projection appeared in the sky at the right time, and the audience could see the sleeping hostages being tied up by the mermaid guards. The eyes of the audience were focused on him, and everyone was curious about what the project was today. When Farong saw Gabrielle in the picture, a worried look appeared on her face, and she wished she could go into the water to rescue her now. Don't worry, Fleur. Alvin comforted. I have cast a protective spell on Gabrielle. She will not be in any danger. 5. Fleur nodded. She naturally trusted Alvin very much. There was a sudden burst of noise from the audience. It turned out that Professor Sprout happened to appear on the screen. The little wizard of Hufflepuff's eyes widened, and their dean was actually taken away. Even Cedric was stunned when he saw it, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He respects his dean very much, so it's not wrong to say that Professor Sprout is his most precious treasure. And the next figure made everyone laugh, and the laughter startled the countless birds in the Forbidden Forest nearby. Harry also stayed in Bungboo. Why is Ron my hostage? Why not Ginny? All male warriors' hostages are females, except for him. In the stands, Ginny's face was also solemn. It turns out that her opponents are not only those girls who covet Harry, but also her own brother? Brother, don't force me to be cruel. Ginny's body exuded waves of invisible black mist, which made the little witches beside her tremble. Okay, you've got 5 minutes to get ready. Be on time in 5 minutes. After Ludo Bagman said the last paragraph, he sat down in his seat, and the warriors also began to prepare. Everyone either cheated or relied on their own efforts to know today's task, so they all came prepared. Fleur took off her jacket, revealing her close-fitting swimsuit, and Alvin's eyes lit up. As expected of Farong, wearing a swimsuit is so hot. He quickly waved his wand, and a mass of holy light enveloped Farong's figure. He didn't want other people to see such a beautiful scenery. Farong smiled when she saw the holy light on her body and was very happy that Alvin cared about herself so much. Blown a kiss to Alvin, who was sitting on the referee's bench, and she was going to reward her fiancé well when she came back. Immediately, Farong used a local deformation technique on herself, turning her lower body into a fish body, and cast a bubble head spell on her. With an elegant leap, he entered the Black Lake like a mermaid. Crumb and Fabian both used transfiguration, learning from Fleur, and they want to transform themselves into a shark. But the final result was not very successful, barely half the success. They all turned into shark heads, which looked very ugly, but it was enough to move underwater. Ford of Ilvermorny gave a smug smile, and he cast the flying charm, and soon a large box flew out from the car not far away. When he took out the contents and put it on his body, many young wizards born in wizard families didn't know what it was. It's scuba. Muggles use them to breathe freely in the water. Colin Creevey explained loudly that this was the solution to other people's confusion. But they all booed, expressing their dissatisfaction with Ford. The warriors should compete on their mastery of magic and the use of knowledge. This kind of trick is really not on the table. Principal Fontana, your students really keep up with the times. 39. Karkaroff sprayed venom in his mouth, obviously very dissatisfied with this almost cheating behavior. Although the other referees didn't say much, they had already made up their minds that some points would be deducted when grading. Fontana's face was also ugly. Yesterday, he specifically asked Ford if he was ready, and Ford swore to reassure him. Is this a shame to reassure him? He didn't speak, but looked at Cassandra, which was the hope of their school. And Cassandra did not disappoint Fontana. She took out a bottle of water-repellent medicine, which could allow her to isolate water from her body for a certain period of time. After drinking the potion in the bottle, Cassandra walked briskly into the Black Lake without even changing her robes. The lake also seemed to have encountered obstacles and avoided Cassandra one after another, keeping a slight distance from her. Harry took a deep breath, took out the sausage grass, poured it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. The strange smell almost made him vomit, but he was forcibly restrained. Suddenly, there was a sharp knife-like pain on the sides of his neck, and Harry quickly grabbed his throat with both hands, and he felt 2 long cracks. After diving headlong into the water, Harry felt that he could breathe freely, which was a wonderful feeling. 4 flowers, a 0. Good. Our warriors have used all kinds of methods, and now they're all in the water. Bagman's voice echoed in this area, and he pointed to the projection with his finger. At present, Miss Delacour is the most advanced. She has got rid of Grindillo and moved towards the deep water area. Alvin stared at Fleur on the screen and shook his head. This time, in order to prevent the warriors from taking other people's hostages, all the hostages were divided into 4 groups, and the hostages of each school were in different directions. Anne Fleur's current direction belongs to Ilvermorny's side. Alvin looked at a girl on the screen, who looked ordinary. 0. He also paid more attention only because it was Cassandra's hostage. After all, there are very few friends who can be friends with Sister Ka. Just now, Cassandra was a little anxious when she saw this girl appearing on the projection. Oh my God, Bagman exclaimed. Mr. Ford's scuba was destroyed by a giant squid, which also means that his underwater activity time will be cut in half. Seeing Ford's tragic situation, many little wizards applauded. This is the end of cheating. Others were like headless flies in the school. Only Cedric chose the right direction, which made people feel that he was lucky. But picking the right direction doesn't mean they'll be successful. There are also many dangers in the Black Lake. Grindillo is just an appetizer, and there are many giant squid in the lake. In addition, the very poor visibility is also a huge challenge, and all the warriors are constantly lighting their way with fluorescent flashes. Even so, they could only see clearly the situation within 10 meters ahead. Alvin almost laughed when he watched Harry in the picture fight Grindillo first, then the giant squid, and finally fled from the hands of the 2 Murlocs. How bad is this luck that he has touched all 3 NPCs once, and looking at the direction he is heading, there should be a few mermaids in front of him. Alvin could only cheer for Harry silently for 2 seconds at his heart, and then went to observe Fleur's condition. Time passed by a little bit, and the game has been going on for nearly half an hour. At this time, no warrior has managed to find his hostage, But the audience is not a little impatient. Watching these people and the creatures in the lake battle wits and courage with the environment is also a very good novelty. Finally, Cedric got rid of a group of water snakes and came to a rock pile. In the middle of the stone pile is a towering statue of a mermaid, to which Professor Sprout and Ron are tied. Four Murlocs suddenly swam out from behind the statue. They were very ugly, and they were holding steel forks. They looked at Cedric vigilantly and let out a loud howl as a warning. Pass out. Fractured. Release the power. Pulling out his wand, Cedric took the lead in attacking. Due to the fact that he was in the water at 260, the flying speed of the spell was very slow. Several consecutive spells just knocked 2 Murlocs flying, and the rest were all dodged. Seeing the seaweed floating around with the current, Cedric had an idea and aimed at the seaweed with his wand. They turned them into hemp ropes and unexpectedly controlled the mermaid. Then, without threat, he turned a stone into a knife and easily cut the rope trapped on Sprout. Be the first warrior to return home. However, because he was alone, Cedric was more cautious when he returned. If he encountered danger again, he would not be able to deal with it. The audience applauded when they saw his series of wonderful operations. Hufflepuff's little wizard was the happiest. It seemed that Cedric would soon be able to win the first place in this project. Unlike his smooth situation, the oxygen in Ford's scuba was already low, and after swimming with all his strength, he still found no trace of the hostage. Looking at the last bit of oxygen in the scuba, he could only reluctantly surface and announced that he would give up this game. When walking past the referee's bench, Ford lowered his head and didn't even look at his principal. He guessed right, and at this time Fontana was already cursing in his heart. At the beginning, I was blind to choose this kind of waste to be a warrior, and I wasted a place in vain. Not only did both projects remain unfinished, but the duel of warriors that had been fought twice was also lost. If he can, he really wants Ford to retire directly, don't lose face. Several other warriors did not know that someone had withdrawn, and they were still trying to find their own goals. Cedric became the first person to complete the task. When he carried Professor Sprout to the shore, he also showed a happy smile on his face. This time, he finally won Harry once. After losing to Harry in the last duel, he had been holding back the energy in his heart, and now it can be regarded as exalted. In the next 10 minutes, both Fleur and Harry successfully found their hostages and entered the return journey. Another Beau's Batons girl is also heading in the right direction. Only Durmstrang and Cassandra remained lost in the endless lake. Alvin finds that Cassandra seems to be a bit of a lunatic. She's been circling an area several times. Crumb and Fabian have encountered a sea monster. This is the most dangerous animal in the lake. Bagman's exclamation startled everyone, and they all looked up at the live broadcast belonging to Crumb. In the picture, he and Fabian are confronting a monster whose head is a horse and a fish. Crumb couldn't help taking the lead. His heart was very impatient. Cedric had a face-to-face with them when he was on his way back. And he also counted the time silently in his heart, knowing that the time left for himself was running out. Break to pieces. Crumb wanted to use a powerful spell to persuade him to quit, but he forgot one thing. At this time, he was still wearing a shark head, so he couldn't chant the spell at all. And the horsehead fishtail sea monster pointed at by the wand was also provoked by Crumb's action and rushed straight over. Perhaps it was because he had no brains now. Crumb was simply chirurgy. Seeing that his wand didn't work, he rushed up with his fists. At the beginning, I was able to fight the sea monster a few times, but soon I was beaten by the faster and more powerful sea monster and couldn't find the north. If it hadn't been for Fabian to see that the situation was bad, he would have pulled up Crumb and ran. It is estimated that he will be the second player to retire. This is a foul. Why is this monster only in my school? 35. Karkaroff on the referee's bench shouted angrily, but Dumbledore was unmoved and explained in a very calm tone. The danger to all people in the Black Lake is unknown, and I cannot guarantee that they will be treated the same. It's just that I didn't expect the students of your school to be so brave that they would fight sea monsters hand to hand. 99. Several other referees also smiled, which made Karkaroff's face very ugly. Finally, Fleur, Harry, and Brittany also reached the finish line one after another. With a wave of Alvin's wand, the water vapor on Fleur and Gabriel evaporated, and 2 large robes flew around them. Looking at the sleeping Gabriel, Alvin gently took it and hugged it in his arms and said to Fleur, "She will wake up in a while. This is Dumbledore's sleeping curse." Nodding slightly, Fleur also sat beside Alvin, resting her head on his arm. More than an hour of high-intensity exercise also made her extremely tired. "Which number am I?" "Second. Only Cedric is ahead of you. 35. Cassandra seems to be lost. Look at the projection. 359. With a poochie, Farong laughed out, with a gloating expression on her face. 1.0 took the juice from Alvin, and she cared about her grades. She and Cassandra are both rivals and rivals in love, and Fleur is naturally very happy to see her unlucky. At this time, an accident happened. Cassandra's face on the screen changed, and the lake water that had no contact with her gradually drowned her. The water-repellent medicine is ineffective. That woman hasn't come back yet? She was a little surprised. Alvin knew who Fleur was talking about, raised his chin, and said. In the projection, Cassandra scurried like a headless fly, getting further and further away from the correct position. In the Black Lake, Cassandra frowned and cruised at the bottom of the lake, trying to find the trace of her friend Ivy. She felt that she was too reckless today. Finding 2 Murloc strongholds in a row was not where Ivy was. As a result, when going to the next stronghold, he stumbled into a deep pit at the bottom of the lake, and has yet to find an exit. Cassandra wasn't worried about Ivy's safety. She was smart enough to know that the professors and referees wouldn't really let the hostages disappear after an hour. The most depressing thing for her now is that her performance must have been seen by all the audience outside. It's such a shame to look so bad as a young lady, especially. Alvin must have seen it too. The more she thought about it, the more irritable she became. Cassandra waved her wand and kept flashing fluorescent lights, trying to see farther. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her shoulders, and when she looked down, a few drops of lake water had soaked her robe. Cassandra's complexion changed, which was a precursor to the failure of the water-repellent medicine. Above the lake, Alvin, who had been laughing with Fleur, also discovered Cassandra's abnormality. In the picture, Cassandra, who was originally calm, was anxiously using her wand to cast a bubblehead spell on herself. But the pressure at the bottom of the lake was so great that she failed to cast spells several times in a row. In a hurry, Cassandra threw her wand away in a panic. And at this moment, the lake water completely enveloped her. Many people have also seen this scene because there are only 3 warriors still in the lake, and naturally a beauty like Cassandra is more attractive. That's why she gets more attention.
Or,
where's the ore? Fontana shouted anxiously, looking around for those Aurors who were responsible for the security of the project. If there is something wrong with Cassandra, the Wally family will not be able to peel him off after returning? The 2 middle-aged men quickly took off their robes, revealing their swimsuits, and walked to the lake and jumped into the water. The crowd in the audience was full of people. They did not expect such an accident in a game, and watched the live broadcast nervously. At this time, Cassandra was still trying to move upstream, but she was located in the deepest part of the Black Lake, and she was still some distance away from surfacing. Alvin. Fleur grabbed his arm nervously, and she looked at Cassandra in the lake worriedly. Alvin sighed. He didn't expect Sister Kaw's potion to fall off the chain at a critical moment. Professor Dumbledore, I think the game can be suspended for a while. Before Dumbledore could speak, Karkaroff spoke first. No. Rules are rules, and even if the game is interrupted, this girl cannot be saved. When he said this, his face was indifferent, and Alvin frowned when he heard it. Give you face? A huge amount of magic power poured out from Alvin's body, crushing Karkaroff to the ground in an instant. Karkaroff's face was full of horror. He didn't expect Alvin to do it.
Gaunt.
Dumbledore took out his wand, and the magic power on his body exploded, protecting Karkaroff, and said with a deep body, "The most important thing now is to get Miss Wally out first, and I will contact the Murloc." He didn't want to fight against Alvin for Karkaroff's sake, but if he didn't handle it right under the eyes of so many people, it would lead to international disputes. After he finished speaking, he was about to get up and make a move when he saw Alvin walk towards the Black Lake without even looking at him. "Don't be so troublesome, I'll take care of it." The deviant's wand appeared in his hand silently, and as he moved, more and more people focused on Alvin, not knowing what he wanted to do. Coming to the Black Lake, Alvin observed the live broadcast, confirmed the approximate location of Cassandra, and pointed to the calm lake with his wand. "Vulcan, open the way." A continuous stream of crimson flames sprayed out from the tip of his wand, covering the lake at a rapid speed. From a distance, it looked like the lake was burning. The sky was also reflected in a bright red, and a scene like a burning cloud appeared in front of everyone. Gublai, Immortal Fire. Dumbledore said the name of the spell word by word. Several headmasters looked at him in astonishment, and Madame Maxime even exclaimed, "How is it possible? Isn't this spell already lost?" Dumbledore did not speak, and he would never read it wrong. This kind of eternal fire of Gubel is also known as the Eternal Flame. It is a flame that has been enchanted and can burn forever. As for the loss, if nothing else, at least Grindelwald and him are holding the spell, and now there is another Alvin. Looking at the overwhelming fairy fire on the Black Lake, Dumbledore tightened the Elder Wand in his hand. He was certain that, even with the help of the Elder Wand, he wouldn't have gotten this far as easily as Alvin. Alvin waved his baton like an elegant conductor, and the fairy fire on the lake responded to his command, forming two walls of fire, which magically separated the water. The wall of fire continued to extend, like a winding canyon, constantly moving in the direction of Cassandra. The magical creatures and humans in the lake had already fried the pot, and the fire wall happened to run over a 260-year-old mermaid village on the way forward. In a few seconds, the village was burned to fly ashes. Fortunately, none of the Murlocs were among them at this time, and they were all faithfully carrying out the tasks assigned by Dumbledore. The other magical creatures were also madly far away from the two walls of fire. One of the slower-moving Grindillos was directly roasted and then turned into coke. On the water, Crumb and Fabian were carrying a hostage, and the two Aurors who jumped into the water later stared blankly at this scene, unable to say a word for a while. Finally, the wall of fire came to the northwest corner. A comatose Cassandra appeared between the two walls of fire, and at the moment when she was about to fall, Alvin used the flying spell to bring Cassandra to his side. Madame Pomfrey hurriedly took her aside for treatment, and Fontana was relieved. As long as there is a breath left in the magic world, it is not a big problem. Even if the body and head are separated, they can save you. And Alvin didn't stop there. He thought about it for a while. Cassandra's hostage was still in the water. Since the game has been made like this by him, there must be no way to continue. He simply extended the wall of fire to where Ivy was, and seeing that the situation was not good, those Murlocs had already run far away. When Ivy was brought back to his side, Alvin also withdrew the Goblection fire, ending the flame show. Everyone was shocked when they saw Alvin, who seemed to be reincarnated by Vulcan. Is it so outrageous? Is this a level a wizard can achieve? Why should wizards who can break a wall be called elite? This is not a style at all. Seeing that the water surface seemed to drop a little, Alvin also withdrew his gaze and walked to Cassandra's side. Coincidentally, Cassandra just opened it, looking at the somewhat divine Alvin against the dazzling sunlight, and murmured in her mouth, "Am I in hell? Why is there still Alvin here?"
Oh.
Bewildered by her remarks, Alvin squatted down and smiled and said to him, "This is not hell, and there is no sun in hell. There is only a river in the gray area." Madame Pomfrey glared at Alvin angrily, motioning him to stop talking nonsense here. The patient needed rest. But what she didn't know was that everything Alvin said was true. Seeing that he was not welcome here, he let Cassandra rest and returned to the referee's bench. Seeing Alvin coming, except Dumbledore, the other referees stood up subconsciously. This is the status brought by strength. Even if the magic world is still dominated by order, they will subconsciously fear the strong. A look of fear flashed in Ludo Bagman's eyes. Alvin's performance just now was too terrifying. Even a thought that should not have appeared in his mind. His own master, Voldemort, can do this step. Thinking of this, he himself was taken aback. Alvin didn't talk too much nonsense with them and said directly, "Let's start scoring. Several warriors have also stayed in the lake for so long. Don't catch a cold." Everyone nodded in unison, without any objection. As a commentator, Bagman took the lead. According to the order of completion, he was the first to rate Cedric. This is not controversial. Cedric was the first to complete the spell and showed a good level of spells, and everyone gave him 10 points. Even Karkaroff didn't dare to do anything, and now he just hoped that Alvin could forget what happened just now and work hard to become a little transparent. As for Fleur, Dumbledore and Percy deducted 1 point from her because she came back for the second time, while the others still gave her full points. Farong, who was on the side, looked at Alvin with joy. She knew that it was because the principals and judges gave Alvin the face, so she was given such a high score. The ratings that followed were also very harmonious, with no disagreement until Krum and Fabian. Krum and Fabian showed great transfiguration, so I give it a 7. Karkaroff only mentioned the merits of the two and did not mention the fact that they had been overtime for half an hour. While Maxim and Fontana hesitated, they also gave 7 points. Not because they thought Karkaroff was right, but because they suddenly discovered that after 2 rounds, Harry and Cedric were actually in the lead. In addition, their dueling strength is not bad, and they will definitely get high scores in the duel project. In this way, the possibility of Hogwarts winning the championship is greatly increased. Alvin thought for a moment and gave 5 points as compensation for the interruption. For Ford and Worley, they should abstain from this round, each with a 1-point guarantee. Bagman looked at Fontana and asked for his opinion. Although he was very unwilling, Fontana still nodded, because he knew that if he continued to fight, it would be ineffective and he would lose face. So far, the 3rd round is over. Bagman read the final score to the audience and announced his disbandment. When the little wizards were all gone, Alvin only had a few girls left. He thought about it and said to Chio and the others, "I'll go to the school infirmary to see Cassandra. Do you want to go?" Hermione refused. "I have a transfiguration class in the afternoon, so I won't go." Several other girls also expressed that they would not go, and in the end, Alvin came to the school doctor's room alone. In the school doctor's room, Cassandra was already awake at this time. She lay quietly on the snow-white hospital bed, staring straight at the ceiling, motionless. "What's on the ceiling?" "It's so fascinating." Alvin's magnetic voice came into her ears, and she just regained her senses and hurriedly sat up. "I didn't watch anything. I was just thinking that I was too far behind this round, and I was thinking about how to catch up." Alvin was relieved to see her mental state was good. He was really afraid that Cassandra would be unhappy because of this rudeness. But Sister Ka is Sister Ka. Even if she encounters setbacks, she is still thinking about how to get back on her feet. Taking out a fruit knife and an apple, Alvin sat beside her and peeled. 66. You have won all 2 duels before. With your level, it is estimated that you can win the next one except Farong, so you have recovered a lot. Cassandra fixedly looked at Alvin's handsome profile and said unconvinced, "Am I necessarily weaker than your girlfriend?" The movements of his hands kept on, and Alvin said without raising his head, "Well, there is still some gap between the 2 of you. If Farong doesn't make mistakes, you have no chance." 9. After saying this, the apple was also cut, and Cassandra turned her head angrily, not picking up the apple he handed over. AI, the Kings, Owen was also a little funny. "I didn't expect Cassandra to have such a childish side. This is the infirmary, not your bedroom. What are you going to do?" At this moment, Cassandra suddenly got up and grabbed his hand and pressed him against the wall, forming a wall dong posture. After finishing speaking, Cassandra just kissed directly, leaving Alvin's mind blank. But seeing that she was okay, Alvin put the apple on the plate next to him, ready to get up and leave. But his body cooperated honestly and gradually took the initiative. "Don't think about it. This is a gift to thank you for saving me." Alvin was a little confused and didn't understand what she was playing at this time. The 2 left the wall and returned to the hospital bed. Just as Alvin was about to break through his armor, Madame Pomfrey's roar came from outside the door. After coming out of the ward, Alvin touched his still bleeding lips and clenched his teeth in pain. This girl is really cruel. But he knew that this was also Cassandra's unconscious behavior, which was frightened by Madame Pomfrey. After all, this also belongs to catching an adulterer in bed, and it is inevitable to be a little flustered. Heal fast. A soft green light appeared, and Alvin's lips quickly returned to their original shape. At this moment, his magic web registration device beeped twice. When he casually took it out, Alvin's complexion suddenly changed, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Gallic. Nicole May's estate. Nico. I'm here. What did you find? Alvin asked impatiently when he came to the hall. Just a few minutes ago, Nicole May sent a message to Alvin through the magic net. The content was very brief, but the amount of information was huge. Quick, breakthrough progress. It is precisely because of this that Alvin came directly to Gaul regardless. He wanted to know what major discovery Nicole had that could be called a breakthrough. Nicole looked at Alvin with messy clothes and messy hair, and he didn't react. How did you come so fast? 260-inch. 5 minutes after he finished sending Alvin the message, someone appeared in front of him. Alvin rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and after a gust of wind, his clothes and hairstyle were neat again. He had just operated from England directly to Gaul several times in a row. If it wasn't for the delay in forcibly breaking through the barrier between the two countries, he would still be much faster. However, he just seemed to directly smash the magical barrier between the two countries. This is not to blame Alvin. He was excited for a while, forgot about the enchantment, and broke through directly by brute force. It will have to be repaired by the Ministry of Magic officials tomorrow. Thinking about it without any guilt in his heart, Alvin put these things behind him and started to focus on business. Stop talking about this. Tell me what exactly you found. Seeing him in such a hurry, Nicole May didn't ask any further questions and led Alvin to a hidden laboratory. He knew that his actions with Alvin had touched the bottom line of the wizarding world. To be cautious, Nicole has rebuilt a laboratory, and even his house elves are not allowed to enter there. When he came to this laboratory deep underground, Alvin saw a middle-aged man lying quietly on a bed, surrounded by bottles and jars, looking very infiltrating. Who is this man? Glancing at the experiment on the bed, Alvin looked at Nico. He was not sympathetic, but worried that Nicole might have something left unfinished. Nico naturally knew what he meant, and nodded slightly and explained, "This is a squib. He volunteered to do this experiment." 99. Nodding lightly, Alvin also dispelled the last trace of concern. Nico picked up an empty bottle. "This is the Bloodline Awakening potion you gave me. I've used it up. Do you have any more?" Alvin shook his head speechlessly. He just squeezed out a bottle for Nico, and there was nothing to spare. "Don't think about it. I won't be able to take out a bottle in a short time." 35. Hear his answer. Although Nico is a pity, he is not too lost. It would be strange if this never-before-heard potion was so easy to obtain. Forget it when you have it. Give me some. I found that a very active magic factor contained in this potion can help Squib become a wizard. This man in front of you is an example. He has made it point 35. Alvin shook his head. "Nico, I have long imagined that this medicine will be useful, but it does not mean that he is universal." He knew that with the power of the Bloodline Awakening potion, it was very possible to turn muggles into wizards, not to mention squibs. But could he still hand out a bottle to each of them and make them wizards? Not to mention that he doesn't have the resources and conditions. He wouldn't do it even if he had it. Don't take Alvin as a saint. His purpose is not to be like a dragon. He just wants to complete his national extraordinary character. Hearing Alvin's rebuttal, Nico was not angry. He smiled and said, "What if I could make this potion?" 35. Of course, there's a big gap from the original, but it's enough for Squib to wake up and become a wizard. Speaking of which, even with Nicole LeMay's energy-raising skills, I'm a little proud. This would make Squib a true wizard, a step that no one in the wizarding world has ever been able to do. This was a bit unexpected for Alvin. He didn't expect Nicole to have done this. How about the cost? Is the raw material easy to obtain? Hearing his question, Nico hesitated for a while before sighing and said, "The important ingredient is your bottle of potion, and the other is the wizard's blood. The rest are easy to say." He slowly said all that happened. It turned out that before Alvin gave him the Bloodline Awakening potion, Nicole had been researching the squib problem. He also came to the same conclusion as Alvin, that squibs were actually wizards who couldn't cast spells because they had magic powers inside them. The magic of the squibs is as dead as stagnant water, and there is no possibility of mobilization, so they cannot cast spells. Nicole speculates that this is because Squib hadn't experienced magical riots as a child. This magic factor is like a catalyst, which can make the wizard's magic become more active and easier to control. But they can do things that muggles can't, like seeing dementors, like not being disturbed by muggle banishing charms. Therefore, Nicole also started from this angle. He wanted to increase the magic activity of the squibs and try to make them perform magic riots. It wasn't until last year that Alvin sent him the Bloodline Awakening potion that Nicole opened the door to a new world. This is the same as Lockhart before. At that time, Lockhart's magic power in his body was too calm, and he couldn't mobilize it effectively, so casting spells always failed. After a period of research, although he still has not figured out the formula and principle of the medicine, he has discovered that there is an active magic factor in it. Based on this argument, he also found that this magic factor can also be extracted from the blood of wizards, but the effect is much weaker. But he tried his best to no avail. Since then, Nico's research has been smooth sailing, and a brand new potion has been successfully formulated with wizard blood and magic awakening potion. Finally, yesterday, the squib was successfully awakened. Speaking of which, I have to thank Severus. If it weren't for the ideas and medicinal formulas he provided, I think it would take a long time to do this. 99. After all, I'm not very good at potions. Alvin was also silent for a long time. He did not expect so many twists and turns during the period. At the same time, I was also a little moved, and Nico really did a lot for him. Silently writing down this friendship in his heart, Alvin decided that he must do something for the second old man in the future. "So, you mean now we have the ability to produce this drug on a large scale?" Nicole May did not answer immediately, but calculated in her heart, and then said, "A bottle of Bloodline Awakening potion can be made into 500 bottles. Having said that, he paused for a while, not knowing what to call the new type of medicine. Alvin understood what he meant and gave the potion a simple name. It's called Awakening Potion, and the magic factor you discovered is called Ether. Alvin remembered that in the legend of the previous life, the ether is the source of magic, and it is a mysterious name, and his name is also appropriate. However, you seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Nicole remembered these two nouns and heard Alvin's words. Misunderstanding? With a slight smile, Alvin gave the answer. You calculated it according to the measurement used to help the squib awaken? 99. Nico nodded. He only had this one test item, and all the parameters were calculated based on this. As soon as Alvin waved his hand, 2 ice balls, one large and one small, appeared in the air. We see ice hockey as unmovable magic. Squibs are like that. And the effect of the awakening potion is to melt the ice ball and turn it into flowing water. 5. After finishing speaking, the ice puck in his hand was transformed into a water polo. What he explained was very simple and vivid, not to mention Nico. Even a student could understand it. So, do you think it takes the same amount of energy to melt the 2 pucks? Nico instantly understood what he meant. Squibs can't use mana, but they also follow that mana increases with age. If you wake up for those who don't have much magic power, you really can't use so many potions. Thinking of this, Nico also sighed. I also used some awakening potions for muggles, but unfortunately, they all failed. 99. Weak magic powers are also born in their bodies, but these magic powers will dissipate in a short time, like rootless duckweed. Alvin frowned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. For a while, he also lost his mind. Suddenly, he thought of Hirebo's despicable experiment, and his eyes lit up. I remember you said that Hirebo exchanged blood for the experimenters when they were awake, right? Nico didn't know what Alvin was trying to say, but nodded anyway. Snapped. Alvin clapped his hands excitedly. That's the point. The Muggle has seen the power of magic, so he believes in magic. Magic is spiritual, so casting spells requires not only your magic, but your will. If a person doesn't even believe in magic, how can he retain or even generate magic power in his body? Nico was startled, but he didn't consider this aspect, and he used the method of secret influence to test. You mean get a Muggle to let them know that magic exists, and then give them a magic potion? Alvin shook his head, and he still clearly remembered what Professor Flitwick said about voluntarism in his first year. As long as the power of your mind is strong enough, any miraculous thing can happen. Do you remember that Muggle, Jacob Kowalski? Hearing this name, Nicole also fell into memory. After all, in his long life, it was a rare thing to have such a deep connection with Muggles. The Muggle from Albus? Of course, I remember him, a nice kid. Hearing his words, Alvin also sweated a little. Jacob was older than Scamander. It is estimated that he is almost 100 years old now, but in Nico's mouth, he is still a child. Then, do you know that he is still alive? Nico shook his head. I have no contact with him, but if you need it, I can ask through Newt. He had probably guessed Alvin's intentions. Alvin was overjoyed. Then trouble you. This Jacob is the most suitable person after all. He is too involved with the wizarding world. 39. For Flower Zero. Based on Jacob's experience, if he can't succeed, then it means that Alvin's guess is wrong, so he should find another way as soon as possible. Nicole thinks he is a good idea and is ready to contact Newt back. After solving all the problems, Alvin also looked at Nico's test data and notes. But he didn't put forward any opinion. Nicole has far surpassed him in the research of this aspect. Speaking of which, Alvin was a little embarrassed. Obviously, this is his own task, but he gave it to a 600-year-old old man. Capitalists are not as black-hearted as him. But Nico didn't care. He was a little bit happy about it. Point 0. When people are old, they always need something interesting to pass the time. When the time came to evening, Alvin was going to return to Hogwarts after dinner, and Mrs. Perennial was very happy to see him. Although the two often video chat through the magic net, they never really meet each other. And when Alvin was about to leave, Nico stopped him and talked about Dumbledore's problem. Albus has approached me. Although he didn't say it clearly, he hoped that I would not promote the magic net login device. Nico's expression was a little complicated, and he naturally understood Dumbledore's thoughts. But now Nicole has been persuaded by Alvin, knowing that the wizards will not make changes, and there will be no place for them in the future world. Alvin waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry, I won't make you embarrassed, but Dumbledore cannot stop the flood of history alone. Once my production line was set up, everything he did was useless. He can stop you, but he cannot stop the free choice of thousands of wizards. It also seems to be looking at the future 10. To maintain stability first, what the magic world needs is to hide itself better, rather than make radical changes. When he said these words, Alvin's eyes were also looking into the distance, as if he was looking at Dumbledore. That's why he would help Alvin with research and collect materials for him. But in any case, Dumbledore could be regarded as his rare friend, so the feeling of being caught in the middle made it a little difficult for the old man. After returning from Nico's house, Alvin had a rather dull life. After the third project is over, there is still a long way to go before the final in June. During this period, Quidditch matches and warrior duels alternate. In the duel project, there are 3 people who have the most outstanding performance, that is, Harry, Fleur, and Cassandra. These 3 have never faced each other yet, but they have all won against everyone else. And the duel that is about to take place tonight is the confrontation between Fleur and Cassandra, the 2 top beauties. Everyone in the castle was already excited about this. This is a beauty fight. Exciting to think about. Although everyone knows that Fleur is Alvin's little girlfriend, Cassandra doesn't seem to be too 60 with him. But this does not prevent everyone from eating melons and watching the fun, and with this relationship, this duel becomes even more interesting. After the dinner, the students set the tables and chairs with ease and found their place, without the need for the professors to do it. At 8 o'clock sharp, today's duel officially began. The first is the school battle between Krum and Fabian. The two of them were very tacit and did not use their full strength. After a simple performance, Fabian directly conceded defeat on the grounds that his magic power was exhausted. Obviously, the two had discussed it before. Fabian's current score has been pulled a lot by the previous people, and Karkaroff has already given up on him. Although he was unwilling, Fabian did not dare to disobey the principal's order and could only play a fake match as planned. The second duel was Cedric against Brittany Beauxbatons. Cedric's face was serious, and he took this game very seriously. So far, he has lost to Harry, Fleur, and Cassandra in a row. If he loses again today, it will be a 4-game losing streak. He performed well in both the first and third projects, but he still disappointed a lot of people at the level that directly reflected his personal strength. People say he can be a good wizard, but not a top wizard. Naturally, Cedric would not accept this kind of evaluation. As soon as the duel started, Cedric took the lead in attacking uncharacteristically. After so many rounds of competition, Cedric also understood a truth: the power of the spell is far less important than mastering the rhythm on the field. Two wizards with similar strengths can win as long as they find each other's flaws and weaknesses. After Snape announced the start, Cedric beat Brittany with continuous little magic spells, unable to lift her head, so she could only cope. In addition, he also learned Cassandra's fighting style, deforming several small animals to harass and restrict movement. As a member of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, Cedric's transfiguration is also very good. Although she couldn't be as skilled as Cassandra, it also caused a lot of trouble for Brittany. In the end, a hound succeeded in snatching the wand from Brittany's hand, declaring Cedric's victory. After winning the duel, Cedric also waved his fist excitedly and waved to the Hufflepuffs who supported him. Alvin was speechless when he saw Fred and George shaking their heads regretfully. These little Hufflepuff wizards have been drained of their wallets by the twins, and they still look dissatisfied. It's really deceiving. The third duel was between Harry and Ford, which was also a no-suspense test. Harry's fighting style is very simple, relying on his agile skills to avoid the enemy's attack, and relying on the power of his spell to suppress the enemy. In the end, it ended with the disarming spell and continued to maintain a complete victory record. The crowd grew restless as Harry returned to his place. Come at last. 35. That's right, after waiting all night and finally waiting for the main event, you said who would win. Then it goes without saying, it must be Miss Delacour. She wins every match. Whoever said that, I'm optimistic about Miss Wally. Her Thundercloud spell is too powerful. 39. The little wizards argued endlessly and supported their favorite players one after another. Alvin also set his sights on the two who were already standing on the duel stage. Since the last time the school infirmary almost fired a gun, he felt that his relationship with Cassandra had become a little more delicate. Usually the two of them don't meet many times, but every time they meet, there is a strange feeling. Alvin can't figure out what Cassandra thinks now. Every time she wants to chat with her alone, Cassandra will always avoid it. In desperation, he could only maintain the status quo. On the ring, Cassandra looked at Hibiscus standing opposite her, and a feeling of dissatisfaction arose in her heart. Alvin said that she is not as good as Farong now, and she has always kept it in her heart. Cassandra, who has been the proud girl since she was a child, would never believe that she was weaker than Fleur, especially because Alvin said this, which made her even more concerned. Today, she finally has a chance to prove herself. And Fleur also felt Cassandra's strong hostility, which was somewhat inexplicable. But she didn't say anything, just thought that the other party was eager to win. Boom! Red fireworks exploded in the air, and the duel officially began. Fleur's reaction speed was faster. She quickly waved her wand and launched the first attack. Burning flames. The fiery flames emanated from the tip of the staff, circling to form a fire dragon, and with a roar, it rushed towards Cassandra aggressively. 1.0 Cassandra was not flustered. There was no movement. The fire dragon seemed to hit the invisible wall and shattered. With a pull of the wand, the shattered flames were reassembled, forming a huge fireball, which was sent back by her. Looking at the approaching fireball, Farong frowned, and with a swipe of her wand, an invisible magic blade cut through the fireball, flew from both sides of her body, and smashed straight into the protective shield. Crack. Crack. 5. The sound of shattering sounded, and there were several visible cracks in the protective cover of the duel stage. The exclamations came one after another, and the little wizards were obviously frightened by the magic power of the two. Professor McGonagall hurriedly asked the little wizard who was closer to the stage to retreat, so as not to be accidentally injured, and he took action to reinforce the defense. On the ring, neither Farong nor Cassandra did anything. At this time, Cassandra's face was solemn, and she had already felt the difficulty of Farong. She didn't notice the magic spell that instantly cut the fireball, as if it didn't exist at all. And Farong stood there calmly, waiting for the professors to reinforce the protective shield. Finally, when Snape signaled that they could continue, Fleur shot. Call God Guard. A silver-white water snake Patronus appeared. With a body length of 3 meters, it stretched its body and flew straight towards Cassandra. And Cassandra is using the surrounding tables and chairs to constantly deform. Buffaloes, lions, and hungry wolves take turns to fight the water snakes. But the physical strength of the Patronus is much higher than these things, and they will be beaten back to their original shape. Break to pieces. Thunder. 2 consecutive powerful spells were cast by Cassandra, and for a while, thunder flashed on the duel stage, and explosions continued. Cassandra's weather spell is worthy of her signature, and 13 consecutive lightning strikes shattered the Patronus. And Layun did not show any signs of shrinking and quickly brewed a new round of attacks to hit Farong. Armor protection. Confusion. The thunderclouds in the sky only had time to send out 2 bursts like a short circuit, stopped attacking, and floated silently. A look of approval flashed in Snape's eyes beside him. Using the confusion charm to disrupt Thundercloud's attack, he had never thought of such a clever way to deal with it. After 2 consecutive powerful spells, Cassandra was also powerless, and after a few more reckless fights with Farong, she was knocked off the ring. Delacour wins. Snape announced the final result, and Fleur waved to Alvin with a smile. It's like saying, "Look, I'm stronger than her, right?" Alvin smiled wryly, since Fleur had had a bad opinion of Cassandra since the last Christmas ball. Originally, he must have stood on Fleur's side, but after the last incident, he had already tacitly agreed that Cassandra was also his woman. He's really not good enough to help. The other audience also applauded, although the confrontation was not long, but it was exciting enough. And Farong is also the title of the strongest female warrior. Looking at Cassandra's slightly lost back, he wanted to comfort him, but halfway through, he was stopped by 2 people. "What are you 2 doing to stop me if you don't go to celebrate?" Looking at Cedric and Harry, who were hesitating, Alvin was a little puzzled. Hearing what he said, Cedric gave Harry a color and signaled to him, while he quietly took a step back. Harry couldn't do anything either, so he said bravely, "Alvin, do you want to play blue? Quidditch?" 99. Quidditch. Alvin, who was confused by what Harry said, "Coach, I want to play basketball." Harry, who didn't understand Alvin's meme at all, shook his head solemnly. "No, you want to play Quidditch. So, you want me to play?" Alvin touched his chin, and Harry had just finally explained everything. Next week is Durmstrang's game against Hogwarts. In the previous game, both teams defeated the other 2 colleges. That is to say, the winner of this time the 2 schools will be the champion of this Quidditch College Cup. But through the observation of Durmstrang's first 2 games, Cedric and Harry have no confidence in winning. "Didn't Sirius just buy a batch of firebolts for you a while ago? Your equipment is already far ahead." Hearing Alvin's question, Harry and Cedric also breathed a sigh of relief. Not long ago, Sirius purchased a few firebolts and donated them to Gryffindor. And for this match, Angelina, the captain of Gryffindor, also graciously lent the firebolt to all the Hogwarts school team members. Even Durmstrang only has 1 firebolt, the others are Nimbus series. But even with Firebolt's blessing, they were far behind Durmstrang in cooperation and technology. The gap is not so easy to smooth out. Yeah. Alvin, only you can save Hogwarts now. You don't want us to lose to other schools, do you? A burst of consolation sounded, startling Harry and Cedric. They turned around hastily and found the twins and other Hogwarts varsity players lying in the corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. Alvin was not surprised. He had already discovered that this group of people were sneaking in there to eavesdrop. It's just that his face is a little weird now. He's a referee. What is this? The warriors of their own school can't beat, and the referee ends up in person. And Cedric had thought of this for a long time, and he stood up and analyzed Alvin. According to the rules, the warriors can choose Quidditch players at will in this school. Point 55. Alvin, you are not only a referee, but also a member of Hogwarts. There is absolutely no problem with the rules. 35. Hearing his words, AI 260 Erwin did not refute it. It really did not violate the rules. But after quitting Ravenclaw's Quidditch team, he really didn't think about playing again. Quidditch is only a temporary entertainment for him, and it is enough to experience it a few times. Seeing that Alvin didn't agree, George and Fred jumped to his knees and hugged Alvin's thigh. Alvin, just take one shot. If we lose, we're going to jump into the Black Lake to apologize. The words were full of sadness, and for a while, Alvin felt that he was not going to play Quidditch, but that he was going to duel with the Dark Lord and save the wizarding world. He ignored the joking twins and looked at Harry instead. If he remembered correctly, Harry had made the same move not long ago. This is Gryffindor's ancestral skill. Harry naturally understood the meaning in Alvin's eyes, a little embarrassed. He really had this idea just now, but the twins took the lead. Okay, George, Fred, let's go. I'm thinking about it. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Alvin said helplessly. He was also a little annoyed by the persuasion. And the twins also let go at the right time. Alvin promised to think about it, and they were half the battle. On the third day after talking to Harry and Cedric, Alvin found them again and said solemnly, "It's my duty to honor Hogwarts, so when do I start training?" Hearing Alvin's words, Harry was naturally overjoyed. "We go to the Quidditch pitch every day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You can do it tomorrow." Alvin nodded, indicating that he understood, and Harry happily ran to inform everyone of the good news. "Are you satisfied with this?" Looking at Cho, who was smiling and smiling, he was also a little helpless. Unexpectedly, he was Alvin wise and finally carried in the hands of a woman. 3 days ago, when he returned to the lounge after parting with Harry and the others, he happened to see Cho sitting there reviewing. "This fall, I need to take the OWLS exam, and my studies are very heavy. Whenever I have time, I sit in the lounge to read or study." After seeing him, Cho was also a little surprised why Alvin came back so late and asked casually. This question happened. When Alvin finished telling what had just happened, the young lady looked at him with sparkling eyes. "So, are you going to participate?" "Don't want." Alvin shook his head decisively. He just said that he would think about it when he went back, but it was just a delay. Otherwise, God knows how long those people will be entangled. Seeing his attitude, Cho seemed a little disappointed. Cho loves Quidditch very much, and it's a pity that he couldn't participate in the College Cup this year. After all, there were already 2 seekers on the team, and she wasn't as proficient at other positions as Cedric. Sad to miss this event. Now, Alvin had the opportunity to make up for her regret, but he gave up, which made Cho a little unwilling. Eyeballs moved smartly. Cho put down the pen in his hand, came to Alvin's side, and sat down tightly against him. Then he whispered something to him. Alvin's eyes brightened and he blurted out, "Really?" Seeing his expression, Cho was also a little shy, but she still understood the reason why she couldn't bear the child, so she nodded firmly. "I attended," Alvin said righteously. "I feel that since the school has reached a critical moment, it still needs me to do something." What he said was righteous and awe-inspiring, and people who didn't know thought he had a collective sense of honor. Cho was also annoyed by his cheeky smile. If that's the case, what about the reward? Don't. Now it was Alvin's turn to be anxious. "We can't talk." After some tossing, Alvin returned to the bedroom contentedly. That's where the conversation he had with Harry just now came about. "Satisfied, but you won't count until you beat Durmstrang." Hearing Cho's reminder, Alvin was also full of confidence. Don't worry, it's just a Quidditch game. As long as I want, I can beat all the opponents down. 5. Chio didn't have the slightest doubt about his words, and she was the one who knew Alvin's technique best. The next afternoon, Alvin arrived at the Quidditch pitch on time. While there, the other team members were waiting at the door of the lounge early. After seeing Alvin, Fred and George came to him like doglegs and took the firebolt and handbag in his hand. How can you do these things? We come. The funny appearance of the two also amused everyone. I have to say that with such pistachios, the atmosphere in the team will be much better. Even the estrangement between Gryffindor and the Hufflepuff players has been eliminated a lot, and their cooperation has become more and more tacit. Without delaying too much time, Cedric hurriedly pulled them into the lounge and began to set up tactics for the weekend. In front of a whiteboard, Cedric took a magic wand and outlined the moving tactical arrows, analyzing the situation for everyone. Currently, we are 300 points behind Durmstrang. That means we not only need to catch the snitch, but we need to be 150 points ahead to do so. 95. In one sentence, the current grim situation is made clear. Alvin frowned. He didn't expect things to be so troublesome. He thought it would be fine as long as he stopped Crumb from getting the snitch. How good is Durmstrang's pursuit hand? Cedric sighed. Let's be evenly matched with us. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. 35. I asked you to help this time to let you watch Crumb and give us a chance to give it a try. Hearing his dejected remarks, Alvin was a little unhappy.
Joke.
What should you do if you lose? Then Chio's reward. Ahem, it's the champion of Hogwarts, isn't it? Thinking of this, Alvin couldn't sit still, got up and came to Cedric's side, drove him down directly, and grabbed the command with high output. Ahem. 35. Clearing his throat, he first asked Harry a question. Harry, how sure would you be if you were to follow Crumb, interfere with him and not let him catch the snitch? Harry thought about it carefully, thinking of the other side's wonderful ringy fake in the World Cup, and he was also a little unconfident. 80%, after all, that's Crumb, the best seeker in the world. 10%. Alvin said without hesitation, I don't need you to catch the snitch before him, as long as you don't let him catch it, even if you use foul tactics. Hearing Alvin's resolute tone, Harry nodded as well, indicating that he understood. After getting one, Alvin continued. When Harry watches Crumb, I will use the bludger to completely lock down their two chasers. And at this time you're going to score like crazy, and once the score is more than 150 points ahead, I'll focus on Crumb. Harry, it's all up to you since then. Listening to his eloquent talk, combined with the tactical arrangement on the tactical board, the other team members also nodded frequently, and excitement gradually appeared on their faces. If Alvin envisions them, they have a good chance of winning, rather than resignation like Cedric. After speaking for nearly 15 minutes, Alvin finally stopped. Fred shrewdly handed a glass of orange juice. After taking a big sip, Alvin sighed in satisfaction before saying, If you have any questions, just ask, and hurry up and train after you are done. Harry raised his hand weakly, and Alvin glared at him. It's just you. But he still let Harry speak his doubts. Alvin, why don't you just watch Crumb and a chaser, isn't that safer? 95. Rolling his eyes, Alvin said angrily, That's Crumb. If such a good restriction would not make Ireland suffer so much. If I want to control both ends, there is only one consequence, and that is that I can't control both ends. Hearing his words, everyone nodded in unison. Fred followed up. What about the other batter? What is he in charge of? 39. Each Quidditch team had a total of 2 batsmen, and Alvin played all the bludgers, and the other was naturally idle. Alvin thought for a moment and said, The other one, go to the snitch, and once the snitch shows up, you rush up to scare it away or stop Crumb. 260, can this work? Isn't it illegal? Angelina felt that this was a little unreliable. How could a batter do the job of a seeker? What's this? Alvin was also a little disapproving, and at the same time felt that the thinking of people in the magic world was too rigid. I didn't ask him to catch the golden snitch. Interfere, just interfere. After thinking about it for a while, everyone found that this is the truth. Looking around, Alvin saw that no one had any doubts and clapped his hands. Now that everything is clear, let's start training. When he thinks of Chio's reward, he is full of fighting spirit now. Sure enough, GHS is the primary productive force. On the court, Alvin looked helpless at Harry, who is chasing the golden snitch. Stop. Stop. Calling off the training, Alvin walked to Harry's side and reprimanded. Didn't I tell you? All you have to do now is stick to Cedric and don't let him get close to the snitch. When this guy saw the golden snitch, it was the same as what the dog saw. He had to go up and touch it, and Alvin stomped his feet in anger. Sorry, I'm really used to chasing the snitch, and I can't change it for a while, Harry said embarrassedly. When Wood was there, he had been letting Harry move freely. If there is a chance, he must catch the snitch. Alvin's demands were so different from his usual style. I don't care what Wood taught you in the past, but now, you have to correct your mistakes. Alvin said in a bad tone, if you hurt me and lose this game, then I'll tell Ginny you once had a crush on Parvati. Hearing this, Harry was a little stunned and retorted in a hasty tone, I have never had a crush on Parvati. You are making up. Alvin smiled smugly. I know, I'm just making it up, but as long as Ginny believes it. 35. Having said this, he turned his head to look at the twins who were watching the show. Go back and discuss with Parvati and ask her to cooperate. Fred smiled and nodded and immediately accepted the errand. Don't worry, I promise to do it for you. If one Parvati is not enough, I can find a few people for you. Harry was completely in a hurry, hurriedly making sure that he could do the task that Alvin ordered. Because he knew that if Alvin said it, he would definitely do it. Thinking of Ginny's reaction after knowing this, he was also shaking with anger. What's wrong with this world? They can call white people black. Devil, Alvin is a devil. After such a threat from Alvin, Harry's performance became very good in the next training, and Cedric looked like he was dying. He was a little worried about whether Harry would use this trick in next semester's Academy Cup. At 7 o'clock, everyone also finished today's training, and the next time this stadium belongs to Durmstrang. When they went out, they happened to meet the Durmstrang team, led by Crumb. They were also a little surprised when they saw Alvin in a training suit. Crumb was the first to speak. Mr. Gunter won't be playing Quidditch too, will he? Alvin was non-committal. Why can't you? I'm a student at Hogwarts, so it's reasonable to compete? Crumb gave him a deep look before saying, It's nothing. Then we'll see you on the field. After a few brief confrontations, the two teams separated. Looking at Alvin, who was far away, Crumb's eyes also showed a strong fighting intent. In other respects, he is definitely inferior to Alvin, and he still has this self-knowledge. But on Quidditch, he was as confident as anyone else. Who said that a person with strong magic must be good at Quidditch? Crumb decided to use all his strength in the game against Hogwarts to prove himself. Soon, word spread that Alvin was about to take part in the weekend's match against Durmstrang. The little wizards at Hogwarts were very excited, especially the Ravenclaw students, who hadn't seen Alvin play Quidditch for over a year. This time, I will finally witness that miraculous hitting technique again. Although everyone does not have much hope of winning, it is also a lucky thing to be able to watch a wonderful game. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Even the principals of several other schools have no objection. It's not about the individual strength of a wizard, it's Quidditch, it's a team sport. Finally, the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, and in an hour, the game would start on time. Besides, Hogwarts is still so many points behind, even Alvin, they don't think the other party has the ability to change their fate. In this generally not optimistic situation, Alvin took all the players to practice silently. Once someone approaches or eavesdrops, he can detect it. In order to prevent the tactics from being leaked, Alvin will cast a vigilance spell on the Quidditch pitch every time before training. Cedric accompanies Harry to practice man-marking, while the other two batsmen are constantly rehearsing sets of attacking tactics. In the lounge, except for Alvin, all the players who participated in today's game have changed into their uniforms and are ready to go. Everyone in the room did not speak, holding the firebolt in their hands, silently in a daze. The atmosphere was very dull. Click. 33. The door was pushed open, Alvin walked in, and after seeing him, the others seemed to have found the backbone and breathed a sigh of relief. Alvin also knew that these guys were a little too nervous. "Come on, let's have another small meeting before the game." Hearing what he said, everyone gathered around. "I know that you all care about the outcome of this game, but the more nervous you are, the less you can exert your full strength." 35. No one answered, and they knew what Alvin was telling the truth, but it was out of their control. But Alvin didn't care and continued. "You only need to do one thing when you come on the field, and that is to attack and put the quaffle into the enemy's goal. 5. Leave the rest to me and Harry, understand?" "Understood." Everyone shouted, quite a bit imposing. Alvin nodded with satisfaction, looked at the time, and realized that it was time to go out and gather, so he took everyone out of the stadium lounge. Meanwhile, the Quidditch pitch was packed. Young wizards from 4 schools and some people from outside the school filled the newly renovated and expanded venue. As for why so many wizards from outside the school came to watch the game, one is because of Krumm's reputation. The second is that some Quidditch club scouts come to pick some good seedlings. As the 2 largest schools in Europe, most of the players of various professional clubs come from here. Like the former Gryffindor captain, Oliver Wood, who is now the backup goalkeeper for Puddlemere United. He also came to the scene today to cheer for his old players. At the same time, I also have some regrets in my heart. I used to have such a grand event when I was in school.
Boom.
35. Boom.
5.
After several consecutive muffled thunders, for smokes of different colors rose from the 4 directions of the stadium at the same time, and gradually became the symbols of the 4 Hogwarts colleges. Hermione released a majestic lion, Cho and Luna constructed an eagle soaring in the sky, and Astoria also summoned a slightly gloomy green snake. As for Hufflepuff, it was with the cooperation of several of Cedric's friends to create a little badger. There were cheers for a while, and this was the first time that the 4 colleges worked together to do one thing. Even the several professors on the professor's chair had different expressions, and they didn't expect to see this scene in their lifetime. Lily, who was floating beside Snape, watched all this with a smile on her face. If Slytherin and Gryffindor weren't so hostile back then, maybe she and Snape. Thinking of this, she looked at Snape, who was sitting beside her with a soft gaze. In Bosbaton's phalanx. And Gabrielle, who was held by Furong, also clapped her hands happily. "Sister. I also want to cheer for my brother-in-law." Hearing little Loli's words, Furong also smiled, and an ice-blue Pegasus flew into the sky, circling beside the eagle. The Pegasus is the most representative animal of Bosbatons, and it is the existence that is engraved on the school badge. Cassandra witnessed this scene and felt a little uncomfortable. She snorted coldly, drew out her wand, and sent the long-horned water snake, the symbol of her academy, to the eagle. At this time, Durmstrang's students all turned green. This is 3-on-1, no martial arts. Originally the home of Hogwarts, Bosbatons and Ilvermorny also ran out to join in the fun. Although they also released the double-headed bird, the logo of their school, they seemed to be alone. Can only shiver in front of a group of Hogwarts supporters. At this time, Durmstrang's players also happened to fly out of the player tunnel, and they were also startled when they looked at the mighty animal army in the sky. But after seeing the situation clearly, anger rose in the hearts of several people, and they flew to Durmstrang's phalanx and waved their fists at their classmates, expressing their determination. Lee Jordan's voice also rang in everyone's ears. Today's bagman missed the game due to physical discomfort, and he was lucky to be the explainer. For Flower Zero, it's Durmstrang's guys out now. They're looking good. They're 300 points ahead of Hogwarts at the moment. But it doesn't matter. 300 points is just a bit longer for our warriors, and in the end, Lee couldn't help but bring some subjective emotions. Of course, he hoped that Hogwarts would win. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall, who was sitting on the side who was looking at him, gave him a stern look, that Lee was somewhat restrained. After briefly introducing every player of Durmstrang, Cedric also flew out of the player tunnel with all the players. Lee came to the spirit, completely different from the previous rambling. He shouted passionately, "Our warriors are here. Point 0. They're all riding firebolts sponsored by Professor Black. Guys, this is probably the only team other than the national team that's all firebolts. This is a lot of money. Most professional clubs are to equip seekers and chasers with firebolts, and the others are nimbusaries. Some club staff on the stage also lamented Hogwarts' deep pockets. He also became even more excited when he saw Alvin in his team uniform finally leave the factory. Alvin. 2 years later, Alvin is on the Quidditch pitch again. 35. His voice was even more high-pitched, overshadowing the little wizards cheering for Alvin, who confused Durmstrang. Is Gaunt that strong? Could he kill all our Quidditch players with one batter? And Lee's next words also made their scalps go numb. Alvin set an unprecedented record that year, and it is estimated that it is also a record that has never been seen since. He knocked down all the opponent's players on the broom in the match against Slytherin. The glorious record that caused 3 fractures, 2 coma, and 2 abandonment. For this reason, he was affectionately called the Heavy Gunner by the Ravenclaw students 99. Durmstrang players, are you ready for the challenge? Plus. Several Durmstrang players looked at Alvin with a ghostly expression. Let's just play ball, you're too much of a personal attack. Even Krumm's expression was a lot more serious, and the hand holding the firebolt also tightened a lot. He also heard Lee's smile on the face of Alvin, who introduced himself. Why does this person still have a black history? With such a shameful nickname, at this time Alvin has the heart to kill and silence. In the 2nd grade, because the Slytherin players had dirty hands and feet during the game, he tried to use foul tactics to prevent Chio from catching the snitch. Alvin fired up in a fit of rage and sent all the Slytherin players directly into the school medical room. It was also a sensation at the time, and no one thought that Quidditch could be played like this. To solve all the 260 enemies is the perfect victory, JPG. Therefore, when Alvin announced his withdrawal from the Ravenclaw Quidditch team in his 3rd year, the other 3 academies celebrated. After flying around the field, Alvin deliberately stayed at the position of his children for a few more seconds before returning to the opening position. Mrs. Hooch blew the spoon vigorously, representing the official start of the game. Fred. Cedric held the quaffle without any movement, but shouted, Fred nodded, and flew towards a bludger quickly. And Alvin raised his broom and rushed towards the sky to find a suitable angle. Several other team members took their positions one after another according to the established plan, and were not in a hurry to attack. Although Durmstrang's team members were a little strange to their actions, they didn't care. After all, they were 300 points ahead, and as long as Krumm caught the golden snitch, it would be a victory. Krumm, who was wearing a black uniform, flew skillfully, and his eyes were like falcons, scanning in all directions, trying to find the traces of the golden snitch. And Harry followed closely behind. The distance between the two was only a few meters, which was almost negligible under such high-speed movement. Krumm was not surprised by Harry's actions. He certainly knew what Hogwarts was up to. On the other side of the field, Fred had come to the quaffle's side, and with a forceful swing of his stick, the bludger flew in the direction of Alvin. Alvin's eyes flashed, and he swung the bat to hit the bludgers in front of him first. Along with his movements, Cedric and others also started to start. Relying on the speed of the firebolt, they quickly threw off the opponent who wanted to come and block. And Alvin's bludger was like a cannonball, heading straight for Durmstrang's goalie. The goalkeeper's expression also changed greatly. If he was hit by a bludger with such a fast speed, let alone the next game, he estimated that he would be carried back to Durmstrang. After a short decision, he wisely gave way to the goal, and Cedric also took this opportunity to throw the quaffle into it easily. Boom! The bludger hit the post behind the goal, making a loud noise and rubble splashing. Gudong! The Durmstrang player who saw this scene swallowed a mouthful of saliva, sending a chill down his spine. What is this, murder Quidditch? Too strong. Alvin's bludger was so accurate. He opened up an unimpeded path for Cedric, and Hogwarts took the first point of the game. Lee's voice spread throughout the entire corner of the court, and the atmosphere was ignited at once. Many little wizards shouted Alvin's name loudly, waving the Academy aura in their hands vigorously, and even the little wizards of Beauxbatons and Ilvermorny were excited. Gaunt, I love you. A daring Beauxbatons girl boldly showed her love to Alvin, completely ignoring Forong's murderous look not far away. Check, be careful, he has a lot of power. Crumb also temporarily gave up looking for the golden snitch and flew to his goalkeeper and warned, "Don't worry about the ball you can't defend, I'll end this game as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he rose to the sky. And his words also improved Durmstrang's somewhat declining momentum a lot, and the game restarted. But things are always unexpected, and Hogwarts uses tactics they have never encountered before. Fred was running all over the field, chasing the bludgers, hitting the bludgers to Alvin. Alvin, on the other hand, lives at a high altitude, looking at the whole court, pointing to where to play. Whenever Durmstrang makes a threatening attack or tries to block a Hogwarts goal, his bludger is always in the right place. For a time, Hogwarts had an absolute advantage on the scene, scoring 5 goals in just 10 minutes. And Durmstrang is still 0 points. Fabian, the batsman, was in a hurry and charged Alvin with another batsman, trying to stop him from receiving a pass from Fred. However, their flying skills are far less skilled than Alvin's, and the performance of their brooms is also far behind, which is completely useless. Instead, it was because they gave up chasing after the Hogwarts players and let Angelina score 2 in a row. Looking at the score gap that was constantly widening, Crumb was secretly impatient, and the speed of the flight couldn't help speeding up a bit. Harry, who was chasing Crumb, shook his fist excitedly. In 8 more, he can go and try to catch the golden snitch. As a seeker, Harry had long wanted to take on Crumb, the world's #1 seeker. It's really embarrassing to only do harassing actions now. Harry's pretty sure Alvin would be better than Crumb 1.0 if he wanted to be a seeker. The score came to 130-20, and Durmstrang still used the wall tactics to successfully block Alvin's 2 attacks. It was difficult to get these 20 points. As long as they are willing to be smashed by the bludgers, they still have opportunities to attack. Really tearful. It is more interesting to have the legal right to play as a batsman. Time passed slowly, and Hogwarts was constantly attacking, opening the score gap, when the game went on for a full half hour. As for why it's called, they also found that every shot of Alvin doesn't come with a huge amount of power. After all, sometimes power and hitting angle can't have both. It's just that Alvin thinks it's kind of stupid to keep chasing the snitch. Crumb, hurry up and catch the snitch. We can't take it anymore. Fabian roared at Crumb. His eye socket was blue, which was caused by an attack from Alvin, who had just blocked Alvin for his pursuer. Now he feels a little bit of gold staring in his eyes. Go on, and Hogwarts will definitely be able to overtake the score and win the final victory. The little wizards of Hogwarts on stage were all happy and crazy. They did not expect a game that they had hoped for to be so exciting, and Hogwarts had a tendency to turn defeat into victory. They sang the Hogwarts school anthem in unison, cheering on the hard-working players on the field. At this moment, they don't distinguish between Gryffindor, Slytherin, or Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. They are just Hogwarts students. The chorus of nearly 1,000 little wizards was very shocking, and Dumbledore, who was sitting at the top of the stand, was already in tears when he saw this scene. What he wants to see most is that the future of these magical worlds thrives, and 13 abandons the prejudice of mixed blood and pure blood, and lives together in peace. Now, he finally saw some signs in his lifetime. The words are divided into 2 parts. Let's talk about the field. Alvin was still pressing with high intensity, and every time he hit the ball, Durmstrang's players would break out in a cold sweat and cursed in their hearts. This strange stock has been maintaining this intensity for almost an hour. Isn't he tired? You are not tired. We are all tired of hiding. In fact, what they didn't know was that although Alvin wasn't as tired as they thought, his strong physical fitness made him have no problem playing like this for a few hours. But also felt a little boring. It's like playing whack-a-mole. No matter how fun you play it for an hour, you'll still feel like throwing up. Alvin kept complaining in his heart that Cedric and the others were too inefficient, and it took so long to get 150 points. It's really bad. Finally, Cedric and Angelina made a wonderful 2-1, and successfully scored another goal, and the difference also came to 150 points. Attack. Not only Alvin, but even the little wizards off the court roared in unison. Even Hogsmeade, not far away, could hear their voices, speculating about what happened to Hogwarts. After Harry heard it, he waved his tail excitedly. Instead of chasing Krum, who was flying ahead, he began to look for the golden snitch. In the period just now, Krum had actually found the golden snitch twice, and Harry was the first to find it once. But because the advantage in the score was not big enough, he couldn't reach out and grab it, so he could only stop Krum, and the two of them played together. Now finally the sea is wide and the fish leaps, and the sky is high for the birds to fly. Hogwarts was happy, but Durmstrang's people were not. Especially Karkaroff. He now wants to kill himself, who promised Alvin to participate in the competition. Looking at Krum with a gloomy expression, he only hoped that Krum would be able to live up to his expectations and take the lead in catching the golden snitch. Then Durmstrang can still get the final victory. Because in a Quidditch match, if the score is tied, the team that catches the snitch will win. Just when he thought so, Harry had already spotted the golden snitch, flying erratically in front of the Slytherin stand. Rush! This was the only thought left in Harry's mind. And Krum, who saw his movements from the corner of his eye, also found the golden snitch. The two are racing against the golden snitch from two directions in a race of life and death. The golden snitch. Both seekers have spotted it, and Harry has a slight distance advantage so far. Jordan has jumped on the podium, just to see more clearly. Many other little wizards could not help but stand up and look towards the field, although they can see more clearly with the virtual projection. But this kind of moment is of course more exciting to see the real scene. Harry is close. He's close to 10 meters ahead of Krum. Harry, he caught it. No. The bludger. The bludger hit Harry and scared the snitch away. 35. Alvin, did you type the wrong person? Jordan roared furiously, and just a second before Harry was about to catch the snitch, Alvin hit Harry's arm with a bludger, scaring the snitch away. The rest of the audience also thought it was Alvin's mistake, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, he had played the whole game perfectly, but he was only a little short of the final goal. Just a little regretful. At this time, Jordan was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage, but he quickly noticed something, looked at the score in the center, and immediately performed a face-changing stunt. No. Viewers, we made a mistake. Alvin played well. Should have played Harry. Harry. After returning to God, Harry was at a loss. What did Lee mean, hit me and hit me, right? However, the doubts in his heart were immediately resolved. Just before Harry was about to catch the snitch, Durmstrang's men managed to score a goal. If Harry catches the snitch, then Hogwarts loses. Let's salute Alvin. George's explanation of the cause and effect made Harry terrified. Sure enough, Alvin played well. The audience applauded, and Chi-Chi shouted to the rhythm of 260 Lee. Great Gaunt. 39. Great Gaunt. 99. Great Gaunt. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Alvin waved to them, and then instructed the other players who were still in shock. Go on attack. 9. Cedric and Angelina nodded again and again, just because of their negligence, just watching Harry and Krum racing, ignoring their opponents. With 12 points of spirit, Hogwarts relaunched the offensive. And Krum was also disturbed by Alvin, lost his energy and started sleepwalking. Although this was done with the help of Alvin, so what? Finally, 20 minutes later, Harry found the snitch again, and this time Krum was far away. He just gave up after a symbolic chase. In the contest with Krum, the world's #1 seeker, Harry Potter won. Harry in the air raised the golden snitch with one hand and let out a long whistle, venting the joy in his heart. It is really cool to lie down and win. Hogwarts also won 350-30. Thinking like this, Harry didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. I have thighs to report. Do you, Krum, have them? Harry managed to catch the snitch. The other team members ignored Harry, who was immersed in his own world. They knew who was the biggest contributor in this game and flew towards Alvin like crazy, wanting to give him a hug. However, Erwin flexibly avoided them all and gave them a disgusting look. A group of stinky men have nothing to hug. Even the only Angelina is not his dish. How can you have your own little sister? Alvin, who had put away his broom, landed on the Ravenclaw stand, and walked towards Chio and the others who were sitting together. The little wizards around him stretched out their hands like a groupie, wanting to give him a high five. And Alvin also met their requirements, enjoying the crowd all the way to Chio's side. At this time, Chio was also extremely excited and flew into his arms. Holding Chio in his arms, Alvin whispered something against her ear. Speaking counts. Although he was shy and unbearable, Chio nodded lightly.
What are you guys saying?
Hermione's head sank, and she looked at these two people suspiciously, always feeling that they were saying something wrong. It's okay, let's talk about tutoring, She is a little nervous about attending OWLS this fall. 39. Hermione didn't doubt him, but nodded seriously. I'm going to start reviewing too. These are the two most important exams in Hogwarts. 5. Alvin was also a little ashamed. Should Hermione be so exaggerated? She has to start preparing for next year's exam a year in advance. While they were talking, several adult wizards hurried to Alvin's side. Hello, Mr. Gunter. I'm a scout from the Chadley Cannons. I'm a scout for the Tatterhill Tornadoes. Alvin counted it, and it was a little surprising that there were 8 teams from the English League. He thought it would be good to attract 2 or 3 professional teams to this game, but he did not expect that a total of 13 teams would come at once. Did you come to ask me to join your team? If this is the case, don't talk about it anymore. I have no interest in playing professionally. As soon as Alvin came up, he blocked everyone's way, and the faces of these scouts showed regret. After a few words of persuasion, they found no effect, and they all left. Although Alvin did not agree, there were some good seedlings among the other players. But there is one person who still does not give up and wants to tempt Alvin with fame and wealth. The Tornado Scouts tried desperately to get Alvin to change his mind. Mr. Gunter, with the skills you have shown in this game, you will definitely shine in the professional league, and joining the national team will be a smooth affair. 55. By then you will not only be the hottest person in Europe, but you will also earn countless galleons. Hearing his words, Alvin didn't react. But Chio, who was lying in his arms, was envious. Chio is not interested in the pie drawn by the scout, but because her favorite Quidditch team since childhood was the Tornado. If she could join this team, Chio would definitely agree without hesitation, instead of being indifferent like Alvin. Sir, I don't think what you're saying has any appeal to me. My name is Alvin Gaunt, mind you. Hearing his words, the scouts of the Tornadoes were still a little puzzled why Alvin wanted to emphasize his name. But then his mind quickly turned around. Hogwarts has a master alchemist, a recipient of the Merlin First Class Medal, a member of the Wisengamot Wizards, and that person's name is... Thinking of this, Mr. Scout stammered. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. Alvin smiled slightly, signaling that he didn't need to say any more, then moved his lips slightly. A voice that no one else heard fell into the scout's ears. Glancing at Alvin, Mr. Scout nodded his head despite some doubts. The celebration on the Quidditch pitch lasted for a long time, until the sky started to rain lightly, and the students left reluctantly. However, this does not mean the end. I believe that every student's lounge will be very lively tonight. In the player tunnel, Alvin did not return to the castle with Hermione and the others, but met the scout here again. It's been so long. I still don't know your name. Just call me Thompson, Mr. Gaunt. Thompson, a scout for the Tornadoes, replied with some restraint, not knowing what Alvin's purpose was in keeping him. Has he changed his mind? Alvin nodded, without being polite, but straight to the point. 46, Mr. Thompson. I wonder if the Tornadoes are willing to sell? What? Thompson was a little unresponsive, and he didn't hear it until Alvin repeated it again. Are you going to get enough Tornado teams? Yes, I have no interest in playing professional leagues, but I would rather be the owner of your club. Thompson wondered what kind of weird hobby Alvin was. Can you tell me why? Although Quidditch clubs are more profitable, they are only the top teams. In recent years, our Tornado team has not been up and down, and on the whole, it can barely maintain a balance of payments. In a word, Thompson was very honest, and Alvin could know these things after investigation after Wong's. There is no need to make small moves on this. The reason I want to get enough of your club is because my girlfriend is a fan of yours and she's a seeker. I'm not interested in money. If I want to make galleons, I can make more money than a club with anything. So you go back and ask your boss and ask him to set a price. Besides, now that he knew Alvin's identity, he didn't have the guts to play tricks. However, Alvin waved his hands indifferently after hearing this. If possible, I hope she can go to your club to play a criminal after graduation. As a master alchemist, Alvin sold a few gadgets to catch up with their club's earnings for decades. This was very Versailles, and Thompson had a toothache when he heard it, but he couldn't refute it. Money is not a problem. Thompson was startled. He thought about several reasons why Alvin bought the team. For example, he is a Tornado fan. For example, he loves Quidditch, but unfortunately, he has to spare time for other careers. But Thompson never expected that Alvin decided to buy it just because his girlfriend was their fan. It looks like there are plans for her to play with the Tornadoes as a seeker. What does this take for their team? Can you get in with money? Do you think this is afoot? If I can buy the team and the management remains the same, I'll invest an additional set of firebolts as a gift to the team. Secondly, I can also write a set of training manuals for each position. Although it is not up to my level, it can also improve the team as a whole. 99. Hear the flatbread painted by Alvin. Thompson abruptly swallowed the words he wanted to refuse. What did he hear? A complete set of firebolts, that is, 7. Not to mention the price. It is a big problem that the orders for the firebolts are booked by those national teams 2 years later. That's why these scouts are so surprised to see the firebolt at Hogwarts. Another condition, 260, made him even more excited. Alvin's strength has been on full display in the game just now. It's like one person is carrying the entire team forward. If he can sum up his skills and give them to the Tornadoes. Thompson's breathing became heavy when he thought that his own players could be like Alvin today. Mr. Gaunt, are you telling the truth? I don't need to tease you. Mr. Thompson, Alvin asked rhetorically. Immediately afterwards, he said that as long as the sale is agreed, the firebolt and training manual will appear in the Tornado team within a week. Both parties can enter into specific contracts. Hearing this, Thompson nodded without hesitation. I sell. Can I sign the contract now? It was Alvin's turn to be surprised. Aren't you a scout who can decide the ownership of the team? Thompson didn't hide it either. I'm actually the owner of the Tornado team, but I just thought it was too much trouble to manage the team, so I left it to my wife to take care of it. And I am in charge of finding good seedlings in the world. World. So, as long as I agree, the rest will be fine. After Alvin found out, he also had a little admiration for this humble Thompson. This kind of talent is someone who really loves Quidditch, not the game as a business. After the general direction has been negotiated, the rest is much easier to deal with, and the two of them will determine the price in a few seconds. Alvin also reached out and shook hands with Thompson, expressing a pleasant cooperation. But in the end, Thompson expressed his concerns about Chio's level. I want Alvin to work harder and train his girlfriend. You can rest assured that Chio's skills are almost the same as those of our team seekers today, and he will definitely become stronger in 2 years. It's not that Alvin is exaggerating, but that Chio really has talent. Coupled with some of the training methods he provides, Chio is definitely not inferior to Harry's talented seeker now. This time Thompson was completely relieved, and after saying goodbye to Alvin, he left happily. And Alvin also returned to the castle, and his stomach is now empty. In the auditorium, Hermione and the others were sitting and chatting, and Alvin walked over directly. Reach for a steak and stuff it into your mouth. Seeing that he was starving, Hermione and Cho also stopped chatting and waited for him to eat. This is also a small hobby of his girlfriend's, who always think feeding him is a very fun thing. Seeing Alvin's cheeks bulging high and moving, they also showed their aunt's smile. Under the envious gazes of others, Alvin finished the meal contentedly, and Luna obediently handed over a handkerchief. What did you say to that scout just now? At this time, Chio Kai asked what Alvin was doing just now. Wiping his mouth, Alvin said, "Don't you like this team the most? So I asked him to help you collect a set of autographed photos of all the players of the Tornadoes." Chio was very surprised and rewarded him with a kiss. Not just because of the photos, but because Alvin remembers her like so clearly. After dinner, Alvin took Hermione and Luna to a party held by George and Fred. As for Cho, it was time to go back and study hard. It's already April, and the OWLS exam is less than a month away. She could squeeze in most of the day to watch Quidditch, which was the limit. Fleur, on the other hand, took Gabriel to Hogsmeade, and Gabriel was very fond of Honeyduck's candy shop. And Alvin worried that Gabriel would develop cavities and prepared a lot of magic medicine for her to prevent cavities. In a classroom on the second floor, several other Quidditch players and some of their friends had already made preparations for the party. When Alvin and the others arrived, the party officially started. The twins came up with a lot of Weiss products, and some that didn't even start selling. Just take this opportunity, they can also collect some customer feedback. Harry picked up a biscuit curiously, took 2 bites, and suddenly turned into a canary. Angelina next to her let out a hearty laugh. "Here's a canary cookie, don't worry, you'll be back in a minute." Fred teased Harry, who turned into a bird, and explained to him with a smile. "Weasley, is there any other fun?" A little wizard from Hufflepuff asked enthusiastically. George handed over a piece of chewing gum, and he was not afraid and ate it directly. Roar! The roar of the lion came from the student's mouth, startling everyone, and then they burst into laughter. Then, the roars of various animals resounded throughout the classroom. I don't know if I thought the zoo had invaded Hogwarts. If it wasn't for Alvin's arrangement of the soundproof barrier, it is estimated that this floor would have been disturbed. This time, everyone's interest was completely ignited, and they kept urging the twins to come up with new products. If they come across something they like, everyone will buy some. Taking this opportunity, the twins also received a lot of orders and made a small profit. Several Hufflepuff students looked at them resentfully, and then looked at Cedric. They bought the least, and the reason was naturally that most of their pocket money was siphoned off by the twins on the duel project. Cedric was also a little embarrassed. He also knew now that the twins had opened him up. The good-natured Cedric was not angry. He just felt sorry for letting those friends who believed in him lose so much money. The party continued into the evening, and Alvin called in several house elves and brought the raw materials for the barbecue. Barbecue was made on the spot. With the drinks that Lee Jordan bought, everyone ate meat and drank heavily. After everyone was a little drunk, they disbanded on the spot and went back to their homes. In the corridor, Hermione's little face was flushed, very cute. The little witch who has always followed the rules also happily drank some chestnut rum today and felt a little dizzy at this time. I never thought that Fred and George could make so many interesting gadgets, and the level of technology is not low. 35. Think of canary cookies, roaring bubble gum, and licorice wands. Hermione also found it unexpected. In her heart, it was okay for the twins to be naughty and mischievous, and the rest would be fine. Hearing the little witch's words, Alvin also smiled and said, "The wizards of the Weasleys always have their own specialties." 99. Probably their specialty is making these props? Hermione thought about it carefully and found that this was the truth. Although Hermione had never met Bill and Charlie, they were both students of Gryffindor, so she had naturally heard the legend of the two. All are excellent students. Percy is also the student council president, the perfect student template in the eyes of teachers. Even Ginny is a cursed genius, and Sirius has boasted that Ginny could become an Auror in the future. But thinking of this, Hermione felt something was wrong. Then what is Ron's specialty? After thinking about it, Hermione didn't find anything special about Ron. If he is not a good friend of Harry, he may be less impressive than Neville in Gryffindor. At least Neville was much dumber than him, and easier for the professor to remember. Moderate students like Ron are the most easily overlooked. And Alvin fell into silence.
What's special about Ron?
Marrying the future Minister of Magic, of course. Ron in the original book is the real winner in life, more promising than his brothers. But he wouldn't tell Hermione about this. With Alvin in this life, how could it be Ron's turn? Don't you think that a mediocre guy like him is the most special among the Weasleys? Luna, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said such a sentence, which made Hermione a little stunned, but then she realized that she could not refute Luna's point of view. Is this the truth? The little witch fell into self-doubt. Sending Hermione back to the bedroom, Alvin and Luna also returned to Ravenclaw's lounge. It was almost 10 o'clock now, and Luna, who had been playing outside all day, was also a little sleepy. After saying goodnight to Alvin, she also returned to her bedroom. Alvin did not leave in a hurry, but sat quietly in the lounge. Here is another gift waiting for him to receive. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Cho quietly walked out of the revolving door of the girl's bedroom. It was obvious that she had dressed up on purpose. Alvin smiled slightly and took the beautiful woman into his arms, and an illusion spell was to disappear. After the Quidditch High School Cup, the competition of the duel event also came to an end. In the last few rounds, Harry first encountered Cassandra and Fleur and suffered a 2-game losing streak. This also calmed the hearts of those students who regarded him as the favorite to win the championship. After all, Harry was only in the 4th grade, and it was understandable that he was weaker than wizards like Fleur and Cassandra, who were beyond the scope of students. Plus, the 2 girls and Alvin are unclear. This is more reasonable. The final round ended with Fleur defeating her classmate Brittany. The final scores of all the warriors in this project are: Ask for Flowers, O. Hibiscus, 70 points. Cassandra, 60 points. Harry, 50 points. Crumb, 40 points. Cedric, 30 points. Fabian, 10 points. Brittany, 10 points. Ford, 10 points. When seeing this result, many people sighed that the vision of the Goblet of Fire was really accurate. The warriors selected by the first Goblet of Fire were, without exception, more reliable than those selected by the principals later, and there was a clear gap between the two. Even Harry, if it wasn't for his age, should have surpassed, and Cedric was chosen. The end of the duel project also means that the final decisive battle is coming. Point 0. Before that, however, students have to take their final exams. The little wizards are no longer as leisurely as they used to be, especially the 5th and 7th grade students, who are even more stressed. The library, which used to be very empty, has also become crowded, and Mrs. Pants has been furious at dealing with several students who do not care for books. Harry as the warriors, Cedric and Alvin as the referee were fortunate not to take the final exam. But that doesn't mean they are easy. After a semester, Harry and Cedric became very good friends. It is nothing more than divided into 3 types of danger. The third is the impact of the environment on them. Just like the Black Lake, solving the difficulties caused by the environment to the wizards is also part of the assessment 10. In fact, Alvin didn't say it. After a semester of hard work, Harry and the others guessed almost the same. The two often get together for the final game, discussing what kind of spells will be needed at that time. As for what kind of test he would encounter, he did not say any more. The second is the battle between wizards. Maybe in the labyrinth, the warriors can attack each other. They don't care so much now about who wins the final championship as long as the championship belongs to Hogwarts. One is magical creatures. Just like the first level, they need to guard against magical creatures that can appear in the labyrinth at any time. Alvin had already told them that the final level would be held in a huge maze. Of course, these things were all analyzed by Cedric. A fool like Harry doesn't have that brain. When Alvin knew what they were thinking, he also gave Cedric a thumbs up. The reasoning is quite correct. There are not many people in the magic world who can use their brains like this. And the 2 people who got his hint were also relieved, knowing that the direction they guessed was correct, and they could prepare more targetedly. Looking at the figures of the 2 hurriedly leaving, Alvin fell into contemplation. After the semester, he and Cedric had a good relationship. Watching such a good gentleman go to death, he still can't do it. Looks like Cedric can't touch the Goblet of Fire at the last minute. Now Alvin already knows that Barty Jr. will still act like the 260 of his original destiny. Taking advantage of the 3rd game, the Goblet of Fire escaped Dumbledore's sight and quietly replaced it with a portkey. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief when he knew that things were not out of his control. As long as Voldemort is successfully resurrected, his plan to fish in troubled waters can be carried out smoothly, and Dumbledore will not put all his thoughts on his magic net register. Otherwise, the magic world is so peaceful, and Alvin will not be in trouble. Late at night, the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Come out, Mr. Crouch. Looking at a stout uncle in front of him, Alvin said softly. Crouch took off the invisibility cloak and appeared in front of Alvin, looking a little depressed. Didn't you say that no one can see this invisibility cloak?
Why did I find it as soon as I arrived?
Alvin's head was covered with black lines, and he explained angrily. There is a back door I left above. Of course I can perceive it. Don't worry. No one can detect it except me. Hearing what he said, Crouch was also relieved. He was afraid that he could not hide the powerful wizard. After all, it was used under Voldemort's eyelids, and Crouch really didn't know anything about it. But Crouch also had to admit that this invisibility cloak was many times better than what he had prepared for Barty Jr. Tell me, what's the matter today? So eager to see me. While speaking, Alvin also set up a barrier to prevent outsiders from entering. Little Barty is going to silence me. Crouch's tone was very depressed. Although he had long known that his son had no feelings for him at all, it was not until the other party wanted to kill him himself. His heart was still in pain like a knife. Voldemort's arrangement has been completely successful, and I naturally have no role. To make sure everything was safe, Voldemort asked him to get rid of me. Hearing this, Alvin is not surprised at all. The fate of Crouch in the original book is like this. After breaking free from the Imperious Curse, he was killed by his own son. But he certainly can't let that happen now. You pretend to break free from the Imperious Curse, then run away, but always make sure you're in their sight. Alvin gave instructions. He couldn't let Crouch jump straight back. It would definitely be a shock, and Voldemort wouldn't start acting according to his original plan. Therefore, it is best to hang it so casually. Crouch nodded. He now also knew a lot of Alvin's plans and understood his intentions. What about Barty? Are you going to use the taming potion? Alvin shook his head. It's not yet time for him to come back. You need him to exonerate yourself. Let him stay with Voldemort for another year. Crouch has done a lot of things with Barty this time, and Barty is still needed to take the blame. As for how to make him return as a hero in the future, it's better to throw the pot at Voldemort. It's all Voldemort's fault, no problem. Although Crouch had objections in his heart, he did not speak out, because he knew that Alvin just informed him that even if he objected, it was useless. With full of sadness, Crouch left. And Alvin also came to a bush and stretched out his hand. Cassandra, who had been hiding there early, was caught. What? Cassandra, who was suddenly attacked, let out a soft cry, and her whole body fell into Alvin's arms. A gesture of a loving couple embracing passionately. Have you heard? Cassandra, who was lying in his arms, also understood that she was discovered early. Listen, heard, Voldemort, you said. Is he really resurrected? Uncomfortably twisted, Cassandra found that Alvin hugged tighter and tighter, and gave up the struggle. Turned to the most important question. Living in the free country, she didn't know much about Voldemort, but the generation of Meguro Demon King left a deep impression on their free country wizards. Had it not been for the intervention of Newt Scamander at the end, it is estimated that Grindelwald would have taken control of their Ministry of Magic. Although Voldemort did not make troubles in the free country, it must not be underestimated that he was able to ravage England for so long. Cassandra naturally wanted to know about Voldemort's resurrection, why that high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic would have such respect for Alvin, and what little Barty. She has too many questions in her mind now. Yes, Voldemort has been resurrected for more than a year, and he's about to regain his full power. Oh, and also I have a share of the credit for this. If it weren't for me, I guess he is still a baby now. What she said was an understatement, but Cassandra's mouth widened in shock, and her brain stopped thinking. Looking at the limited edition cute card sister, Alvin was also eager to move, leaned over and kissed.
Well.
5 minutes later, Cassandra covered her red lips and glared at Alvin, who was still reminiscing. Sorry, I couldn't hold back for a while. I'll let you kiss me next time. 99. You don't have to worry about Voldemort. He won't affect the free nation in a short time. The hooligan-like tone made Cassandra kick Alvin a few times angrily. I have already told your grandfather about our relationship, and I told him that you are my girlfriend. Alvin stopped her and looked into Cassandra's eyes seriously. Not caring about Voldemort, he turned around and walked back. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Cassandra was anxious. She hadn't figured out how to deal with her relationship with Alvin. How could this be unilaterally confirmed by this bad guy? What? When did I promise to be your girlfriend? Hearing Cassandra's frantic defense, Alvin smiled smugly. Go and explain this matter to your grandfather. He has promised me that he will send you to England as soon as you graduate. After saying a word, Alvin disappeared in place, leaving only Cassandra standing there blankly.
Puffed.
An abrupt laughter suddenly sounded, and it looked very strange in this gloomy, forbidden forest. Cassandra didn't know why she was smiling. Maybe it's because of Alvin's domineering and rogue behavior, or maybe it's the back figure who finally fled. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, all the students have completed their final exams. The 5th project started on the last Sunday before the holiday. For the last carnival of this school year, the little wizards broke out with unimaginable enthusiasm. Harry and Cedric instantly added countless little wizards as sparring partners. Professor McGonagall also granted each warrior a classroom as a sparring partner. Harry, your obstruction charm needs to be more accurate. George walked over to Harry and patted him on the shoulder. What's the matter with you? Why do I feel like you're a little absent-minded? It's nothing, just a little tired. Shall we rest for a while? At this time, Harry and the twins were in the Transfiguration classroom for special training in obstacle spells, but his trance state gave the twins some headaches. Thinking it was caused by anxiety before the game, I had to let Harry rest for a while. Sitting in the corner, Harry also froze. In recent days, the scar on his forehead had begun to ache again, and he knew it was Voldemort's influence on him. But since listening to Alvin's advice and learning occlumency, he has no longer been able to dream about specific content. Harry had also told Sirius and Snape these things. Yes, Snape. His relationship with Snape was becoming more and more delicate now, and he always felt that Snape was becoming more gentle to him. The eyes are getting more and more kind. Sirius thought he was just paying too much attention to his scars and told him to relax as much as possible and prepare for the final test. Snape was silent for a while and told him to keep trying to learn occlumency so he could avoid this trouble. In fact, what Harry wanted to tell the most was Alvin. From the 1st grade to now, he has been used to holding Alvin's thighs. But the recent Alvin Shenlong can't see the end. According to Hermione, lately he has been busy with the Leyline Lager factory. The thoughts drifted further and further, and the thoughts in his head became more and more confused, and Harry forced himself to focus on the upcoming 5th project first. George.
Fred.
Let's start. Potter, come over here. On the day of the game, when Harry finished his breakfast and was about to go back to the dormitory for some repairs, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared and took him away. Some of your relatives will come to cheer you on today, and you can meet. Harry was confused. He didn't think the Dursleys would come to cheer him on. Maybe there will be some interest when they know the game will be life-threatening. Following Professor McGonagall all the way to the conference room on the 2nd floor, Harry pushed the door open. There were already quite a few people in the room. Cedric and his parents were standing by the door, and Krum was talking to his parents in a corner of the room. The other warriors also came with relatives, scattered in every corner of the house. And Bill and Mrs. Weasley were standing by the fireplace, looking at him with a smile. I didn't expect it. Bill stepped forward and gave Harry a warm hug. Charlie wants to come too, but he can't go away, and Dad will come over later. Harry was also very happy. He felt that the Weasley family could not be better as his family. I thought it was Dursley. Don't mention them. Mrs. Weasley was very dissatisfied with the Dursleys, with anger in her eyes. Harry wisely changed the subject and chatted with Bill about other topics, and Bill told him a lot of interesting things about himself at school. Before they knew it, they talked about Percy again. The recent news of Crouch's disappearance has been circulated in small circles, and Fudge has removed Percy's long-standing role as acting referee and made him himself. Percy was depressed about this for a long time. At this time, the door was pushed open again. Alvin and Fleur, Cassandra walked in. Next to them were 2 middle-aged women, all very beautiful, holding hands, chatting and laughing, chatting enthusiastically about something. Look, Alvin Nanuzui. I'll just say we're the last to arrive. 35. Ferong pinched him angrily, and just now Alvin was complaining that she was taking too much time with her makeup. Sure enough, men don't have a good thing, and they have this attitude when they get it. Alvin. Harry hurried over and said happily that he had seen Alvin 260 years ago, and he had too many questions in his heart. Alvin gave him a look, motioned to Harry to talk about something later, and then introduced him. This is Madame Delacour, and this is Madame Worley, both of whom are my mother-in-law. All? Cassandra looked at Alvin in embarrassment, but in the end neither did nor refute. Especially Cedric's father, when he saw Alvin, he immediately became arrogant, making his son very embarrassed. Cassandra comforted herself with this proverb from the highest kingdom, completely denying the slightest joy in her heart. A few words of courtesy. Alvin also greeted other people he knew. Parents to enrich people. Not long after, several other principals and referees also came here. Ludo Bagman's face was a little unsightly, and when others greeted him, there was a slight smile on the basis of reluctance. Harry was taken aback and glanced at Cassandra, and then he looked at Alvin in admiration. Sure enough, this warrior of Ilvermorny could not escape the clutches of Alvin. Just when her mother met Alvin and was very satisfied with him, she settled the matter between the two on the spot, without even giving her time to defend herself. Mr. Bagman, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Has something happened? Alvin asked knowingly, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the room. It's nothing. Those Bulgarians are really troublesome. They can't speak English well, but they have to communicate with me in English, which makes me a headache. I haven't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Bagman replied with a forced smile, but Alvin didn't believe a word. Thinking on his toes, he knew that it must be Crouch's escape that made Barty devastated. Now Crouch is being hunted down by Crabbe and Goyle's father, and has not been out of sight of Voldemort's gang. Otherwise, Barty Jr. wouldn't dare appear at Hogwarts now. In fact, what Alvin didn't know was that Barty Jr. still had his share of credit for this state. No matter how you look at it now, Fleur has a higher probability of winning the championship than Harry, and until now little Barty still doesn't know how to help Harry in secret. In addition, the whole game will be broadcast live, which also brings a lot of trouble to Barty Jr. It can be said that little Barty now hates Alvin. With his involvement, things didn't go well a lot. So, the person with the higher score will have the priority to enter the maze. I will now announce the rankings so far. First place, Fleur Delacour. Second place, Harry Potter. Third place, Cassandra Worley. Fourth place, Cedric Diggory. Fifth place, Victor Clum. Sixth place, Chris Brittany. Seventh, James Fabian. Eighth, Thor Ford. So, Miss Delacour, the first-ranked warrior, will be the first to enter the maze, and every 3 minutes after that, the next warrior will enter. Hearing this, the faces of the last few warriors were completely dark. After waiting for 10 or 20 minutes, it is estimated that Ferong has finished the game, right? Hearing this, there was nothing unusual on Ferong's face. Just last night, Alvin had told her the truth. Including the Goblet of Fire has been dropped. It is now a door key thing. After knowing all this, Ferong was also very shocked. A Triwizard tournament hides such a big conspiracy. NJU 4 NDA 2 NTC 3 ODM 1 MZGXMTQ 5 OJM smiley face. Although she regretted not being able to hold the cup, Ferong obediently obeyed Alvin's arrangement and found a trap to play slowly when she was about to enter the maze. Thinking of this, she gave Harry a pitying look. Silly boy, you don't know what you're going to face for a while. Harry noticed Fleur's strange gaze, but he didn't have time to think about it, because Bagman's words continued. I saw that Bagman took out 8 identical bracelets and handed them one to each contestant. This is a magic item made by Mr. Gaunt. You can use the Iron Armor spell, Stun spell, and Obstruction spell once each, and the item will become invalid after use. It's also the only external force you can use in the game. Of course, if you don't use it, this item will also be given to you as a souvenir of this competition. Several warriors held the bracelets in their hands with joy on their faces. This is the work of a master alchemist, and the outside world cannot buy it with money. In the end, Bagman also asked everyone to gather at the Quidditch pitch at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and announced his disbandment. The rest of the time is left to the warriors and their families. And Alvin took Harry out of the door and came to a small room. "Give me that bracelet." Harry was stunned for a moment, not knowing what he was going to do, but he obediently handed the bracelet over. Alvin put away the bracelet and took out an identical one and returned it to Harry. This is the enhanced version. In addition to the increased power of the 3 spells, there is also a killing curse inscribed. Harry was taken aback. It's just a game. No need to kill? He thought Alvin was letting him use it in the game. Alvin rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? This is for your own defense, you forgot. Your participation in the game itself is a conspiracy. It's the last game, and if they don't play again, there's no chance, so you're at the most dangerous moment. Remember, try not to use it during the game. It's a live broadcast." Hearing this, Harry nodded again and again, indicating that he understood, and was about to talk about his scar when Alvin took the lead and said, "I've heard from Professor Snape about your scar, and I don't have a good solution at the moment. You should train a clemency." Harry was a little disappointed to hear him say that, but he didn't say much. In the end, Alvin handed him another thing and left in a hurry, leaving Harry stunned to look at the prop in his hand. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the cheers of all the audience, Bagman led several warriors into the entrance of the Quidditch pitch. A 20-foot fence surrounded the edge of the field, and in front of them was a gap, this time the entrance to the labyrinth, and it was terrifyingly dark inside. Professor McGonagall brought several professors to the warriors' side. "We will patrol outside the labyrinth, and if we encounter difficulties and want to be rescued, we will fire red sparks into the sky. When the time comes, someone will help you. But this also means that you have given up the game, understand?" The warriors nodded together, and several professors chose different directions and left. "Okay. The Kings, Miss Delacour, please come in." Bagman smiled and wished that Fleur would die immediately. Without Fleur, Harry would definitely be the final champion. Ferron ignored him and entered the passage directly. 3 minutes later, Harry also entered the maze.
Gee.
Listen to Alvin, and you're right. He vaguely remembered what Alvin had said. After a moment of hesitation, Harry chose the passage on the left. Fluorescent flashes. A light came from the tip of his wand, illuminating the surroundings. Another whistle sounded in Harry's ears, and he knew that the third-ranked Cassandra had entered. About 50 meters ahead, there is a large fork, which is divided into 2 passages, one left and one right. When Harry entered the maze, he found that it was much bigger than he thought, and it was unusually dark. "What's the matter with Ferron?" Hermione looked at Hibiscus, who was not nervous at all on the screen, like a spring outing, and was a little puzzled. "This is the final. How come it's still in a hurry?" Alvin blinked. "Maybe she's recharging her batteries?" The little witch hammered him, preventing her boyfriend from being funny, and turned to look at the second Harry who entered. At this sight, a black line appeared on his forehead. At this time, after Harry chose the passage on the left, he experienced several waves of small animal attacks, passed through several forks in a row, and gradually lost his way. After going around in circles, we came back to the first fork in the road. Looking at the familiar fork in front of him, Harry fell silent. Not only him, but even the audience outside was silent. Even the 8th-placed Ford entered the maze, and Harry circled back to where he was. The other principals are all overjoyed, and if this trend continues, they all have the hope of winning the championship. Alvin was also a little speechless. He didn't expect to go wrong in this link. At this time, Fleur and Cassandra had reached the middle of the maze even if they deliberately slowed down. That won't do. Thinking of this, Alvin also used special means to let the 2 girls know about the situation, and their 260 faces showed a strange look at the same time. They had enough water, and Harry didn't expect it to be unexpected. In desperation, the 2 women had to deliberately choose some dead ends to delay their progress. "If I encounter other players, I will try to solve it as much as possible." On the other hand, Harry also had his own decision in his heart. Thinking that in a Muggle primary school, the math teacher taught me earnestly. Between 2 points, The line segment is the shortest. And the Goblet of Fire is stored in the center of the labyrinth, which is due north. So, Harry got his bearings and aimed his wand at the thick wall. Fractured. Break to pieces. The huge explosion sounded along with the thick smoke, which startled Ford, who had just come in and was still nearby, and quickly accelerated his steps. When the dust settled, looking at the irregular hole in front of him, Harry also smiled happily. Although the hole is not big, it can accommodate a relatively thin person to pass through.
Foul.
It's cheating. How could he damage the field? Karkaroff panicked and protested angrily. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, Bagman took the lead. Karkaroff, Mr. Potter, this is not a foul. There is no rule that the warriors can't destroy the field. This is his wisdom and strength. 99. At this time, Barty was very happy. Just now, he was planning to exchange the Goblet of Fire, and then he was going to take advantage of the chaos after winning the championship and forcibly kidnapped Harry. It's a relief to see Harry getting better now. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise, as if he did not expect Bagman to support Harry so strongly. Aware of Lao Deng's gaze, little Barty also panicked. He was still a little carried away, and Dumbledore noticed it. Minister Fudge, you are also a referee today, what do you think? Barty hurriedly asked Fudge, who had been silent for a while. Fudge naturally hopes that the champion of the Triwizard Tournament belongs to England, and agrees with a smile. Seeing that 2 consecutive people supported Harry, Karkaroff was helpless. After all, this is England's home field, and they have too much advantage. In the maze, Harry moved forward like a bulldozer, and the disadvantages of what he did were also reflected. Hearing the huge movement here, many magical creatures in the labyrinth ran over. Funny, after defeating a boggart who had turned into a Demento with a burlesque, Harry also temporarily stopped his steps and took a few heavy breaths. In just a few hundred meters, he met Grandillo, Red Hat, Dba, Boggart, and Hushu Luogwa. Coupled with the magic power consumed by opening the channel, he is now somewhat exhausted. After a 5-minute rest, Harry started again. He was a little puzzled, and he did not encounter any warriors along the way. What he didn't know was that, in order to pave the way for him, Cassandra and Fleur had unintentionally met several warriors. And these warriors have completely retired. In the labyrinth now, there are only 2 girls left, Harry and Crumb, who is lucky enough not to meet them. It is fair that there is also a warrior in a school. It's all petrified. Burning flames. Having dealt with a blow-tailed snail, Harry looked excited, and he was now getting closer to the center. A school year has passed, and the fried tail snail just now is much bigger than the one Fleur encountered in the first game, and the hard shell resists almost all of Harry's spells. If it wasn't for Alvin's repeated emphasis not to use the spell on the bracelet, Harry would have used his trump card long ago. As he was walking down a long, straight path, he noticed movement again. A lion-shaped monster with the head of a beautiful woman lay in the middle of the road, blocking the way forward. Harry knew that this was the Sphinx, a magical creature that appeared in the Monster Book of Monsters and was very fond of puzzles. He raised his wand subconsciously and heard Sphinx say, "You are the first human to arrive here, congratulations. You are very close to your goal. As long as you pass my level, the trophy is in sight." Harry was delighted to hear this. "Could you please let me go?" Sphinx was choked for a moment, and his emotions were a little incoherent, and he looked at Harry with the eyes of a fool. If she can get out of the way, why is she standing here talking nonsense with him? "No," said the Sphinx. "Unless you can answer my riddle, you have 3 chances, and if you don't get it right 3 times, I'll rush." Harry's mood suddenly became a lot worse, guessing something didn't match his character at all. "Oh, guess my name as best you can. When I do have you, I promise you will know. But time will show everything, and we will always meet." The Sphinx was very happy and said loudly. After thinking for a while, he felt that 3 chances were okay. At least he could give it a try, so he signaled the Sphinx to ask the question. Some try to hide, some try to deceive. He knows every word in it. Why can't he understand it when they are combined together? In the maze, Harry looked blankly at the Sphinx in front of him. The Sphinx, who thought he didn't hear the riddle clearly, repeated it again. Time will tell, everything shows everything, we always meet. Pondering over the hints in the riddle, Harry frantically turned his insane brain. After thinking for a long time, he slowly gave his answer. A fair.
What?
35 Sphinx said that he didn't hear very well. A fair. Harry said it again, afraid that the Sphinx didn't understand what it meant, and explained it again. Number 99. After listening to Harry's explanation, the Sphinx wondered if the little wizard's brain was not normal. You have 2 more chances, he reminded. Harry wasn't too surprised that he guessed wrong, but in fact he felt unreliable after he finished speaking. This stupid lion doesn't even know what an affair is. How could he come up with a mystery about it? So the answer must be something related to the magic world. Thinking of this, Harry became full of confidence and gave his second answer. The golden snitch. Number 35. The Sphinx again rejected Harry's answer. Harry panicked. The golden snitch fits your puzzle. He's been hiding from the Seeker. But in the end, no matter how long it takes, the Seeker will meet him and catch it. After listening to Harry's explanation, the Sphinx shook his head regretfully. If the answer is only here, you may have found a correct answer, but you forgot to meet the last condition. 5. When I do have you, I promise you will know. How could the golden snitch have you? Besides, you already knew of his existence, so this one doesn't fit. Hearing Sphinx's explanation, Harry was also a little dumbfounded. Why didn't he think of this just now? The Sphinx also changed his lazy appearance. His body was stretched straight, and an invisible power radiated out. As soon as Harry answered incorrectly, she would attack in an instant. Although she had promised that the group of wizards would not endanger the lives of the contestants, it was still okay for this little wizard to suffer a little. In the referee's bench, seeing Harry's 2 wrong answers in a row, the nervousness of the principals of several other schools has also decreased a lot. Harry, who was originally in the leading position, also delayed too much time due to answering questions, and several other warriors would arrive soon. Besides, in the end, it is not certain whether he can answer the question correctly. Just as the principals were gloating over the misfortune, the situation in the labyrinth changed again. Harry silently gripped his wand. Since he couldn't answer, he didn't waste time answering the 3rd time. Alvin said, "Convince people with reason, and the magic wand in his hand is reason." Thunderbolt explosion. A fist-sized fireball squeezed out from the top of the wand and quickly approached the Sphinx. During the flight, the fireball continued to grow, and it expanded to a diameter of 1 meter in an instant. The Sphinx, who wanted to say something at first, instantly shut up. The hairs all over his body exploded, and he instinctively jumped to the side.
Boom.
A huge roar sounded, and a heat wave swept in, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. Gudong. Swallowing his saliva, the Sphinx looked at the dirt wall behind him that had been bombed with pits and holes, and then looked at Harry, who was ready to blast a second spell at any time at the top of his wand. I think the golden snitch is a very good answer. Warrior, you passed. The Sphinx moved cautiously and gave way to the last section of the road. Harry's expression didn't change, but he breathed a sigh of relief. The thunderbolt explosion just now was the result of his all-out efforts, and now there is not much magic left in his body. This gesture is also posturing, to frighten the Sphinx. Facts have proved that Harry's plan has succeeded, and this fake lion is not too smart. Watching, Harry nodded his thanks to the Sphinx and walked past her with aplomb. And just as Harry passed the Sphinx completely, she finally couldn't help it. Actually, I think death is a good answer, isn't it? For Flower Zero,
Harry was also startled.
He didn't expect this stupid lion to be so tangled and puzzled, but he thought about it carefully and found that death was indeed a very suitable answer. Thank you, Sphinx, and next time I have the chance, I'll definitely answer that. After speaking, Harry continued to move forward. After walking through the last fork in the road, the shining goblet of fire stood quietly on a high platform 100 meters away. With excitement, he trotted up the steps. Before that, Harry had never thought he would win the Triwizard Tournament. With a vote of the best students from various colleges to participate, He always felt that he was a role to accompany. Today, he defeated Krum, surpassed Cedric, and reached the final step by step. 0. Although he hadn't encountered Fleur and Cassandra, Harry guessed that the two might be entangled in some thorny trap. But this doesn't affect anything. If you win by luck, isn't it also a win? Thinking with joy in his heart, Harry stretched out his hand, ready to raise the goblet of fire high to declare his victory. And at this moment, a sound of breaking the air sounded behind him, and Harry looked back subconsciously and was suddenly scared to death. I saw Krum riding the firebolt, rushing towards the goblet of fire at an incredible speed, and in a few seconds, he could reach Harry in front of him. And it was this attack that brought Harry back to his senses and ran away in the direction of the goblet of fire. Touched the goblet of fire almost at the same time. Outside the venue, countless people held their breaths, staring at the holographic projection without blinking, for fear that they would miss the final result.
G.
There are many obstacles.
9.
Even Alvin frowned slightly. He didn't expect Krum, who had been inconspicuous, to jump out at the last minute to disrupt the situation. A red light flashed, and although Krum's obstruction charm didn't hit Harry, it also hit the goblet of fire, knocking the goblet of fire away for a distance. In an instant, a whirlpool appeared, and the two disappeared together with the goblet of fire as if they were pulled into the toilet bowl. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, Krum riding a broom and Harry flying out. Harry felt himself out of the vortex, and he fell heavily to the ground. Whoosh! Boom! Krum also fell from the firebolt and rolled not far away, and because his firebolt was not controlled by anyone, it gradually became invisible. Where is this? Standing up, Harry patted the dust off his body, glanced at Krum, who had not recovered yet, and observed the surrounding environment. Harry had never known that the Goblet of Fire was still a portkey, and it was completely out of Hogwarts distance. Now he was standing on a dark, overgrown cemetery, and he could see a church on the right and a bare hill on the left. Nothing. At this point, he and Krum didn't know if it was dozens or hundreds of miles away from Hogwarts. Where is 260 here? 35. Krum's hoarse voice mixed with a hint of pain sounded. He staggered to Harry's side and asked in half-baked English, "Is this a competition item? What challenges do we have to face?" "No," Harry vetoed. "This is no longer Hogwarts. Maybe something has happened." While speaking, he glanced around vigilantly, and the pain from the scar made an alarm bell in his heart. Krum was obviously dissatisfied. There were too many accidents since the start of the Triwizard Tournament. "Why, we can't have a normal game, Avada Kedavra." A sharp and crazy female voice sounded, and a green light passed through Harry's hair. He heard a heavy fall to the ground behind him, and at the same time, the scar on his forehead was in extreme pain, and he felt nauseated. Krum didn't make any sound. The force stretched out and lay on the ground. He was dead. I don't know if he regretted activating all the spells on the bracelet that Alvin gave him in the maze. If the iron armor curse remained until now, maybe he could live a little longer. "Well done, Bella. Got in the way." An extremely indifferent male voice complimented, as if what was just resolved was not a life, but just cast an ordinary floating spell. "Bring Harry here. Don't hurt him." The piercing pain made Harry lose his ability to resist, and he could only watch as he was dragged up and headed towards the marble tombstone. Before hitting the tombstone, Harry saw a name between the flashes of his wand. Tom Riddle. And he finally saw the woman who cast the killing curse and controlled him, Bellatrix Lestrange. The Azkaban fugitive, who was as famous as Sirius before, was looking at him with playful eyes and sneered. "Savior?" An immobilized piece of trash frightened by the killing curse. 35. "Bella." With a hint of dissatisfaction, the indifferent male voice stopped her next words. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." "Yes, my master." Bellatrix hurriedly agreed, walking quickly behind the tombstone, and took out a stone cauldron, which was huge enough to hold an adult sitting in it. The liquid in the cauldron kept boiling, and Bellatrix kept adding various herbs that Harry didn't recognize. "Hello, Harry." The indifferent male voice called softly. Harry tried to turn his head to see what he looked like, but he failed. Bellatrix tied him too tightly. Introduce yourself. My name is Tom Riddle, your old friend. 9. A cold finger touched Harry's scar, making him feel like his head was about to explode. Harry at this time can be sure that this Tom Riddle must be Voldemort. No one else could have had his scars react so violently. Voldemort was resurrected, and a great panic rose from his heart. It's burnt, Master. 99. Bring it on. Bellatrix shuddered, not panic, but excitement. Father's bones, donated inadvertently, can regenerate your son. The flesh of a servant, donated voluntarily, may regenerate your master. 99. Speaking of this, she became more and more excited, and without hesitation, cut off her left hand with a wand and threw it into the cauldron. Finally, she stared at Harry, at the wound he had just bruised from a fall, and used the flying charm to summon the blood flowing out. The blood of your enemies, forced to give, may make your enemies prosperous. Harry looked up at the sky in despair. He couldn't stop all this from happening. He could only watch Bellatrix complete the whole ceremony. Diamond-like sparks flew outward. Voldemort stepped into the cauldron without hesitation, and Harry prayed that he would be burned alive. Unfortunately, the spark went out. White steam rose from the crucible, and a tall and thin figure stood up from the crucible. With his actions, a powerful aura also swept out. The magic burst into a gust of wind, which instantly shattered the cauldron. And Harry, who was lying on the ground, and Bellatrix, who was caught off guard, were also blown away and took a mouthful of mud. Put me a robe, Voldemort commanded calmly, Bellatrix disregarding his embarrassment and his bleeding arm. Hastily found a green robe and ran to his side. After getting dressed, Voldemort also noticed Bella's tragic situation. My most loyal servant, you have suffered. 99. A hypocritical sentence of comfort, and even the tone of voice did not fluctuate, but Bella was moved to cry. With the magic wand on the bleeding place, a cloud of black mist spewed out and wrapped Bella's arm. It didn't take long for a white and tender arm like a newborn baby to be reshaped by 1%. Bella fell to the ground gratefully, kissing Voldemort's Geo. Ignoring her, Voldemort looked at his body with satisfaction, feeling the same powerful magic power as it was 10 years ago, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Snape deserves to be one of the magic potion masters in the magic world. A potion that was originally used for resurrection has been modified so that it can restore all his injuries and sequelae. Incredibly powerful. But he didn't bother. Snape was still loyal to him, and even in his weakest period, he did his best to complete his task. Is a loyal servant. Slowly placing the wand on Bellatrix's dark mark, Voldemort said softly, Voldemort, I'm back. The dark mark on Bellatrix's arm turned pitch black. An incomparably dark magical aura emanated from it, and a very painful look appeared on her face, but she held back and did not cry out. Bella, you said how many more people would come after feeling it? Admiring his pale and slender fingers, Voldemort said casually. Now Voldemort has changed into the appearance of the noseless man in the original book. Not only is he not ashamed, but he is also very pleased that he is much more similar to snakes. Master, all those who betray you will be my furious revenge. Bellatrix lowered her head, hoping Voldemort could see her determination. Voldemort patted her shoulder in praise, and his eyes fell on Harry in the distance. The magic shock just now also successfully escaped Harry. At this time, he was holding his wand and looking at Voldemort nervously. In fact, Harry has just had many occasions to attack Voldemort. But his intuition told him that if he attacked rashly, he would die. Voldemort did not see his movements, but fell into memory. Harry Potter, your mother beat me once 13 years ago, with a magic I don't understand. The hill behind you is the gaunt ancestral home, where my mother came from, and she fell in love with a lowly muggle.
See?
The place you were just now was the grave of my father, who also gave me a mean muggle name, Tom Riddle. 99. Harry was a little stunned by this series of messages, especially the last one. Gaunt's ancestral home? Are you and Alvin related? Hearing this name, Voldemort frowned. Looking at the bare mountain top, a burst of anger surged out of his heart. Last year, when he got rid of Dumbledore's pursuit and returned to England, Gaunt's ancestral home became the best base in his mind. But when he came here, he found that there were already more than a dozen wizards guarding the place, remodeling the entire house. Later, the entire Gaunt ancestral house was hidden with the brave loyalty charm, just as James Potter did. And Voldemort, who has not yet recovered his strength, did not dare to make a rash move, so he could only surrender his future lair and find Crabbe and Goyle in embarrassment. This further deepened Voldemort's hatred for Alvin. At this moment, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of the cloak rustling. Between the graves and in the jungle, wizards were constantly operating, all wearing hoods and covering their faces, and Harry immediately thought of the group of wanton murderers during the World Cup. It was the Death Eaters. However, the Death Eaters at this time had long since lost their arrogance, and everyone walked very slowly, cautiously approaching Voldemort. "Master, Master." A Death Eater called in a low voice, knelt down 5 meters away from Voldemort, climbed to his side and kissed his robe, then silently stepped aside. Others also learned and behaved, forming a circle, surrounded by Voldemort's stars and the moon in the middle. "Welcome, Death Eaters," said Voldemort calmly. 13 years. It's been 13 years since our last meeting. I'm glad you came, but..." Speaking of this, Voldemort's words changed, and the air was filled with murderous intent. "In the past 13 years, why haven't I seen any of you running for me?" No one spoke, no one dared to move. "I can only comfort myself," he said softly, "that my servant is too stupid to find me. Yes, Master. I have tried, but I have found nothing. Please forgive me." 9. A Death Eater couldn't wait to show his loyalty, hoping to be forgiven by Voldemort, gouging out the bone. But what he got was not forgiveness, but cold torture. Harry watched the Death Eater twist and scream in pain, but he didn't sympathize. He just hoped that someone around could hear what was going on here. Finally, Voldemort stopped casting spells, leaving the Death Eater half dead and twitching. "Avery, you beg my forgiveness?" "Impossible. It's impossible. The humiliation I have suffered in these 13 years will be repaid with the rest of your life." 35. Glancing at the audience, Voldemort noticed something wrong again. Why are there so many people missing? What about Chick, Nzoth, Rogier? Masters, they were dealt with by Gaunt during the World Cup. Voldemort's heart sullen. It's this Alvin again. How can I say it is Alvin's grandfather's generation? Why is he always against himself? Call out. A sound of breaking the air sounded, representing another wizard apparition to arrive here. Harry's eyes widened, staring at the man in disbelief. "Mr. Bagman?" Little Barty ignored Harry's astonishment, walked to Voldemort's side, and bowed deeply. The Death Eaters kneeling on the ground whispered. They don't remember that Ludo Bagman was one of them. "My most loyal servant is here, Barty, and you can now let go of this disgusting appearance." 260. While speaking, Voldemort tapped Barty with his wand, and he returned to his original appearance. Now the Death Eaters understood what was going on. It turned out that Barty Jr. had sneaked into the Ministry of Magic, replacing Ludo Bagman's identity. Many people still remember this ruthless man. Now that you're here, it's time for our next entertainment project to begin. But Barty Jr. and Lestrange are still frantically looking for the traces of Voldemort. "Master," said Barty Jr., "Crabbe and Goyle are on their way. Their mission has failed, and they have gone to Dumbledore." Voldemort waved his hand indifferently. "Don't worry, since the plan is successful, we can leave him alive. After all, he is your father." Many people knew that Barty Jr. had died in Azkaban, but he appeared here now. After Voldemort disappeared back then, many people had already sensed something was wrong and chose to be wise and safe. Is Azkaban, known as the most terrifying prison, a sieve? 3 prisoners have come out. They all distanced themselves from their relationship with Voldemort. In the end, it also tortured the Longbottoms. Harry Potter. Voldemort's words drew many people's attention to Harry, who was standing there stupidly. "People say you're my nemesis and frustrate my ambitions. Now, under the watchful eyes of my family. Come on, Harry, duel with me, and let's make an end." After speaking, Voldemort made a duel etiquette. The way Voldemort holds his wand in the original storyline is very elegant. Ugly, he is full of elegance when he does this action, like a real master of magic. At this time, Harry was still doubting life. The Ludo bagman who took good care of him turned out to be Voldemort's undercover agent. And some things are gradually becoming clear. He was the one who put his name in the Goblet of Fire. During the game, he wanted to help himself many times in secret so that he could lift the Goblet of Fire smoothly and come to Voldemort's side. Harry Potter. Voldemort's cold drink interrupted his thoughts. Is that what your defense against the dark arts professor taught you about dueling etiquette? Oh, I forgot. This class has been cursed by me. You probably won't learn anything in this class, huh? The surrounding Death Eaters also laughed and laughed, looking at Harry jokingly. It's like watching a lamb to be slaughtered. Harry ignored the mockery of the group, took a deep breath, and performed duel etiquette. He knew very well that he could not escape from this situation. It might be better to agree to Voldemort's duel, perhaps to find a way to escape from the chaos. Thinking of this, he quietly put his left hand with the bracelet into his trousers pocket and felt a lot of peace in his heart. Armor protection. 99. The clouds are swirling. Seeing that Voldemort had no intention of taking the first shot, Harry quickly defended himself and used the cloud spell to cover up his figure, reducing the hit rate of Voldemort's spell. Now is not a duel on the stage. There is a lot of room for activities, and Harry remembers Alvin's teachings. Move, move. Not only did he not find it difficult, but he was relieved to see Harry's tact. The better Harry could do, the less embarrassing his defeat 13 years ago would be. I have to say, Harry, your level is definitely the best among your peers. 99. Not in a hurry to attack, Voldemort commented like an elder. A red light blazed out of the smoke. Taking advantage of Voldemort's lack of movement, Harry launched an attack like a sneak attack, but unfortunately it was pushed aside by Voldemort's easily used wand. The wind howls. 9. The hurricane swept the audience. The thick fog was quickly dissipated, and Harry's constantly moving figure was quickly revealed. Avada Saw. 35. A horrible green curse emanated from the tip of the wand, and Harry felt panicked just looking at this green light. Death was approaching him infinitely, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand. Harry was about to activate the iron armor charm on the bracelet. Normal iron spells are not immune to killing curses, but Alvin once told him that his iron spells were special. However, in a hurry, Harry actually activated the wrong spell. The killing curse on the bracelet was released without warning, and a green light that was a circle bigger than Voldemort's release roared into another killing curse. Nearly crushing, Alvin's killing curse not only shattered Voldemort's, but also castrated it unabated. The eyes of the Death Eaters' onlookers almost dropped. Just when they thought Harry would be easily killed, Harry's spell was to break the Dark Lord's attack. Did they not wake up and had hallucinations? Even Voldemort did not expect that Harry's counterattack would be so fierce, and he missed the first opportunity to defend. Feeling the power still remaining on the spell, Voldemort had only one choice left. Flying tombstones.
9.
Following his call, his father's tombstone shot out like a cannonball, collided with the killing curse in midair, and was blown to pieces. It was the last thing Voldemort's Muggle daddy could do for him, and the killing curse disappeared. This is also the disadvantage of the killing curse, which can be blocked by physical objects. Even an ordinary wooden table can offset it. Harry, you really amaze me. With a gloomy face, Voldemort suffered a small loss when he was angry that he was careless, and his eyes were focused on Harry's bracelet. Is this prop made by Dumbledore for you? He really loves you very much. Little Barty, who was not far away, opened his mouth and wanted to tell his master that this thing was made by the little devil Alvin. But if he said it, his master would definitely be more embarrassed. There was a trace of regret in my heart, knowing that he would not give this prop to the warriors. In fact, what little Barty didn't know was that the bracelet that Alvin gave to Harry had already been dropped. This is a special enhanced version. Hearing Voldemort's words, Harry did not answer his question, but said in a deep voice, Voldemort, your ancestral grave exploded. Death Eaters. You wanna die. Grinning his teeth, he spat out a few words, and Voldemort was completely angry this time. Several magic lines flickered in the depths of his circumference, quickly condensed into a solid body, and shrunk into the magic wand while rotating. Without listening to what Voldemort said, a terrifying magic power erupted, and several jets of black lightning slashed straight down. It was too late to make any response. The armor spell on Harry's bracelet was automatically activated, and it was bombarded by lightning. Looking at the somewhat crumbling protective shield, Harry gritted his teeth and activated the only two remaining spells. Accept your weapons.
9.
There are many obstacles, the kings. 35. Even the magic props made can bring him a little threat. He has been delayed for a lot of time. Who knows that Dumbledore and the others will be able to find it? Harry had seen this spell before. Dumbledore, Alvin, used it in a duel with the Ministry of Magic last year, and it was extremely defensive. Avada Kedavra. Concentrating on his mind, Voldemort used his best spell again. And Voldemort didn't want to mess with Harry anymore. 2 red lights came to Voldemort indiscriminately. In desperation, he had to give up the attack on Harry and summoned a silver shield out of thin air to resist the 2 spells. How do you feel that Dumbledore's strength is much higher than the last time he was chasing him? Feeling the faint numbness of his arm, his fear of Dumbledore increased a lot. The spells on the bracelet have all been activated, and Harry did not bow his neck to be slaughtered. He shouted hoarsely, "Accept your weapons." The red light and the green light reflected each other, and then collided. The disarming curse, which was supposed to have no resistance, was once again beyond everyone's expectations, and was evenly opposed to the killing curse. The wand in his hand vibrated like an electrified vibrator, and Harry's right hand stuck to it. Dazzling golden light shot out from the tops of Harry and Voldemort's wands at the same time, meeting together in midair, forming a golden arch bridge. An incomparably huge golden bead gathered at the junction, and the 2 of them soared into the air. When they reached 5 meters above the ground, the golden bridge collapsed, and the scattered golden light weaved into a huge golden net that enveloped the sky above the 2 of them. The Death Eaters below were also a little panicked. They had never seen such a scene before. Some asked loudly for Voldemort's instructions, and some had their wands drawn, ready to strike. "Don't move," Voldemort shouted. "No one will make 260 moves without my order." Hearing his order, those Death Eaters just stood there obediently and observed the situation. And Voldemort's heart was not at all calm. His scarlet pupils revealed puzzlement, anger, and a hint of fear. The current situation also exceeded his expectations, and with his rich magical knowledge, he didn't know how the scene in front of him came into being. He only knew that Harry was so weak in his eyes, like an ant. But again and again, his actions and plans failed, and even the slaughter curse several times did not hurt the opponent in the slightest. Could it be that the prophecy was true? No. Absolutely impossible. How could I, Voldemort, be defeated by a prophecy? With a mad roar in his heart, Voldemort tried his best to break the golden thread between the 2 wands. Harry also sensed the other party's thoughts, and in line with the idea of doing the opposite of Voldemort, he tried his best to maintain the existence of the golden thread. The ball of light in the middle moved with their movements, shifting towards Harry and Voldemort. Suddenly, a burst of fairy music sounded, bringing endless courage and confidence to Harry. This is the Song of the Phoenix, and he who often sees far away clearly remembers this wonderful voice. That is something that ordinary people will never forget for a lifetime. And the Death Eaters below were also in a mess. If it wasn't for Voldemort still above, they would have fled long ago. Hearing Phoenix's voice, they thought Dumbledore had come here. Idiot. The voice came from the golden net. The man didn't come. Bellatrix cursed angrily to stop their riot. Under the blessing of singing, Harry kept pushing Jinju towards Voldemort. Under his terrified eyes, Jinju touched his wand. Strange things happened, and figures emerged from the tip of Voldemort's wand. Harry didn't know these people, but he guessed that they were all killed by Voldemort. Finally, A man who looked exactly like him appeared in the air.
Dad.
99. Tears welled up in Harry's eyes.
Harry.
35. James Potter looked at him reassuringly. You've grown up and you're like me, but your eyes are exactly like your mother's. Speaking of this, he was a little puzzled why Lily's figure didn't appear. But now is not the time to think about it, he said quickly to Harry. After disconnecting later, we can only exist for a while, but we can hold Voldemort for you. 99. Remember, run to the Goblet of Fire and find Dumbledore. Harry nodded sharply, signaling that he understood. Flicking his wand up hard, Harry took out of his pocket the life-saving card that Alvin had given him. A revolver of the Muggle world with a total of 6 cartridges. Boom! A purple beam shot from the muzzle, blasting Voldemort, who was caught off guard by more than 10 meters, and his clothes became tattered. A group of figures surrounded Voldemort, and Harry took advantage of the gap to run towards the Goblet of Fire. The 2 stunned Death Eaters were savagely knocked away by him, and the other Death Eaters reacted and attacked Harry indiscriminately. Don't kill him. He's mine. Knock him out for me. Voldemort shouted at the Death Eaters, frantically attacking these phantoms regardless of his injuries. The chaotic spells were flying around. With the help of the surrounding tombstones and his flexible movement, Harry was lucky to avoid all the attacks, and even he counterattacked a few times with the gun head in his hand without turning back. 99.
5.
Several screams sounded. Obviously a Death Eater was hit, but he didn't dare to look back to see his victory. This thing is much better than a wand, Harry thought to himself as he ran. Voldemort on the other side kept roaring. Although these figures had no attack power, they were also immune to the damage of the spell. He was already irritated by the whispers of these figures, and his already unstable soul became even weaker. Roar! With a roar, Voldemort's figure transformed into a black cloud and dispersed suddenly, throwing away the group of people. James and others also lost their goals, and he glanced at Harry with nostalgia. The figure gradually collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. And Harry was still some distance away from the Goblet of Fire, which was thrown a long way by Krum riding a broom. The black cloud regrouped, and Voldemort's figure reappeared, raising his wand high. Flying Goblet of Fire. 35. The trophy soared into the air and flew into Voldemort's hands under Harry's desperate eyes. It's over. The last hope, the chance Dad gave him, was dashed. Raising the gun in his hand, Harry pulled the trigger and found that he had emptied the 6 magazines inside. Avada Kedavra. From Voldemort's wand, a more slaughtering spell than ever. This time Voldemort would never allow anything other than that. Harry, whose magic power was exhausted and his physical strength was low, could only close his eyes and wait for death in the face of this attack. Just when the picture of his life appeared in his mind like a slideshow, a voice that made him familiar with tears appeared in his ears. It also resounded over the entire cemetery. The poles are reversed. An inexplicable fluctuation appeared, covering Harry, who was ready to close his eyes and wait to die. Then in the blink of an eye, Harry disappeared from everyone's eyes. The killing curse that lost its target also hit a big tree and smashed it into powder. Voldemort stood in the sky, staring blankly at the scene. It wasn't until half a minute passed that he wailed like a ghost in hell. Alvin Gaunt, I'm going to kill you. The wand in his hand released a powerful spell, and Voldemort vented the anger in his heart wantonly regardless of the Death Eaters below. And these Death Eaters are also unlucky. They can only hold their heads and run away, and they don't have the courage to fight back. Time goes back to the moment when Harry and Krum reached out, grabbed. Everyone's eyes widened, watching the projection nervously.
Caught. Krum caught.
Harry got it too. The little wizards exclaimed that Krum and Harry held both ears of the Goblet of Fire almost at the same time, and then they disappeared together. They were stunned, and several referees on the bench were dumbfounded. Dumbledore, what's going on? Without answering Madame Maxime's inquiry, Dumbledore waved his wand, and all the images on the projection disappeared immediately. And his whole person disappeared in place. The rest of the referees followed, with Fudge sweating profusely and Alvin walking behind. Mr. Gaunt, Isn't this part of the game? He was acting as a temporary referee in Crouch's place, so he knew nothing about the rules of the Triwizard Tournament. Alvin explained it to him, and Fudge understood what was going on. Several people hurried to the center of the labyrinth, and they also met two women, Fleur and Cassandra, on the way. After seeing Alvin, they also breathed a sigh of relief, and finally did not have to continue acting. Dumbledore, what did you find? Looking at the high platform with only Dumbledore alone, Karkaroff couldn't sit still. Krum was his treasure. At this moment, Dumbledore squatted on the ground, put his wand on the ground, and sensed something. After a long while, he replied, "The Goblet of Fire has been replaced with a door key, and I can't find the specific direction of this door key transmission in a short time. Where's Bagman?" Squinting his eyes, Lao Deng clearly sensed something, glanced at the audience, and found that Bagman was not here. Others also found something wrong. It stands to reason that Bagman should be guarding the entrance, waiting for the appearance of the champion, and then hosting. He should be the first to arrive here, but he has not appeared yet. Albus, we found Crouch. Professor McGonagall's voice came from not far away, and she and Snape walked step by step with Crouch, who was covered in scars. "It's Barty," Crouch said weakly. "He controlled me with the Imperious Curse, disguised as Ludo, and stole the Goblet of Fire." Hearing this name, Karkaroff's face changed greatly, and he looked at Snape, who was expressionless. Snape ignored him and stared at Alvin as soon as he came, until the other party nodded, and he was secretly relieved. Snape was clear about his plans for the day. Originally, he was strongly against taking such a risk of sending Harry to Voldemort's mouth. But after Alvin and he had guaranteed Harry's safety, he could only choose to cooperate. To keep Lily from worrying, Snape also asked Alvin to put her into a deep sleep. Now that Alvin is still in control of the situation, he is relieved a lot. Little Barty, didn't he die a few years ago? Fudge was a little flustered now. These prisoners who should be in Azkaban have appeared one by one in the past 2 years. He looked at Dumbledore subconsciously, and Old Deng had no intention of ignoring him. "Crouch, what's going on?" Fox, who flew beside Dumbledore, came to Crouch's body, squeezed a few tears from his eyes and dripped on his wound, which made Crouch's condition much better. "I don't know the specifics either. After the World Cup, I was attacked by Barty Jr. I only vaguely remember that the mysterious man was resurrected, and he gathered a few of his subordinates and planned a conspiracy against Potter." 39. For Flower Zero. Before he finished speaking, Fudge said sharply, "Impossible. The mysterious man died as early as 13 years ago. Barty, I know your condition is very bad. You go down and rest first. We will talk about the little Barty later." At this time, he was like a mouse whose tail was stepped on. If it is said that in the wizarding world, who is the most unwilling person to return Voldemort, Fudge can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Without Voldemort, the wizarding world, although there is some turbulence, can also be called peace. He, the Minister of Magic, can also be very stable, enjoying the pleasure that power brings to him. And if Voldemort is really resurrected, then he will face a situation that is thousands of times more troublesome than he is now. Point 0. Out of ostrich psychology, Fudge would never believe Crouch's words. "Connolly, we'll get Harry and Krum back first, and we'll find out." Dumbledore didn't think so much, just thought Fudge was frightened, but comforted him. Alvin ignored the quarrel here, but closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, his eyes opened with joy on his face. Voldemort is fully recovered. He saw Karkaroff in the distance clutching his arms in pain, and hurriedly left here while no one was paying attention. "Professor, I have a spell that might bring Harry back." Hearing his words, Dumbledore stopped his movements and said softly. In a time warp, Harry appeared in front of everyone. "Gaunt, I'll trouble you then." Soon, the phantoms of Krum and Harry appeared, and Alvin slowed down the time travel until it paused. Dumbledore felt the fluctuations of space and time, and came to a conclusion in his heart. As he waved his wand, golden dotted lines filled the void, and the scene in the area covered by it changed. Finally, Alvin stopped waving his wand and gave a clear drink. To level inversion. Alvin waved his hand and came to where Harry and the others disappeared. It's a time-space magic. That's about it. In Snape's office, Alvin sat opposite Snape. Alvin kept typing something with a magic net in his hand, until long after Snape finished speaking, he stopped and put it away. So, Fudge and Dumbledore fell out? After Harry was rescued yesterday, a group of people immediately surrounded him. And Alvin, who perfectly completed his plan, also retired. It wasn't until today that Snape came to him that he knew so much had happened yesterday. Snape nodded. Fudge thinks Dumbledore is alarmist and refuses to admit Voldemort. But yesterday Crouch was emphasizing Voldemort's resurrection and asked Fudge to announce this to the entire wizarding community. 35. Of course Fudge would not agree with 260 and let a few Aurors who followed him capture Crouch on the spot, on the grounds that they would endanger the safety of the magical world and privately release Azkaban's prisoners. 99. He put all the blame directly on Barty Jr., including killing Krum. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's strong protection of Crouch, it is estimated that you would go to Azkaban to visit him now. Alvin's expression didn't change at all. He had anticipated all this early, and Dumbledore understood it too well. This is a wizard who believes that love is beyond all things. After seeing Lily's protection of Harry, I believe it even more. Therefore, he had long expected that Crouch could arouse the sympathy of his principal. What's more, Fudge's attitude will undoubtedly bring great trouble to Dumbledore's subsequent actions against Voldemort. And a Crouch who has a high weight in the magic part and is still firmly on his side.
Of course he will die.
Seeing Alvin's expressionless face, Snape quickly figured out his calculations and was surprised. Compared to Voldemort's intimidation and threats, Alvin's manipulation of people's hearts is really too clever. Neither he nor Dumbledore took the bait. Find an opportunity for Crouch to join the Order of the Phoenix, Alvin said softly, and there was a magic in his voice. With Dumbledore's assurances, coupled with the fact that he was under the Dementor, Fudge couldn't move him for a while. To be honest, Alvin wanted Fudge to step down this year. But considering that Dumbledore has no stumbling blocks in England since Fudge has stepped down, it is still a little troublesome to do things on his own. So, wait a little longer. Wait for Fudge to die once, and wait for your own power to become stronger. Snape bowed his head, and some observed a moment of silence for Dumbledore. Voldemort, Fudge, Alvin. It's really hard for everyone to target him, for better or worse. After leaving Snape's office, Alvin went to see Harry in the school infirmary. On the road, students kept greeting him with a look of hesitating to speak. They were very curious about what happened after yesterday. Krum was dead, and many saw Fudge lashing out at Dumbledore after dinner. Coupled with the news of the arrest of Barty Crouch Jr. published in the newspapers this morning, many people have already smelled the wind and rain. And Durmstrang students also left Hogwarts overnight last night, looking like they were fleeing. Alvin ignored these people and walked straight into the school medical room. Harry's head was bandaged, and he kept talking to Ron next to him, while Lily also floated beside Harry, guarding him silently. Seeing Alvin's arrival, Harry's eyes lit up and he wanted to say something. But Ron was still there, so he held back. Harry didn't want to mention Voldemort's name in front of the other people. The way they looked terrified, he didn't like it. Finally, Ron sat down for a while and left, leaving Alvin and Harry alone in the room. Oh, and a soul. As soon as the people left, Harry couldn't wait to speak. Alvin, thank you so much for yesterday. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how I would have gotten out of there alive. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was her words of thanks, which made Lily, who was floating in the air, a little helpless. Silly boy, haven't you realized that everything is done by the other party? Alvin was also a little speechless. He originally thought that Harry would notice something, but his heart was so big. By the way, what was the magic you saved me yesterday? Space-time fracture, a magic that can briefly rewind time and space in an area. This is a magic drawn by Alvin's card, which originated from Runeland and is a hero stunt. And the system also made some changes for this magic. Harry was at a loss, nodding his head in disbelief. Time and space sounded very high-end. He originally wanted to learn it, but he decisively gave up when he heard it. Rolling over and getting out of the hospital bed, Harry flipped through the clothes he had put aside and handed the revolver over. This gun has helped me a lot, but unfortunately, it's out of service. After taking the pistol, Alvin checked it. The magic pattern on it was completely damaged, and the metal on the outer casing was also burned a lot. Wait for me to improve it and make a new one for you. Putting away the pistol, Alvin's promise also made Harry very happy. This is a weapon that can hurt Voldemort. I chatted with Harry casually so that he didn't have to worry too much about Voldemort. Everything was carried by Dumbledore. Alvin just left the school infirmary, and Lily's soul floated out. Miss Evans, I know what you want to say. Before Lily could speak, Alvin spoke first. Only by using Harry's blood can Voldemort 1.0 fully recover, so this time I have to take a risk. 5. He understood a mother's concern, but as a friend, Alvin had already made all the arrangements. Even without the magic of time-space rupture, he still has a lot of backhands to keep Harry. Lily's already transparent body has become much more illusory. Mr. Gaunt, I know you have a great plan, and I have no other ideas. As long as you can protect Harry, Speaking of which, she suddenly got stuck, and she found that she had nothing to give. Snape's love was perhaps the only thing she had now. And Snape gave everything to Alvin early, in exchange for her soul. Lily left and returned to Snape with joy. Alvin told her all the plans she could tell, and the Great Mother finally felt relieved. There are only the last 2 days left before the holiday. But just in the past 2 days, Fudge has come up with some moths. He had the Law Enforcement Division prosecuted Sirius for casting the unforgivable curse in public. If Sirius fails to prove his innocence in the Wisingamore court, he will be locked up in Azkaban again. The little wizards were a little puzzled, but they did some popular science in the class. As for the outline, and it's just the beginning of this school year. It's a bit weird that the Ministry of Magic has taken such a long time to take action. And those who know the inside story know it. This act was clearly Fudge's revenge against Dumbledore. The first step is to weaken Dumbledore's power at Hogwarts, and in the eyes of so many professors, only Sirius is the best to deal with. Also because of this, Sirius fell in the last 2 days, not 13, to complete a whole semester of courses. Voldemort's curse was fulfilled once again. But Sirius doesn't mind these things. He also gave an interview to the Daily Prophet and scolded Fudge in a bloody way. Alvin didn't care about Sirius. In essence, he and Sirius are not the same. Although he didn't say it, Alvin also felt a faint alertness from him. And he sued himself when he was pretending to be Dumbledore. If it weren't for the lack of good opportunities, Alvin would definitely clean him up. Neville, this way. 99. Outside the Gryffindor lounge, Alvin beckoned and led Neville to the Transfiguration classroom not far away. Sit down and don't be so nervous. Looking at Neville, who was a little overwhelmed standing in front of him, Alvin was also a little dumbfounded. Although he didn't communicate much with Neville because of the relationship between Harry and Hermione, he could also be called acquaintance. I don't know why Neville was always so reserved in his presence. Okay. Sitting in a position not too far away, Neville was also a little confused that Alvin would find him alone. For a proud man like Alvin, he thinks that he and the other party are two worlds. Even when Alvin talked to him, he was very reserved. Neville, are your parents still at St. Mungo's? Speaking of this, the original blank expression on Neville's face turned into sadness, and a flash of hatred also flashed. Yes, they're still the same. 99. Parents are always the pain in his heart. During the holidays, Neville would go with his grandmother to see his parents. Seeing their idiots, he hated Bellatrix, the Cruciatus curse, cast on his parents. Hearing about Bellatrix's escape last year, he had wanted desperately to pick up his wand and find the woman. But soon he woke up. He was just a poor student who couldn't even use the simplest spells. What qualifications are there to face Bellatrix, the elite among Death Eaters? Looking at Neville like this, Alvin nodded in his heart. Everyone said that Harry was the son of prophecy and the key to defeating Voldemort. And Alvin felt that Neville was the real son of prophecy when he watched movies in his previous life. Otherwise, he would never hold the Gryffindor sword and kill Nagini at the last minute. Kindness? In this life, Miss Nagini is no longer with Voldemort, but let's keep these two people farther away. After restraining his swirling thoughts, Alvin also talked about the purpose of today. I have a potion that can restore your parents to normal, but the ingredients are very rare, and I only have 2 bottles. 99. Looking at Neville, who stood up excitedly, Alvin added another sentence. So, you go back and tell your grandmother to come and talk to me during the summer. 35. Neville couldn't believe it. Alvin, are you telling the truth? Professor Snape and the Dean of St. Mungo's both said that my parents could not recover and could only barely retain the intelligence of 2 or 3 years old. He couldn't believe it. In the eyes of most people, St. Mungo's Dean and Snape are both. It is already the pinnacle of medicine and potions in the contemporary magic world. Now that Alvin said this, Neville was afraid that the hope that had just risen in his heart would suddenly be dashed. Don't worry, since I've come to find you, it means that I have full confidence in the legacy of the Shining Lord, although most of the arcane knowledge has been lost. But the remaining part is enough for Alvin to use now. Coupled with the special bonus of light magic for healing, as well as his own knowledge of potions, Alvin dares to call himself the first nurse in the wizarding world. As for why the terms with Neville were so harsh, it was to increase the bargaining power in future negotiations. This is my address. When the time comes, you can come here with this piece of paper, otherwise you won't be able to enter. A red paper crane appeared in his hand, flapping its wings and flying into Neville's pocket. 273. Without a word of thanks, Neville ran out of the classroom. It looked like he was going to contact his grandmother. I don't know if the old lady will agree to her request. Looking at Neville, who left in a hurry, Alvin was also thinking. This time the reason why he brought it up to help Neville's parents recover. One is because Bellatrix was released by him. Although Neville didn't know it, he still had to make some compensation. The second is because he wants the Longbottom family to join his forces. Don't look at Neville's airbag at school. The Longbottom family is one of the 28 sacred families, and has a good relationship with non-Slytherin pure-blood families, especially Hufflepuff. Before Neville's grandmother's generation, the entire Longbottom family were Hufflepuff students. It's just that some genes mutated later, and the whole family went to Gryffindor. As long as he can pull the Longbottom family over, his power in Bidao will be much larger. But thinking of Neville's overly serious grandmother gave him a headache. This is a staunch Dumbledore supporter, and very rigid. Even he has no certainty that he can persuade such an old lady. The day before the holiday, Hogwarts held the usual school year wrap-up dinner. Unlike before, Beauxbatons and Ilvermorny students who had not left were also invited to participate. After everyone had enjoyed their dinner, Dumbledore stood up from the staff seat. The auditorium was much quieter than the usual school leavers' dinner, but this time it was even more silent. Another year. Dumbledore looked at everyone. Another year is over. I have a lot to say to everyone tonight. First of all, there was another warrior casualty in the Triwizard Tournament. Although Mr. Krum is not a Hogwarts student, I would say let's pay tribute to him. After he finished speaking, he raised his glass, and the other professors and students also stood up and followed his movements. Mr. Krum is an excellent wizard, a warrior who fought to the end. Dumbledore said in a deep voice. He was killed by Voldemort. There were nervous whispers in the auditorium, and they looked at Dumbledore in horror, even the little wizards of the other 2 schools. The Ministry of Magic does not want me to tell you this, he continued. The parents of some of my classmates may be shocked, but I think you have a right to know the truth. At this time, most of the faces in the auditorium turned towards Dumbledore, filled with panic and fear. As for why most, Alvin keenly saw that some of the Slytherin students were whispering, especially Crabbe and Goyle, and it was even more impressive. Malfoy met his gaze, his eyes flickering as if pleading. This made Alvin's heart move. Dumbledore's speech on stage was not over yet. I hope that in this special time, all are united, and we need to be more connected to fight the darkness. When he said this, he looked at Maxim, at Fontana. It's a pity that he didn't get a response from the 2 of them. Madame Maxime was silent, and Fontana avoided Dumbledore's gaze with some guilty conscience. Looking at the reaction of the 2, Dumbledore's heart became even heavier. After the dinner, Alvin called all the girls who were related to him together. He needs to make some arrangements for everyone. He is not afraid of Voldemort, but with his bottom line, he can do anything. Hermione, just follow me during the summer vacation. I will send someone to watch over your parents. The little witch was the only one from a Muggle family, and Alvin was a little worried that she was out there alone. And Hermione also nodded. She knew that the situation was not good, and did not reject Alvin's kindness. Cassandra, what's the attitude of Principal Fontana? Hearing his question, Cassandra put her arms around her chest and let out a slight snort. He agreed to cooperate with you, but the profits will be given to him by 10% more. Alvin hopes to popularize his magic net login device in North America, and Ilvermorny is the best opening. For Fontana's greed, he had expected it, and he didn't care at all. No matter how much he eats now, he will vomit out at that time. It doesn't matter as long as the goods can be sold. Even if the profits are given to him, there is no problem. Cassandra nodded her understanding. Suddenly, Alvin grabbed her soft little hand and said very gently, "You have to take good care of yourself this year, and let me know if you have any difficulties." Cassandra blushed a little at his surprise attack, but listening to Alvin's concern warmed her heart. The weak mosquito agreed, and Cassandra shyly took her hand away. With so many people in person, she was still not used to being so close to Alvin. After all, she was Tsundra's sister Ka. Farong on the side pouted, and Alvin nodded her head. How about you go back to Gaul with Beau's batons or stay in England? Now Fleur has graduated, and she had told Alvin before that she would be with him in England. Alvin's stall is getting bigger and bigger, and he needs more trusted people to help. As far as the relationship is concerned, who is closer to him than Chio and Farong? In the end, Fleur chose not to go back to Gaul. She also knew many of Alvin's plans, and was very interested in it. As for the other little witches, it is better to arrange. They just need to stay at home honestly during the summer vacation. But in the end, he still spoke to Astoria to give her mother time to visit him. Early the next morning, the students boarded the Hogwarts Express. Many of them were already eager to tell their parents what Dumbledore said yesterday. There is nothing more terrifying than this. These people are the generation who grew up listening to the legend of the mysterious man. Just like Zhang Liao and Sun Sherwan. Quite a few of them would rather believe that this was Dumbledore's alarmist. You can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. After saying goodbye to Cassandra, Alvin took the other girls to the Forbidden Forest to pack Celestia and other unicorns away. In a few years, Celestia has become the uncrowned king in the Forbidden Forest, and even those 8-eyed giant spiders dare not provoke her. Several other unicorns, Zhao Hao, heard that Alvin was eating, drinking, and playing, and they didn't have to worry about the attack of other magical creatures, and they were heartbroken. Alvin can only hope that he can draw one in the future. It's just for the wizards to use as a voting machine. In fact, what he wanted most was pandas, but unfortunately, the control over there was too strict. When the Mage Tower is built, he will dedicate a floor to the space for these magical creatures to live. In addition, Alvin brought out some potions to promote their growth, and the little guys abandoned the Forbidden Forest and threw them into his arms. It can also be regarded as making some contributions to the protection of the precious creatures in this world. As for the unicorn, forget it. The unicorn in this world is too low, and there is no imposing manner in the legend. Looking at the more and more magical creatures in his suitcase, Alvin is also very satisfied. London. The weather in July is sultry and unusually hot, and pedestrians on the road wearing short-sleeved shirts or shirts will sweat a little. On Downing Street, several middle-aged men in black suits hurried. After passing by the most famous building, number 10, I came to the door of number 12. The chubby man leading the way at the front took out 1,000 paper cranes. Then, a gate squeezed out from the middle of number 10 and number 12. Fudge had a toothache. This gaunt really knows where to put it. 55. After complaining, he walked in first, and the Aurors behind him did not speak, and followed one by one. During the whole process, the Muggles who passed by were unaware of it. As soon as he entered Alvin's castle, Fudge was completely shocked. He seemed to be walking into an ancient noble house in the Middle Ages, and right in front of him was a gorgeous fountain composed of 12 exotic beasts. Both sides are lush and full of old trees. The entire main building covers an area of more than 10 acres and is majestic. At this time, a house elf came to several people. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Baldy Elf, and the master is receiving another distinguished guest in the drawing room. If you don't mind, you can come to the side hall with me and wait for 273 for a while." An Auror wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fudge, who smiled very friendly. Don't mind. Alvin didn't make them wait too long. After about 10 minutes, he let Bar lead people in. Fudge also saw who the so-called VIP was. Mrs. Longbottom, an old woman in a green robe, a fox fur scarf, and a tall hat with a stuffed eagle on the top, frowned when she saw Fudge. This man was Neville's grandmother. She is not a good-natured person and has always looked down on Fudge, the incompetent minister of magic. However, the good tutor still made her nod to Fudge, and then left here. It can be seen that the old lady is not in a good mood now. Fudge looked at the back of her leaving. A trace of worry surged in his heart, and walked quickly into the living room. In the living room, Alvin took the seat, with Fleur and Arya on either side. "Mr. Gaunt, it's been a while since you've seen you. You're better than ever." Fudge looked familiar with Alvin, but Alvin didn't respond to his enthusiasm, just smiled and seated him with a few oars. It didn't even mean to get up. Seeing him so arrogant, the Auror who just wanted to say something just couldn't hold it anymore. "Gaunt, it is already a great courtesy for Minister Fudge to come to the door in person. Not only did you not receive it immediately, but you were so perfunctory. Are you despising the Ministry of Magic?" As soon as the words came out, the atmosphere on the field instantly cooled down. Alia's eyebrows narrowed, and a dozen wizards instantly appeared at the door, pointing their wands at Fudge and the others. And Furong's face was also cold. "What kind of thing are you? Even a dog can bark without your master talking." 35. The Auror was even more furious. As a respected Auror, he had never been so insulted. Even Fudge and them are only in a relationship between superiors and subordinates, and they will not scold at will. In an instant, he took out his wand and was ready to teach Fleur a lesson. But before he could make a move, Alvin's eyes flashed with gold. The Auror was slammed out of the way by a huge force, and he knocked out a big hole in the entire wall. The other Aurors were also shocked. They didn't expect that Alvin would actually dare to openly attack them, and they responded with a counterattack. "Accept your weapons."
9.
All petrochemical. Fractured. Dozens of spells of different colors flashed in the air. Bah, Alvin didn't even look at it. With a flick of his wand, a silver shield appeared, and these spells disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. The dozen or so wizards waiting outside the door were about to make a move when Alvin stopped them. "You don't have to take action, otherwise my new castle will be damaged a lot." After Alvin finished speaking, the deviant's wand in his hand lightly tapped, and countless golden chains flashing with strange runes drilled out from it, like octopus tentacles swept towards the oars. The Lock of Heaven. 9. The Aurors didn't care about Alvin's counterattack, and cast protective spells to protect themselves. However, the sharp spear facing the top of the heavenly chain shatters at the touch of a touch, and is bound without any resistance. After being tied up by the heavenly lock, several Aurors were horrified to find that they could not feel the magic within their bodies at all. What have you done?" All this happened so fast that Fudge was still standing dumbfounded, and there was no chance to speak up to stop him. "Minister Fudge, are you here today to show off your power?" 39. Looking at the dead dog-like Auror hanging on the wall, bound by the lock of the sky, Fudge opened his mouth. "You call this a show of strength?" Of the 6 Aurors, 1 died within 5 seconds, and the other 5 lost their ability to resist. "Mr. Gaunt, this is all a misunderstanding, and the Ministry of Magic has no intention of being your enemy." 35. Fudge smiled reluctantly and felt extremely aggrieved in his heart, but he couldn't turn his face with Alvin even if he wanted to ask others. He could only temporarily surrender. "Just now, my subordinates were also impulsive. I don't know that the relationship between you and me is like a friend, let alone waiting for more than 10 minutes. It doesn't matter if you wait a day." Alvin sneered inwardly. He is naturally clear about the purpose of Fudge's coming today, nothing more than to win over himself and prevent him from falling to Dumbledore's side. And the reason why he shot so unscrupulously was also because of this. Alvin was sure that Fudge would not turn his back on him for this trivial matter. But getting off the horse once was enough, and if he continued, he was afraid that he would really push Fudge in a hurry. His face softened a little, and Alvin also waved his hand to release the control of several oars, and then pulled the unconscious, hapless outsider in. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's just forget about it. He said this as if he was the one who suffered, and Furong, who was beside him, covered his mouth and chuckled. It's so bad. After cleaning up and sending the comatose Auror for treatment, the atmosphere in the meeting room also improved a lot. Fudge, as if nothing had happened, took his seat again and took a sip of his tea. The other Aurors who were put down looked at Alvin with deep fear. They were both descendants of Fudge and did not go to Hogwarts with Scrimgeour to fight Dumbledore. But his performance just now was not much worse than last year's Dumbledore Jean. The feeling of powerlessness that the magic power was deprived made them unable to have the mind to fight against Erwin. Mr. Gaunt, can you tell me what happened to Mrs. Longbottom just now? Adjusting his mind, Fudge asked the question he cared about most. For the arrival of the Longbottom family, he was very vigilant in his heart. He subconsciously thought that Mrs. Longbottom was sent by Dumbledore to win over Alvin. Thinking of this, Fudge was even more anxious, and now Crouch has fallen to Dumbledore, fighting against him everywhere at the Ministry of Magic. If Alvin stood up and publicly supported Dumbledore, there would be more people in the wizarding world who would doubt his rhetoric. For the sake of his own ministerial throne, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Minister Fudge, Mrs. Longbottom is only here for the family's private affairs. I want to reach some cooperation with her, but unfortunately my conditions were rejected by him. Alvin was right in saying that, just now, Mrs. Longbottom refused his offer. The attitude was very tough, saying that even if she had 2 children and couldn't recover, she would stand firmly on Dumbledore's side. Fudge is happy. It's good if there is a need, and only when there is a need can he make conditions. I don't know if Mr. Gaunt needs any help from the Ministry of Magic, but in many things the Ministry of Magic can still provide some convenience. 95. Although the Longbottom family is the mainstay of the magic world, their personnel are too few. If Mr. Gaunt needs it, I can help you connect with the Rozier family and the Flint family. These families all have strong influence in the magic world, and they are no weaker than the Longbottom family. After he finished speaking, he looked at Alvin expectantly. He had already done what he could do, and he didn't know whether the other party would accept the olive branch he threw. Alvin put down the teacup in his hand with a gentle smile on his face. Minister Fudge has a heart. Although the Rozier family and the Flint family are both good choices, I still prefer to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. To be precise, with your personal cooperation with Secretary Fudge. After some words, the importance of Fudge was infinitely raised, and it sounded like he was flirting with immortality. No problem. Feel free to mention anything you want, as long as it doesn't violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic. I will do my best to satisfy it. 39. Even though he was happy in his heart, Fudge retained a lot of vigilance and did not give Alvin a chance to seize him. But Alvin didn't care and stretched out 2 slender fingers. There are 2 things that need your help. The first one, I don't know if Minister Fudge has known about it. Fudge nodded. The magic web registration device caused quite a stir in the Daily Prophet, so he naturally understood. That's easy, Alvin continued. I need to use the power of the Ministry of Magic to help me promote the login device. Not every wizard has one, but at least every family must have one. 35. Fudge pondered for a moment, then was a little embarrassed. I can do my best to help you promote it, but if the price is too expensive, I don't think many wizarding families will buy it. 35. For example, Arthur, whose salary is already very difficult to support a large family. In the end, he laughed out loud. Alvin waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Each registration device only sells 1 galleon, which is not a huge number, and I will give you a 20% commission for every one sold. Hearing this, Fudge flashed a trace of greed in his eyes. Although the unit price is cheap, the accumulation of so many wizards in England is not a small amount. He agreed without hesitation and would add the logger to the Hogwarts must-have list in the future. In this way, he will have a fixed income every year. Fudge looked at Alvin gratefully. What is the condition? This is to give him welfare. For Flower Zero, the first condition was negotiated, and Alvin also said the second. He pointed right at Arya, who was standing behind him. Let me introduce. This is the helm of the Arya family in Knockturn Alley. The second thing is to ask Minister Fudge to make it easy to legalize all transactions in Knockturn Alley. 35. As soon as the words came out, Fudge and several Aurors looked at Arya. Knockturn Alley is not a secret at the Ministry of Magic, and many people know that the Arya family is there to cover the sky. Unexpectedly, there is a connection with Alvin, and looking at the appearance of respectful servants standing there, the primary and secondary relationship is very obvious. Immediately, they thought of the sudden action of the Arya family against several pureblood families last year, driving them all out of England overnight and taking over their property. I thought it was because I saw the leaders of several clans die and were injured, so I came out to pick up a bargain. Now it seems that it is obvious that he obeyed Alvin's orders and cut down the roots. Fudge was a little shocked. He didn't know how many hidden backers Alvin had, whether it was a plot with a tiger. But when he thought of Dumbledore, he also had a decisive look in his eyes and agreed to Alvin's request. Presumably after this lesson, when he speaks in the future, he should go through his brain 10 times. His request was simple. He would attack Dumbledore in a few days, and he needed Alvin to contact those Wisingamore members to support him in the process. When they left, the Auror who took the lead in provocation had almost recovered, but his head was still full of horns. In the end, Alvin promised to persuade some people to keep silent and not get involved in the struggle between the two, and Fudge agreed after a long struggle. From then on, Knockturn Alley is a completely legal existence in the magical world, and it can compete with Diagon Alley next to it. Since waking up, the Auror has kept his head down, his body shaking from time to time. But Alvin refused outright. Just kidding, support Fudge now. When Voldemort really shows up, his prestige will be greatly damaged. Alvin finished the conditions, and naturally it was Fudge's turn to make a move. Standing on Downing Street, Fudge also had a smile on his face, and it was a worthwhile trip today. Although it paid a certain price, as long as Dumbledore can be brought down, everything is worth it. Aun, you go to the Daily Prophet, and call me the woman Rita Skeeter. Bichette, you go to Lockhart. He has always been in charge of Knockturn Alley, and he will handle the rest. 5. After a few simple orders, Fudge also went back to think about how to deal with Dumbledore. What he didn't notice was that Kingsley, who followed him, quietly entered Hogwarts soon after. In the headmaster's room, Dumbledore was closing his eyes and meditating. During this time, he was much busier than usual. Voldemort's recovery caught him, 273, by surprise, and many arrangements had not been completed. If nothing else, even the Order of the Phoenix, which had been disbanded for more than 10 years, was in the rebuilding stage. Many of the older generation have withdrawn from the strife in the wizarding world. They have fought with Voldemort for half their lives, and it is time to take care of them. Dumbledore could only absorb some fresh blood, but he found that the new generation of wizards really did not have much success. Within the Order of the Phoenix, there have been faults among its members. The best young guys so far are Bill and Charlie from the Weasleys. At this moment, Kingsley walked in with a solemn expression. Dumbledore's heart sank. Kingsley was a nail he had placed beside Fudge. Now that he looks like this, there must be some bad news from Fudge. Sure enough, when Kingsley finished talking about today's experience, Dumbledore's mood was even worse. Has Alvin gone completely to his opposite? Thinking of this little wizard, who has been different since he entered the first grade, Dumbledore is also in a trance. Before Alvin, Voldemort was the best student ever at Hogwarts. Not to mention, it was unimaginable for ordinary people to be able to make such terrifying black magic items as Horcruxes when they were still students. But since the appearance of Alvin, Voldemort's achievements have become eclipsed. In the first grade, fighting head-to-head to defeat Voldemort's remnant. Second grade, destroying Tom Riddle's Japanese book with blazing fire. In the third year, He disguised himself as himself and solved 10 elite Aurors, including Scrimgeour. It seems that Alvin was born a legend, destined to be the man at the top of the wizarding world. And all along, Dumbledore is also very reassured that Alvin does not have the distorted personality of Voldemort. He understands what friendship is and what love is. The second is that since entering school, Alvin has been hostile to Voldemort and is an ally who is naturally on his side. Seriously. Sometimes Dumbledore wonders if Trelawney's predictions were accurate. No matter how you look at it, Alvin is more likely to destroy Voldemort than Harry. So far, several of Voldemort's Horcruxes have all been destroyed by Alvin, while Harry is still in the formative stage. But then, Voldemort returns. The entire magical world should have united against the darkness, but Fudge jumped out and pulled his hind legs, pulling Alvin over to hide the truth together. This gave Dumbledore a bit of a headache. Fawkes fell on his shoulders and squeaked a few times, as if trying to dispel the sadness in his heart. Dumbledore smiled, fed him some crumbs, and looked at Kingsley in high spirits. For the time being, we don't need to worry about the pressure on Gaunt's side. After all, he still gave me some respect as the principal, and he didn't completely stand on Fudge's side. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke him, he won't do anything excessive. Kingsley was in a hurry. Professor Gaunt, he was hiding too deep in Knockturn Alley, and according to Ministry of Magic information, Knockturn Alley had been integrated as early as his second year. A second-year little wizard is so shrewd, he's even scarier than Voldemort. 99. As an Auror with a sense of justice, Kingsley felt that Alvin's actions were all planning a huge conspiracy. Kingsley, we are in a very dangerous situation. Dumbledore sighed. Voldemort is lurking in the dark, and he is called his Death Eaters. Some members of the Order of the Phoenix have recently followed several Death Eaters at my request, and they are very active, apparently on some mission. Even the day before yesterday, Nymphadora was injured.
What?
Kingsley instantly sat up straight, a little nervous. How is her condition? Is it serious? Dumbledore signaled Kingsley to feel at ease. Lupin rushed to rescue her at a critical moment, and after using Fawkes's tears, it's no big deal. Fawkes on his shoulder let out a dissatisfied cry, and Dumbledore asked him for a lot of tears recently. Fawkes felt that his eyes were much drier than before. Kingsley also breathed a sigh of relief. Nymphadora was not only his junior Auror in the Ministry of Magic, but also a comrade-in-arms who joined the Order of the Phoenix together. The relationship between the two was very good. So, we are already very bad now, and if we go to provoke another Gaunt, it will be Voldemort who will benefit in the end. Kingsley couldn't refute Dumbledore's persuasion. He remembered Alvin's terrifying strength, and he was still shocked now. Except for Dumbledore, the entire Order of the Phoenix may not be enough for him. Kingsley's expression was complicated. Professor, you are right. Voldemort is the biggest threat. What else do I need to do next in 1.0? Dumbledore looked out the window, which was the direction of London. I have arranged for Montan and Fig to protect Harry, but it is not enough. Their strength is too weak. In the event of a situation, you and Moody need to rush over as soon as possible. I have a hunch that Voldemort will definitely do something to Harry. 35. Kingsley nodded, knowing Harry's importance too. I understand. Just let me know at any time. Fudge trusts me very much now, and I will keep you informed if anything happens. Finally, before Kingsley left, Dumbledore gave him a note. What is this? The new address of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius contributed his ancestral home. You can enter after reading it. In any society, the channels for ordinary people to obtain information are always pitiful. The voices they can hear are only what the upper class wants them to hear, and this kind of thing is especially obvious in the English magic world, where the means of information transmission is relatively backward. The Daily Prophet is probably the most reliable and true news that most wizards think of. One morning in July, people were stunned to find that today's front-page headlines pointed the finger at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, a wizard from greatness to madness. Dumbledore was heavily criticized in the newspapers, from the annual Hogwarts Professor of Consumables to his particular preference for Harry. In the article, Dumbledore is depicted as an increasingly mad old man. the management of Hogwarts is chaotic, and the quality of students is getting worse year by year. And also pointed out that Dumbledore and the original Dark Lord have an unclear relationship. This is nothing. In the next few days, the Daily Prophet seems to hold a Dumbledore criticism meeting, and new Black Materials 13 break out every day. They also interviewed unnamed insiders who accused Dumbledore of bullying the students. But because of the huge popularity he has accumulated before, many people are skeptical when they see these reports. But Harry was miserable. Rita Skeeter said bluntly that he was a fooled person trying to get people's attention, and he made up the news of Voldemort's resurrection to attract attention. Secretly and openly, Dumbledore was still mocking Dumbledore because of his love for Harry, so he unconditionally chose to believe him. After some operations by the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet, the people of the wizarding world in England do not believe in the fact that Voldemort has returned. And all of this has little to do with the current Alvin. After the holiday, he is too busy every day. The construction of the factory and the construction of the Mage Tower all cost Alvin a lot of energy. For this reason, he made a group of puppets after spending a few nights all night. This kind of puppet is the best tool on Farron to manufacture large buildings or Mage Towers. It is durable and not low in efficiency. Today, Alvin came to the construction base of the Mage Tower again. It is located at the rear of Arya Manor. Since Alvin was going to build the Mage Tower, Arya has expelled all the wizards in this area and arranged reliable wizards to patrol around the area day and night. When Alvin arrived, several brown stone puppets taller than Hagrid were diligently carrying pieces of material to the Mage Tower that was beginning to take shape. The current Master Tower is about 20 meters high, with a total of 6 floors. From the outside, it looks a bit like the Leaning Tower of Pizza in Pizza Country. The tower is engraved with a phoenix, a unicorn, and a dragon. This is also an expression of Alvin's love for the 3 little guys, especially the phoenix, which is the most vivid. After all, Fury was the first to follow Alvin and grew up with him all the way to where he is today. Arya, who was standing behind him, was amazed when she saw that these puppets were extremely powerful and agile. Ordinary wizards may not be the opponents of these puppets? Alvin smiled and shook his head. As long as the wizards are smarter, they know that it is too reluctant to use the transformation spell to solve them. When these puppets were made, Alvin never thought of using them to fight, so they just looked bluffing, but in fact they shattered when touched. Hearing what he said, Arya also put out her plan to use these puppets to look after the home, and instead reported the collection of materials to Alvin. After more than half a year of hard work, we have collected 20% of the items on your list, but this has cost us a lot of wealth, and because of our actions, the prices of the entire continent have risen a lot. 5. Arya really has a headache. The owner of the house needs too many things. Mithril alone is 300 pounds. This is mithril, and the annual output is only 2 or 3 caddies. Of course, this refers to the country of England, including the entire continent, about 20 pounds. This is only one of the materials. The others may not be as precious as mithril, but the quantity required is only a lot more. If it wasn't for copying the nests of several pureblood families, Arya would have been bankrupt long ago. You did a good job. Alvin praised. He also knew that this was the result of Arya's best efforts. Unable to contain her curiosity, Arya wondered why Alvin had to spend so much effort to build this building. Looking at the Mage Tower that could barely be driven, Alvin was also a little curious about his power, so he took Arya directly into the interior. Under her shocked expression, the Mage Tower rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, leaving only a few puppets on the ground standing there stupidly. The Mage Tower flew away. Where should these materials be placed? Master, can this Mage Tower fly? Arya looked at the land that was getting farther and farther away, with a look of excitement. Isn't this a palace that can fly? If so, it's not really a loss to use so much material. It's more than that. Alvin smiled mysteriously. He controlled the Mage Tower away from England and came to the boundless sea. Along the way, they passed through countless Muggle cities, but because of the special nature of the Magic Tower, no equipment or people found them. Even the Mage Tower passed a plane. Arya wondered why Alvin brought him here. Looking at a small island in the distance with no trace of human activity, Alvin decided to set the goal of testing his power there. But the most powerful part of the Mage Tower is that its output upper limit is much higher than himself. As long as the magic power is sufficient, sinking the entire continent is not a problem. After the cannon was fully charged, a blue beam of light cut through the sky and hit the highest hillside on the island. The third floor of the Mage Tower suddenly opened, and a dark cannon stretched out, the muzzle flashing blue light. I danced with Lu Gung-hung for a while last night, and now my hands are shaking. Boom. Alvin nodded with satisfaction. Using a 300-scale magic power to have such power, it was not much worse than his own spellcasting. Then, he mobilized the magic power stored in the magic net during this time. After an earth-shattering sound, the entire hill was razed to the ground, and the surrounding trees were uprooted by the powerful shock wave. And Alia on the side was even more shocked and speechless. While Alvin was happily experimenting with the various functions of the Mage Tower, Harry wandered aimlessly on the Jurchin Road irritably. Since the holiday, Harry has always felt that he is completely out of the wizarding world. Sirius hurried away a few days after the semester ended, leaving no useful information. And the letters he sent to Alvin and Ron also went to pieces, without getting any reply. Perhaps now the only connection between him and the wizarding world is the Daily Prophet, but the report above made him furious. Not only was there no useful news at all, but he and Dumbledore were slandered, and Harry was so angry that he scared away all the owls who delivered the letter. "Who is the principal's sweetie?" "Freak, what are you doing?" A nasty voice sounded in his ear, and without turning his head, Harry simply replied, "Don't mess with me if you don't want another pig's tail growing on your or dragging your tongue to the ground, Dada." Dada was Penny's nickname for Dudley, and he hated the Y name, especially when it came out of Harry's mouth. Pushing Harry against the wall, Dudley said viciously, "Don't think I don't know you can't use your ridiculous tricks outside of school." 5. Without showing any weakness, Harry pulled his wand out and put it against Dudley's throat. "Don't point that thing at me." After Dudley finished speaking, he suddenly shivered, wanting to be chilled by a bucket of ice water. In the dark night, the temperature dropped suddenly, and Harry thought he had cast magic unconsciously. "What did you do?" Dudley said, horrified, feeling all his strength drained from him, and his mind was full of images of Vernon beating him up after knowing his final grades. At this time, Harry also noticed that something was wrong. He pushed the dead pig-like Dudley away with great effort and looked around vigilantly. On the road in the dead of night, all the street lights went out suddenly, and a thin layer of ice was quietly condensed. The two Dementors approached here silently, and Harry kept sucking in the cold air, suppressing the despair. God guard. 35. A burst of silver-white smoke emerged from the tip of the wand, and the Dementors slowed down, but seeing that the smoke did not condense into a solid body, they were much more courageous. Call God guard. Trying to run a clemency, Harry is trying to remember happy things again. Finally, a huge stag patron saint condensed and formed, and two antlers stabbed the Dementor's chest. The Dementors were knocked back, and the stags chased after the victory, and the two Dementors were driven away by 3 strikes, 5 out 2, and Harry was relieved. He picked up the limp Dudley and walked towards the house. Harry didn't know why the Dementors were here, but he knew he was in big trouble, that he had broken the laws of the Ministry of Magic. He must hurry home and let Hedwig deliver a letter to Dumbledore and Alvin. Only these two can help him. And when they got home, there was a rush of chickens and dogs, and the Dursleys screamed and rushed up, grabbing Dudley. But since Alvin came last term, their attitude towards Harry has improved a lot. At least they have the patience to listen to him finish the story. Get out.
Boy.
I've had enough of you. You've caused all the trouble. Knowing that Dudley was like this because of the Dementors, Vernon, unable to suppress his anger, pointed out the door and told Harry to leave his house. He's had enough of these weird things. And Harry walked upstairs to pack his things without saying a word.
No.
Petunia suddenly stopped Harry loudly. You can't go, now, go back to your house. Don't come out without my permission. 39. Penny. Vernon looked over in disbelief. Why did he let Harry stay? But seeing Penny's resolute look, he still did not continue. Harry was a little weird too. Didn't Aunt Petunia hate him the most? I just met 2 Dementors on Privet Drive. Used the Patronus charm, and the Ministry of Magic has sent a letter to destroy my wand. Hastily wrote 2 identical notes. Harry tied them to Hedwig's lap and patted her little head lightly. Go ahead and give it to Alvin and Dumbledore. Watching Hedwig leave, Harry lay on the bed weakly. The Ministry of Magic sentenced him very quickly this time. Just after he entered the room, the letter from the Ministry of Magic was quietly placed on the table. He said bluntly that a wizard would come to destroy his wand tomorrow, and he didn't even give him a chance to defend himself. Holding the wand in his hand, Harry hesitated to run away. He didn't want to lose his wand, and he didn't want to leave the wizarding world to be a muggle. Just when he was indecisive, another new letter was sent. We wrote to you about 20 minutes ago, and now the Ministry of Magic has cancelled the sentence and will make a final decision after the hearing on August 12th. Holding the letter, Harry was also relieved. At least his wand was temporarily saved, but he didn't know if it was Alvin or Dumbledore. Suddenly, he heard his door being pushed open suddenly. Professor Lupin. Harry was also taken aback by the old man, who had never seen anyone with so many scars. Harry stepped forward and hugged him. Lupin also smiled. We are here to take you away. Dumbledore has just gone to see Fudge. I think you should receive a letter. 5. Harry exclaimed in surprise. God knows how happy he was. This was the first acquaintance he had seen during the summer. If you have something to say, go back and talk. Harry was in awe. His dream was to become an Auror after graduation. The sound of the urn interrupted their conversation, and an old man with a look that could make a child cry came in. One of his eyes was replaced by a magic eye, and he looked at Harry. I still don't catch enough. Moody responded angrily. If I catch some more, the current mysterious person may be better to deal with. 99. Okay, let's go quickly, Dumbledore said. Take him away as soon as possible. Lupin also introduced him at the right time. This is Moody, a seasoned Auror who has captured half of Azkaban's Death Eaters. 39. In a hurry to pack his luggage, Harry came to the living room. Lupin was studying the toaster in the kitchen with great interest. While Moody was staring warily at the TV, Harry thought he might draw his wand at any moment and cast a curse. After seeing him, the two also stopped their movements and walked to Harry's side. Now I need to cast a disillusionment charm on you. Harry found Moody's legs still a little inconvenient. It's a spell that hides your form, and we're going to keep it out of Muggle sight. I know, I learned the spell. Moody was a little taken aback. Son, this is not part of the teaching at Hogwarts. 95. The disillusionment curse is part of the Auror training and should not be accessible to Harry. I learned it in 2nd grade. Alvin taught me. 35. Harry was a little hilarious. This Versailles feeling was really cool. No wonder Alvin often did it. But the happy Harry didn't notice that the faces of the two of them changed slightly after he mentioned Alvin, and did not continue the topic. Above the sky, Ha 273 Lee rode his firebolt, enjoying the pleasure brought by the evening wind. The square gardens on Privet Drive were getting farther and farther away, and his trial at the Ministry of Magic was temporarily forgotten by him. If it wasn't for Lupin's and Moody's speed, Harry could definitely fly faster. Go left, there's a muggle looking up. Moody shouted at him, and Harry quickly controlled his flight and hid behind a cloud. After passing through several small towns in a row, Harry couldn't feel the pleasure of flying anymore. The cold wind kept pouring into his body, and now he just wanted to quickly fly to the destination and find a stove to bake. Finally, led by Moody, they swooped down. Harry had never seen so many light sources come together, and they flew lower and lower, landing on a small square. Here, Moody handed Harry a note. Read it quickly and keep it in mind. Harry took the parchment, the free and easy handwriting he seemed to have seen before. The Order of the Phoenix Headquarters, Ba, at 12, Grimmauld Place, London. 39. What is the Order of the Phoenix? Harry was a little puzzled. Don't talk here. Moody stopped him sharply. If there's anything, we'll go in and talk. He took the parchment from Harry's hand and burned it with his wand. Harry looked around at the houses, and a house swelled suddenly and came out between the 11th and the 13th. Harry, let's go in. Lupin lit his wand and led the way ahead. The house was very dilapidated, and Harry was careful every time he set foot, for fear of breaking the floor. With a sound of hurried footsteps, Molly walked out of a door with Ron and Ginny. She walked quickly to Harry's side and hugged him warmly. "Oh, Harry, what a pleasure to meet you." Harry was also very happy. Mrs. Weasley treated him as well as her own son, and even took more care of him. Jasmine asked about the safety along the way, and after confirming that there was no tail left, she asked Ron to take Harry to the accommodation arranged for him, while she followed Lupin to the living room. Harry only vaguely heard that the meeting had begun. "You've been living here since the beginning of the summer?" The tone was a little indifferent, and Harry was dissatisfied that Ron had not replied to him this month. Ron also knew that he was wrong, and smiled a little to please. "No, Harry, we also came here a while ago. You can never imagine who the owner of this house is." 35. "It's not that I don't want to reply, but Dumbledore made us swear not to say anything." "Yes," said Ginny, who was a little dissatisfied with Dumbledore. "We can't send any news, and all the adults will not send letters from here." "So, what exactly is the Order of the Phoenix?" Harry knew there was no point in wrestling with it now, and he asked the question that cared most. Just as Ginny was about to answer, 2 explosions sounded, and George and Fred appeared in the house, startling them. "George."
"Fred."
"I'm going to tell Mommy if you apparate like this," Ginny screamed. The twins ignored it and greeted Harry with a smile. "Hello, Harry. I think we can completely answer your question." "So, you passed the apparition test?" 39. Harry said a little sourly. He didn't envy the twins being able to apparate, but he envied the 2 of them being able to cast spells freely. "Certainly, all through." Fred put his arms around Harry's neck. "That's something that can't beat the genius Weasley." Ron, who was on the side, rolled his eyes, listening to Gemini, explaining to Harry his doubts one by one. "So the Order of the Phoenix was built to fight Voldemort? I want to join." Harry was very excited, but Ginny poured cold water on him immediately. "You're not an adult. They won't let you in, Harry." 39. "It's not actually grown-up," George added. "Neither Fred nor I joined the Order of the Phoenix. Only Bill and Charlie made it. 35. Harry was so frustrated that it didn't work, and that didn't work either. "Give me one." Ginny cowardly fetched a telescopic ear from the twins. The long string was clinging to the ground, extending all the way to the front door of the living room and sticking to it in the shape of an ear. "It's almost time. I heard they have a very important meeting today. It's telescopic ears so we can hear what they have to say." 5. At the same time, a serious meeting was going on in the living room. Fred was full of confidence. "Don't worry, we've already upgraded it, and we can barely bypass Mom's spell." "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to hear it?" "But although we can't join the Order of the Phoenix, we can still be a non-staff," Ginny reminded. "Mom has cast a distraction spell in the living room. That's what Tonks told me." The feeling of being kept in the dark and unable to do anything made him feel a little suffocated. Fred took out a few slender strings and looked at the time. There were already a lot of people in the living room at this time. Most of the people were old people from the previous generation of the Order of the Phoenix, and only a few were recommended by members, such as Tonks. Arthur Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt sat at the front. Usually the 2 of them presided over the work when Dumbledore was away. In fact, Moody is the oldest one, but his personality is too eccentric, and he is not willing to do these things. "Didn't Dumbledore come today?" Sirius asked a little irritably. Arthur shook his head. "Dumbledore is not in England now. He will be back with important things." 99. A few minutes later, several wizards wearing cloaks walked in hurriedly, and the leader took off his hood. It was the eldest son of the Weasley family, Bill Weasley. Arthur nodded to him and motioned Bill to sit down. "Let's start today's meeting, Bill." "What did the goblins say?" "They're still leaking," Bill said. "I still don't know if they believe he's back, and of course, it's also possible that it's a goblin trick, to bet on both sides." Bill had a good relationship with the goblins because of his previous experience working at Gringotts, so he was sent to contact the goblins. "I believe they won't fall to you-know-who." Lupin shook his head. Their losses are also serious. But Voldemort may make some offers that wizards can't offer, like freedom. Just as several people were discussing, Snape, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. As far as I know, he has not yet gone to win over the goblins, but he has already sent people to find giants and werewolves. Hearing this news, the faces of some wizards changed slightly. If Voldemort successfully gathered these dark creatures under his command, things would become more troublesome. Is the information reliable? Kingsley looked serious. He knew that Snape was a pawn arranged by Dumbledore beside Voldemort and could know a lot of hidden information. I will be responsible for every word I say. Snape glanced at the board Sirius. His eyes flashed with sarcasm. And Sirius stood up with a rub. The chair was overturned by his violent movements, and there was a sound of hitting the ground. What do you mean, slug? Snape was also angry when he heard this nickname. This was the scar left by Potter's group when they bullied him. He never thought that Sirius would dare to say it. That's what you think. I won't be as clever as some people trying to hide from everyone, and I will kill Lily. Sirius couldn't take it any longer when he heard this, and pulled out his wand, and Snape was not to be outdone. Enough, Jasmine shouted. What do you guys want to do? Can you kill each other? This is the Order of the Phoenix. We need to fight. 55. Snape snorted coldly, put away his wand, and walked away. I have told you all the information, and I will come again if there is anything. Kingsley also looked at Sirius, who was sitting down and gasping for breath, with a headache. As soon as the two met, they had to quarrel, and when Dumbledore was away, he really couldn't hold them back. Fortunately, Jasmine was there. She and Sirius were still related, so they could restrain one or two. Regardless of their personal grievances, Kingsley continued to let others report. But the more he went on, the worse Kingsley's mood got. Nothing good, all bad news. Fudge was still stubbornly weakening Dumbledore's authority. Dumbledore's speech at the International Confederation of Wizards a few days ago caused him to lose his position as the first speaker of the Confederation. After returning to Dacia, Dumbledore was voted to remove the head of the Wizengamot Mage. If he was not afraid of making Dumbledore completely anxious, Fudge would have wanted to give him the first-class Merlin medal as well. On the other hand, the movements of the Death Eaters became more and more secretive. After Tonks was discovered by them last time, the traces of all the Death Eaters were never tracked by them. Even if they appeared in front of people, they appeared as their pureblood wizards, and there was no flaw at all. And when everyone finished talking about their own affairs, the topic shifted to Harry. Kingsley, why is the Dementor on Privet Drive? Speaking of this, Sirius was annoyed, and if Harry hadn't learned the Patronus charm, he would have been doomed today. 4 flowers, a 0. As the Royal Guard of Azkaban, the Dementors will never be allowed to leave without the permission of the Ministry of Magic. It must be the ghost of Voldemort who appeared on Privet Drive today. Tonks was the first to speak. I received an order from the Oris office to question the Dementors after the incident, and they killed none of the Dementors today. So Fudge believed it? Sirius' eyes revealed disbelief, and Kingsley sighed. Sirius, it's not that Fudge is stupid. Even if it's a problem with Dementors, he won't admit it. He will only use it to attack Dumbledore. 995. Then tell him that Voldemort did it. Sirius looked very irritable. Sirius, Fudge has gone mad. He's scared, and feels that all Dumbledore did to overthrow him. 35. But how could Dumbledore? Said Sirius. If he wanted to, he could have been Minister of Magic more than 10 years ago. Of course he didn't want to, Kingsley said. He never wanted to be a minister, but Fudge has been blinded by power. Arthur took his wife's shoulder and comforted her. Honey, we don't want to see this either, but it's what Kingsley has experienced firsthand, and Alvin chose to benefit. 99. Mrs. Molly couldn't help covering her face. I still can't believe that a child as good as Alvin would choose Fudge. He has such a good relationship with us, especially Harry. According to my current information, Fudge has attracted quite a few members of Wizengamot during this period of time. To be precise, it was through Gaunt to make these people on his side. So, I'm not sure how many people will support him at the trial, and if Dumbledore is not there, it will be very difficult for Harry to win the case. So, Let's not expect any help from the Ministry of Magic. The most important thing now is to help Harry through the trial, and you don't want him to lose his wand and be expelled?" Kingsley continued to preside over the meeting. And hearing this, Harry upstairs couldn't bear it any longer and rushed down 10. Kingsley's persuasion worked, and Sirius stopped talking about it. Boom. The door to the living room was slammed open, and Harry appeared in front of everyone in rough clothes. "Harry." Lupin got up and looked at him in surprise. I heard it all." Jasmine also came over, a little at a loss. "Son, you shouldn't worry about these things. We will handle them." Harry was very angry. He was like a fool who was kept in the dark. Gemini and Ron Ginny also ran down, and Molly glared at Gemini. She knew it must be something they did. "We also need to know the truth." Fred and George also spoke in unison, and their expressions were unprecedentedly serious. Alvin can be said to be their best friend at Hogwarts. Not only did he give them a lot of money in the first year, but he often helped them when they encountered difficulties. On top of that, they're like Alvin, and it's just too hard to find someone with so many bad ideas for pranks. And Alvin is their confidant. Just as Jasmine was about to exert her parental authority and drive away a few people, she was stopped by Sirius. "Forget it, Jasmine. They are no longer children and have the right to know this." Sirius also gave Harry a reluctant smile and then said to Jasmine, "But Dumbledore said, Harry, he—" Molly was a little confused and Harry interrupted him. "Aunt Molly, I'm not Dumbledore's puppet. I have the right to know everything." Perhaps too angry, Harry used very serious words. In the end, she agreed, and even the Weasley brothers and sisters were wiped out and had the right to observe. "Okay, Harry, if you have any questions, just ask." Kingsley saw that there was nothing else to do here, so he let some of the wizards go first, and those who stayed here were all people who had something to do with Harry. "Sirius, how is your case?" Although angry, Harry was still concerned about Sirius' current situation. Before the end of last term, the Ministry of Magic sued Sirius for using the unforgivable curse, and Harry didn't know if it ever happened. Sirius smiled lightly. "Don't worry, Harry. The Ministry just doesn't want me to stay at Hogwarts any longer. I left and paid some fines and it was over." Harry understood and was relieved for Sirius. "Then what's going on with Alvin?" "He didn't reply to any letters I sent him this summer." 99. Speaking of this, the expressions of all the adults present became a little unnatural, and a flash of inspiration flashed in Harry's mind, thinking of Dobby in the 2nd grade. "Did you stop all my letters?" No one spoke, and Harry understood naturally. No wonder all his letters went unanswered. Doesn't he have the right to write letters to others? Seeing him like this, Sirius was also afraid that Harry would be wrong, and quickly explained. "Harry, Dumbledore just feels that at such a delicate moment, you should try to be less disturbed by the outside world. Even Ron and the others have no right to write to you, but Alvin's reply is usually sent by that phoenix, and we can't intercept it at all." 35. So, in desperation, "We can only stop your letter." After listening to his explanation, Harry's face softened a lot. "So, what's going on Alvin's side? Why is he on Fudge's side?" This was what Harry couldn't believe the most. He didn't believe Alvin would do it. You must know that at the school, Harry and Alvin talked about Voldemort, and Alvin absolutely believed him at that time. Why has it become like this now? Sirius called Kingsley over. This is Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror of whom Fudge trusted him. He was there when Fudge went to negotiate with Alvin. You can ask him any questions. Kingsley was also very cooperative and told Harry everything that happened that day. Even himself and a few other colleagues were told in seconds. Harry and the Weasleys were silent after hearing this. "I didn't expect Alvin to betray. He still has contact with Diagon Alley. This is something only dark wizards do." Ron couldn't sit still at first, muttered in a low voice, and instantly got sharp eyes from Gemini and Harry. He was so frightened that he stopped talking. I don't know since when, Ron's admiration for Alvin gradually turned into jealousy. Jealous of his talent. Jealous of his popularity. I'm even more jealous that he has so many girls' likes, especially hearing that Alvin was on the opposite side of them now. Ron's heart actually rose to a cosmic delight. Will Dumbledore deal with him after school next term? His dark thoughts were unknown to others, and Harry was still trying to defend Alvin. Maybe he was just trying to deceive Fudge. Didn't he see Fudge agreeing so many conditions to Alvin? Did he just keep silent? If Alvin was here, he would definitely give Harry a thumbs up. All these years have not hurt him in vain. Kingsley said, following Harry's train of thought. Dumbledore thought so too, and Mr. Gaunt did not choose to take sides, but to be neutral in the strict sense. 39. Kingsley looked at him with confidence and said nothing. You don't know yet? This is Blake's ancestral home. I'll show you around. But in his heart, he felt that Harry might have failed, and Alvin was not a novice student like them. So we don't have any hostility towards him, Harry, and maybe we need you to help us persuade him. When he said this to Harry, he was just conveying Dumbledore's intentions. It was better if he succeeded, and there was nothing to lose if he failed. Even if Fudge begged him, he was bitten off a piece of meat. How could he be persuaded by Harry in a few words? With that, he pulled Harry up and walked out the door. Harry nodded firmly. He would definitely convince Alvin of 1.0. Okay, Sirius interjected. The most important thing is your business now, Harry. You must remember everything that happened tonight, so that we will have a better chance of winning at the trial. 35. For the next few days, Harry also lived in the Order of the Phoenix. He found that his days here were no different from those at Uncle Vernon's, and even less free. In order to ensure his safety and the secrecy of the Order of the Phoenix, both Lupin and Sirius told Harry to try not to go out. Although the entire Black ancestral home is not small, after staying here for 2 days, Harry has completely turned around. Here Harry also met a house elf named Creature, an elf of the Black family. His relationship with Sirius was not very good, and he looked down on many people. But upon hearing that Harry and Alvin were good friends, Creature immediately became more than a notch enthusiastic about him. And the night before the trial, Harry fell into anxiety again. He is afraid that he will be abandoned by the magic world, then all his friends and all his life will cease to exist. He was going to go back to that small room on Privet Drive and spend the next few years miserably. Then he was kicked out of the house by the Dursleys as an adult 13. Under such tension, Harry fell asleep in a daze, and he heard Ron babbling in his dreams while he was in a daze. Wake up, Harry. It's time for us to go. 99. Harry was awakened by Arthur in his sleep, and in his dream he saw the long corridor and the locked door, causing the tingling of the scar. He didn't tell anyone that Harry didn't want to cause them panic. If Aunt Jasmine found out, he would be better protected. Thinking in a self-deprecating manner, Harry ate some breakfast casually, while Tonks and Lupin were chatting in a low voice. It seemed to be about Scrimgeour, the head of the Oris office. Don't be too nervous for a while. Just tell the truth. Even underage wizards can use magic when their lives are threatened. Harry smiled at him, telling Sirius not to worry. After dinner, Arthur took Harry out of Grimmauld Place with great interest. I usually apparate to work, but I haven't been able to bring anyone with me, so we're going the Muggle way. The two bought subway tickets, and when they passed the ticket gate, Arthur made some jokes, but the two still stumbled to their destination. Mr. Weasley, are you sure the Ministry of Magic is around here? Arthur looked at the high-rise buildings around him obsessively and responded casually. Yes, Harry, I come here to work every day. Trust me. Harry opened his mouth and wanted to say that you apparate every day and know a ghost. Sure enough, his foreboding came to pass, and the two of them took a long time to find the entrance to the Ministry of Magic, a red phone booth. As Arthur dialed a few times, the interior of the phone booth turned into an elevator and sank into the ground. After about a minute, the elevator stopped moving, the door was opened, and a golden hall appeared in front of you. Crossing the fountain in the middle of the hall, Harry swept over the golden statues in the center of the fountain, which he had some doubts were made of solid gold. This is Harry Potter, and the Ministry has asked him to come to trial today. Arthur said to a witch at the front desk. Hearing Harry's name, the witch looked at him curiously and then handed him a small silver coin. It's got your name and reason for coming to the Ministry of Magic. Keep him and don't lose it. Arthur commanded Harry and led him onwards. Afraid of losing himself, Harry followed Arthur closely into an elevator. The elevator was already crowded with people. Arthur was a little strange. "Bob, why are there so many people today?" A wizard holding a cardboard box replied casually, "Today there is a distinguished guest from the ministry, and Minister Fudge asks everyone to arrive on time." Arthur thought about it, and it seemed that he did receive such an email 2 days ago, but he needed to come early every day because there were only 2 people in the entire department. But now, he was keenly aware of the problem, who came to the Ministry of Magic and needed Fudge to do such a face project. Harry stood silently by the side, and suddenly, when the elevator reached the 3rd floor, he heard a familiar voice and hurried out. "Harry, we're not here yet," Arthur shouted, but Harry didn't hear him at all, and he had to chase it out. There was still some time before the trial, and Arthur wasn't in a hurry, but he didn't know why Harry was doing it. Hermione, Ms. Greengrass's Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters is definitely one of the most important departments of the Ministry of Magic. It is responsible for wizards' mistakes in casting spells and for muggles to discover magical powers. Alvin introduced to Hermione that, as a member of the Wisingamore Mage Corps, he needed to attend the trial of Harry. Hermione has been living at Alvin's house for a while, and after hearing that he is going to the Ministry of Magic, Hermione is also interested. She knew everything that happened during the summer vacation, and Hermione 273 wondered why Fudge, an idiot, could still be a minister. Therefore, she wanted a closer look at the operations of the Ministry of Magic. After begging Alvin for a while, and getting lucky once, Alvin agreed. Ahem, he actually wanted to say that Hermione would have agreed without having to do it. But in the end, Alvin didn't say it. She was afraid that Hermione couldn't help but make a mistake and use the unforgivable curse. That's how Alvin brought Hermione to the Ministry of Magic early in the morning and visited it layer by layer. Because he told Fudge in advance, in order to get closer to Alvin, Fudge specially made Chio's parents his guide today. This made Alvin very speechless, wishing to pry Fudge's brain open to see what was inside. "You asked the parents of one of my girlfriends to be a tour guide for my other girlfriend? It's yours, Fudge." Silently made another note to Fudge in his heart. Alvin greeted Zhang Sirui and Zhang Hailuan with an embarrassed but polite smile. Fortunately, the two knew about Alvin's situation and knew that Hermione and Chio had a good relationship. He didn't show any hostility towards Hermione. On the contrary, Helen Zhang also had a lot of goodwill towards the smart Hermione. "Mr. Gaunt is joking. What kind of important department we are? We just deal with some unruly wizards after the incident." Mrs. Greenglass looked at them with a smile, and there were some people standing behind her. Zhang Helen and Zhang Sirui were also here. The rest are the heads of the main departments of the department. They were all looking at Alvin curiously, which little wizard had such power to make his usually unsmiling director so polite. After hearing what Mrs. Greengrass called him, all the smart people also thought of Alvin's identity. His eyes became much more respectful. "No, without your efforts, the risk of exposure to the magical world would be greatly increased." Hermione retorted with a serious face. The little witch also has great respect for these people who have solved many troubles. Compared to Fudge this idiot, the Ministry of Magic still has a lot of serious people. Mrs. Greengrass looked at her tenderly. This little witch is really much better than her own little devil. Thinking of Astoria, who is getting more and more difficult to manage now. She has a headache. Glancing at Alvin, if my daughter got Alvin earlier, wouldn't it be easier for her? "Alvin." Just as Mrs. Greenglass looked at Alvin Harry's voice suddenly came from behind. Turning his head, he saw Harry rushing towards him like a two-ha. "What do you look like?" Clothes ran up to Alvin's side. Harry saw the look in his eyes and immediately felt offended. "Nothing. Long time no see, Harry." Alvin said hello in a serious manner, which made Harry feel a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't see any guilt, alienation in Alvin's eyes. He was still his good friend. Ever since he learned of what happened during this time in the Order of the Phoenix, Harry had been worried about the attitude of Alvin the next time he met. Now it seems that he is overthinking it. "Why are you denying?" Before Harry could finish his words, he suddenly fell silent. The world began to change, and the entire space solidified in his eyes. The rest of the people stopped moving, hidden by a bright white light. There were only 2 people left in the white space. Alvin was a little helpless. Harry was still too reckless. Do you think it's cool to have Voldemort in front of so many people? Without answering his question, Harry looked around. Where is this? Thinking space. Everything in it has been accelerated. If you have any questions, just ask. 35. Alvin urged that Harry didn't ink either. Why are you complicit with Fudge? Because he bribed me. Harry couldn't believe it. Just because of this? Of course not. Alvin shook his head and sighed. He gave too much. I just couldn't refuse. Harry was expressionless. Sure enough, he couldn't expect to hear anything useful from Alvin. Then you shouldn't deny Voldemort's resurrection, right? Alvin looked at him strangely. I never denied it. I just promised Fudge not to express my opinion, and he agreed. 399. So, what he says now is just his own thoughts and has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He was certain that Fudge had been tricked. Patting Harry on the shoulder, Alvin comforted him. Don't worry, I will cover you today, and I will never let you be fired. As for other things, it's still inconvenient for me to intervene. After all, I also received a lot of favors from Fudge. After speaking, he snapped his fingers. The white space quickly faded, and the 2 returned to the real space. Others were not aware of the anomaly at all. Seeing other people staring at him, Harry fooled the sentence with haha, and Alvin also invited him to visit the Ministry of Magic with him. So Harry joined their team, and Arthur was a little stunned as he watched. He was obviously here to be tried, so how could he become a visitor so suddenly? And the relationship between Harry and Alvin also made him incomprehensible. At first, he was very angry, but in a blink of an eye, the 2 were talking and laughing again. Under such confusion, Arthur was helpless to keep up with their team. When the group came to the second basement level, Alvin pointed to a door and said, See, Harry, you'll be on trial here in a while. Hermione on the side patted him angrily, telling Alvin to stop being funny. At this time, the magic net register device in Alvin's pocket rang twice, and when he took it out, he said to Harry, In what I just said is void. The Ministry of Magic has temporarily changed the time and address of your hearing. How can this be? Arthur was very surprised. Where did they switch to? Half an hour later, the 10th courtroom. After speaking, Alvin and Mrs. Greengrass and others said their goodbyes, but Hermione could not enter the courtroom. Still stay here. Merlin's beard. Arthur hurriedly pulled Harry up and followed Alvin into the elevator. I don't understand why they would do this. It's where the felons are tried, and all the Death Eaters are sentenced there. Who knows? Alvin shrugged. Maybe they see Harry as a repeat offender. After listening to Arthur, he slammed the elevator angrily and stopped talking. If you do get to that point, don't worry. Trust me. Trust Dumbledore. Taking a breath, Harry looked at the deep dark room ahead and followed the road lit by the volatile torches, and he soon came to the 10th courtroom. Twisting the heavy iron handle on the door, Harry entered the courtroom. Harry, I can't accompany you in there. Remember, no matter what crime Fudge sets you up for, don't agree, you know? Even with Alvin's reassurance, he's still very nervous right now. The elevator arrived at the 10th basement floor, to Zhao, and Alvin walked out first. He is a judge now. How can he have too much contact with the prisoner? And Harry was left by Arthur to explain a few words. After all, it was about his magical career for decades to come. Seeing him nodding, Arthur turned and left, and finally gave him a cheering gesture. In the courtroom, Fudge looked at Harry in astonishment. He didn't expect the other party to appear here now. Obviously, this was the time and place he temporarily changed, just to catch Harry off guard. But when things came to an end, he could only act according to the plan. After tidying up his appearance, Fudge let out a dignified cough. Since the parties are here, can we start? The jury was composed of more than 50 wizards, wearing fuchsia robes, with a delicate W embroidered on the left front chest, representing their identities, members of the Wisengamot wizards. They all looked down at Harry, who was sitting below, some with stern expressions, others with unabashed curiosity. When Fudge finished speaking, no one paid him any attention. Instead, most of them turned to look at Alvin, who was sitting near the center, which made Fudge a little embarrassed. I think Mr. Potter's defense hasn't come. Should we wait a while? Alvin looked at the people around him and seemed to be asking for their opinions. Yes, according to the procedure, Porter has the right to wait for his own defender to arrive before answering questions. That's right. We're not short of these times. Yes, Minister Fudge. Don't be too hasty. A group of people echoed the words, unable to say a word of Fudge's choking. But the process was like this, and he couldn't refute it. He could only sit in his seat sullenly without saying a word. And half an hour later, Dumbledore appeared in a hurry. He was also relieved to see the trial that had not yet started. Fudge's move did not frighten Harry, but tossed him hard. But now the trial has not started, and a group of people are surrounding Alvin again. He also understands something when he is old and mature, and nodded slightly to Alvin. And his arrival also made the others return to their seats and began today's trial. August 12th trial. Fudge exclaimed, Harry James Potter for violating the Minor Restraint Act and the International Statute of Secrecy. 35. Interrogator. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Defendant witness. Alforth Dumbledore. After reading a long list of titles, Dumbledore also began to argue for Harry. In Dumbledore's words, Harry was attacked by Dementors in legitimate self-defense, and he also protected Muggles, without breaking any of the laws. Wait a minute, Dumbledore. You seem to be saying that the Ministry of Magic attacked Harry? Know that the Dementors have always been under the Ministry of Magic's management, and their actions require our authorization. The speaker was a chunky middle-aged woman, dressed as a girl, wearing pink, which looked like she could spit out the overnight meal. Her voice was also shrill and abnormal, trying to make herself look younger. Alvin glanced at her in disgust, and this was the notorious Dolores Umbridge, Fudge's loyal lackey. Perhaps there is a possibility that these are two Dementors out of control. After all, there are only 2 Aurors in Azkaban, and they cannot detect the whereabouts of all the Dementors. Dumbledore looked at Fudge meaningfully, his eyes becoming real through the crescent-shaped glasses. Fudge staggered his gaze, letting Umbridge play freely. You mean the Dementors have defected, right? Dumbledore, this is a very serious charge, and you can't say something so irresponsible because of this liar boy.
Cough.
35. Umbridge looks at Alvin disapprovingly, as if his cough disrupted her performance. Bah. But Alvin completely ignored her. With such a disgusting face, he couldn't bear to look directly, and directly talked to her master. Minister Fudge, I don't think there should be a personal attack on something as serious as a trial, isn't it? The rest of the Wisengamore members also looked at Fudge, putting a lot of pressure on him. Dolores, please pay attention to your words. Thank you. Staring at Alvin angrily, Umbridge could only repeat it politely. Harry retorted angrily. Do you think I don't know that minors are not allowed to cast spells outside school? I have received a similar letter 2 years ago. It looks like you're still a repeat offender? Umbridge looked at Harry with interest. Do you think the Savior can have the privilege to cast spells that will outside of school? This time, Harry was so angry that he couldn't speak and looked at Dumbledore with help. This matter has nothing to do with this case, and there is sufficient evidence to suggest that it was a house elf casting a spell. Dumbledore stood up, with great power on his body, and Umbridge only felt that he was having trouble breathing. Fudge, startled by Dumbledore's strong performance, turned to Alvin for help. And Alvin didn't make the slightest response, still playing with his fingers, as if there was some treasure on it. Albus, please keep calm. The Ministry of Magic will make a fair judgment. Fudge stammered. Since Potter said that there were Dementors on Privet Drive, what evidence can he produce? Dumbledore's momentum was stagnant, because Fudge had brought forward the trial time, and it would take some time for Mrs. Fig, the only witness, to arrive at the Ministry of Magic. Now it's dead again. If Dumbledore relented and decided to give up Harry, then they could get back together. And everything he said was the words of his family. Albus, what do you think? I am a Minister of Magic, and you are your Hogwarts headmaster, and I still respect you very much. Seeing his performance, Fudge felt that he had grasped Dumbledore's pain point and pursued the victory. What we do at the Ministry of Magic is evidence, and the fact is that we can only prove that Potter used magic. However, Dumbledore disappointed Fudge. This time Fudge was completely broken with Dumbledore's reconciliation, and he decided to launch a final attack. Fudge looked at Dumbledore expectantly, and this was the last chance he gave Dumbledore. We may have to wait a while, and it will take some time for my witnesses to arrive. According to the law, all witnesses need to appear before the hearing, so I reject your request. 99. Looking at Dumbledore indifferently, Fudge raised his arm. Then, please raise your hand if you agree with the judgment. I believe that what Harry Potter says is baseless and contrary to Ministry of Magic law, which will result in the destruction of the wand and the expulsion of Hogwarts. As Minister of Magic, Fudge still has some authority of his own, especially given his lead vote. Some jury members who were close to Fudge also raised their hands one after another. Umbridge looked at Dumbledore and Harry triumphantly. This round, they won. Amelia Burns, the director of the Legal Enforcement Division, thought for a moment and said regretfully, "I'm sorry, Potter. I'd like to believe you, but you didn't show enough evidence." Soon, more than half of the people expressed support for Fudge. Just when he put a smile on his face and was about to pronounce the sentence, Alvin, who had been silent for a while, coughed again. The voice was low, but it caught everyone's attention. Many of the jury who had raised their hands turned their heads and saw that he was still sitting there without any sign on his hands, and his expressions changed. Many people raised their hands into tickling and scratching their heads, and even more so, an old wizard raised his other hand and made a stretch. Even hit a long hatch. Fudge, who had won the ticket, instantly became a loner, and only a few people still firmly supported him. However, it can be seen from the trembling arms of those few people that they are not having a good time now. Alvin tapped his fingers on the table, and his long-term infiltration of the upper echelons of the wizarding world finally paid off. Some of these people were convinced by his knowledge, and more were involved with his interests. These people may not care about galleons, but what about their descendants? Now, as long as you do business in the wizarding world, you can't do without the Arya family. And these big men naturally know who is standing behind this family. No matter what, Alvin's words and deeds will be watched and interpreted by countless people. Until he expresses a clear opinion, these people may support Fudge for a variety of reasons. That's because they don't know their relationship with Harry, and these members of the Wisingamore Order wouldn't be bored enough to investigate his relationship with a student. Now it's Alvin's hint, and these talents have come to understand. Feelings this is to support his classmates today. I think Mr. Potter should be innocent. Yes, the Ministry of Magic needs to do a good job of examining itself. Why is the Demento on Privet Drive? 35. You can even cast the Patronus charm. Potter has the appearance of a professor. In an instant, the wind changed, and everyone was on the side of Dumbledore and Harry. Fudge's face was full of despair at being backstabbed. It's not the same as it was said. But soon he also wanted to understand something. What Alvin meant was, you can target Dumbledore, but you can't make it difficult for Harry? Careful. Should have spoken to Alvin beforehand today. Afterwards, he also changed his hand-raising action into tidying up his tall wizard hat, and then put it down naturally. Now that the situation is clear, it will definitely not be successful against Porter. It is better to sell Alvin. So, Harry, who was sitting under the stage, appreciated the face-changing stunt. I also think that expulsion is too cruel for a student. Maybe Potter is at fault, but the idea of educating people tells me that he is not guilty of this. I announced the verdict in Porter's breach of the Minor Restraint Act and the International Statute of Secrecy. Not guilty. Fudge knocked the hammer hard and ended today's trial. Dumbledore's face also flashed with surprise. He had prepared for the worst, and he had to keep Harry no matter what. But when Alvin coughed lightly, things changed dramatically. Wait a minute, I have one more thing to do today. Alvin spoke up, signaling everyone not to leave in a hurry. I remember that Professor Dumbledore was just revoked as head of Wisingamore a few days ago. Everyone didn't know why, but they nodded. 4 flowers 0. Alvin clapped his hands and looked very happy. It's rare that most of our mage group members are present today. I think we should elect a new leader. Got it all. One of the smartest jumped out. Mr. Gaunt is right. I think Mr. Gaunt is the most suitable candidate, and my vote is for him. 35. Others were not slow to respond, and one after another came out to support. That's right. I've wanted to propose it for a long time, but never had the chance. Hurry up and pull it. Didn't I tell you the other day? Looking at Dumbledore, who said nothing, Alvin also asked, Professor, although you are no longer the leader, but you are still a member of the Mage Corps, do you have any different views? Dumbledore shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that there would be such an event waiting for him today. No, I think you are quite suitable. So, under such a sloppy procedure, Alvin was successfully elected as the head of the Wizengamot Mage Corps. To a certain extent, his power is also above the Ministry of Magic. The meeting was over, and Alvin came to Harry's side after dismissing the wizards who were close to him. Congratulations, Harry. At this time, Harry was still in a trance, and the matter was solved like this. Even Fudge dropped the charges against him. Alvin didn't care about Harry's performance and smiled at Dumbledore next to him. Professor, we haven't seen you for a long time. Dumbledore smiled. I'm really proud to have a student like you. He said it from the bottom of his heart, and Dumbledore still thinks so. If Alvin was more stable, he would be even more relieved. You have passed the prize, I'm still far behind. Alvin is very humble. By the way, my Magic Net Register shop will open on August 15th. If you're interested, you can come and join us. It is located in Knockturn Alley. 35. Dumbledore agreed without hesitation, and Alvin also left. He has more important things to deal with today. August 12th. Do not break ground. Escape from prison. Oliver. Ermengarde Castle. It is isolated and sparsely populated. For dozens of miles around, only a dark stone tower stood on the hillside. A flash of fire appeared at the foot of the mountain, and Alvin walked out. It was dusk at this time, and Alvin accompanied Hermione to visit the Ministry of Magic after the end of the trial, before they set off. He stood there, looking at the world-famous prison. Perhaps there used to be many prisoners here, but now only one person is imprisoned here, and that is the first generation of Magiro Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Feeling the anti-apparition restrictions around him and the looming light on the first floor of the tower, Alvin smiled lightly. Rather than being imprisoned, it is better to say that Grindelwald chose to spend his later years here in peace. Just relying on the simple protective measures of 273, as well as the guard on the first floor, is really useless. After the battle with Dumbledore in 1945, the Dark Lord was already dead, and being imprisoned in Ermengarde was just finding a place for himself to spend the rest of his life. Waving his hand and letting Furway play nearby, he approached the invisible barrier. The palm was attached to the barrier, and waves rippled on the protective cover. After careful sensing, Alvin found that there was also the existence of induction magic and communication magic. If anyone breaks in here, it will be discovered very quickly. As for who will be notified, it is estimated to be the Ministry of Magic of Austria. Perhaps to add the one from England. All curses end. A golden light appeared on the palm of the hand, spreading over the barrier, bit by bit nibbling away a loophole that could allow one person to pass through. Alvin stepped in, and as he passed, the golden light disappeared, and the enchantment returned to its original state. Not afraid of Dumbledore, Alvin just felt that his conversation with Grindelwald would take a lot of time. In order to avoid being disturbed, he chose this gentle way to break the barrier. Standing in front of the very worn wooden door at the entrance, Alvin admired the writing on the wall. All for the greater good. There is an inexplicable sense of irony. This sentence is often mentioned by Grindelwald, and it is also the motto he practiced in the first half of his life. And Ermengarde prison was also the center of Grindelwald's rule of Europe, and now it has indeed become his own cage. One peck and one drink, it will be determined by its own destiny. Pushing open the wooden door, the guard on the first floor heard the movement and quickly came out to check what happened. When he saw Alvin, he wanted to scream, but his head was dizzy and he fainted. Alvin didn't ask where Grindelwald lived because it wasn't necessary. The tallest person naturally wants to live in the highest position, the top floor of the Black Tower, inside a house. The furnishings in the room are very simple, only a wooden table and a small bed. An old man was lying on the bed with his head back, staring at the ceiling that had peeled paint, not knowing what was going on in his mind. Perhaps it was the moment when he was in high spirits. He used to cover the sky with one hand, and the entire Europa continent surrendered to his feet. Only the island on the other side of the strait he never set foot on. Perhaps earlier, the 2 months he spent carefree with Dumbledore, the kind of like-minded feeling that he often reminisced about. 2 months of unhappiness, a century of ineffable. The right hand unconsciously playing with the pendant suddenly stopped, and a low hoarse voice came from Grindelwald's mouth. "It took so long to come up? Excuse me, Mr. Grindelwald, I took too much time to visit the whole tower. Ermengarde Prison is such a monumental place. If I come here and don't take a few pictures for my girlfriend, they will be angry." Pushing the door and entering, Alvin raised the camera in his hand and said a little embarrassedly. Grindelwald's eyelids twitched. "What does this guy think of Ermengarde? I also want to take pictures for my girlfriend as souvenirs, or men." At the same time, his heart was also shocked by Alvin's age. Originally, he only felt that someone broke into his tower, but he didn't expect the visitor to be so young. "Are you an adult?"
Kid.
Still a little unable to hold back, Grindelwald looked at Alvin curiously. What would such a little wizard come to do for him? Ask him to help him with his homework. "Come on, in 3 more years, I'll be graduating from Hogwarts." While speaking, he also took out trays of delicate pastries from a small pocket. Using transfiguration to transform a worn wooden table into a gorgeous dining table, Alvin sets the food on it. "This is the afternoon tea I specially prepared. Let's have some together?" In fact, Alvin is also a little embarrassed. If he had known that he would get lost, he should have prepared dinner. After sending Hermione home, it was actually only in the afternoon, thinking that with the distance of his apparition, he would soon be able to reach Ermengarde. He simply asked the house elf bar to prepare dessert as a souvenir. But who knows? Because Alvin has never been to Ollie Land, Alvin temporarily exerted too much force and apparat to Mauchion's territory. After several tossing, he found the exact location, and the time came to evening. Looking at the night sky that was completely dark outside, Grindelwald fell silent. Sweets can bring happiness and satisfaction. At least Grindelwald felt that his mood was much better. With a random move, a weed growing in the crack of the wall flew into Grindelwald's hand and turned into a handkerchief. Alvin wasn't in a hurry to get down to business, neither was Grindelwald. 1.0 picked up a Yorkshire pudding and ate it. Wipe your mouth gracefully. Even though you are in a cage, the elegance in her bones has never changed. No wonder he never came out when he asked Dumbledore for tea. After a meal, Alvin barely moved, and most of the food went into Grindelwald's stomach. "Little guy, so what's the matter with me today?" England turned out to be this time for afternoon tea. This afternoon tea, he ate very happily. Although he couldn't starve him in Ermengarde, he ate very simple food every day. He hadn't eaten such exquisite desserts for 60 years. Grindelwald looked at Alvin with some admiration. No matter what the other party did here, at least this means and bearing made his eyes shine. It's been nearly an hour since Alvin came in, and it's still calm outside. This shows that his method of breaking the enchantment is very superb. Forget it. Teach this little guy some magic before sending him away. Alvin found that even the first generation of Meguro was not exempt. As soon as they met, they called themselves a little ghost, and now they became a little guy after a meal. Forget it. Considering that Grindelwald would have to sacrifice his life for him in the future, Alvin decided to forgive him. "Mr. Grindelwald, I am now in a great business, and my headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, is somewhat disapproving of my ideas. In order to prevent the professor from influencing my plans, I hope Mr. Grindelwald can come out to help me and attract the attention of Professor Dumbledore." Ha 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 ha. Before Alvin finished speaking, Grindelwald just laughed out loud. "Little brat, I don't know how you know about me and him, but I advise you to do things under Dumbledore's eyelids. You're still a little tender. As for me, I'm just a bad old man now. The days of Ermengarde are very suitable for me. Everything in the outside world is no longer attractive to me. You should put less effort into it. These words he said half-truths. To persuade Alvin not to make trouble, this is to not want a genius to be strangled, because he has provoked someone he can't afford before he can bloom his brilliance. But he described himself as a bad old man, so what is Voldemort, a street gangster? Hey. With a slight sigh, Alvin knew that today's conversation would not go well. Sure enough, strength is the foundation of negotiation. Without a fight, Grindelwald would never put himself in his position. 5 fingers became claws, and a group of silver flames burned on it. Under Grindelwald's astonished eyes, Alvin's figure disappeared instantly.
Boom.
Alvin, who appeared again, came to Grindelwald and punched Grindelwald hard. Unexpectedly, Alvin would start without saying a word, and he flew upside down like a cannonball. Nurmengard's city wall was knocked out by a large hole, and Grindelwald's figure appeared in the air. Cough, cough. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Grindelwald looked at the tower with a solemn expression. He did not know when a protective shield appeared around him, blocking Li Hua from the outside. The protective cover quickly deformed and shrunk into a spherical ball, wrapping the fiery fire in it, and it didn't take long for it to go out. Alvin flew out of it unhurriedly, stood opposite Grindelwald, looked at the iron armor spell condensed into a ball, and praised, "As expected of you, the iron armor spell is so superb. If it is divided according to the magic spell proficiency established by himself, this is also the 5th level without a doubt, which is the highest level." Grindelwald was unmoved by his compliment. "You're not bad. Apparition in battle and stickless fire. Only a few people in the entire magic world can do it. It's hard for me to imagine that after Dumbledore, there is another wizard of such amazing talent in the wizarding world. I am shocked by your talent." Alvin frowned. The conversation sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. However, he did not deny Grindelwald's praise. To the point where he is now, excessive modesty is hypocrisy. Looking at Grindelwald with nothing in his hand, Alvin threw something away. Catching it subconsciously, Grindelwald found that it was actually a magic wand, and this magic wand fit him very well. "It's a bit bullying to let you meet the enemy with your bare hands. This wand is made by me, and the material is elderberry and yestrel tail feathers." Hearing this combination, Grindelwald's pupils shrank. This combination was too familiar to him. The Elder Wand in the Deathly Hallows is the same material. Feeling the increase that is far more powerful than ordinary wands, Grindelwald felt that the Elder Wand was back in his hands. Although there are still some gaps in power, this wand does not have the rebellious feeling of the old wand at all, and it is more convenient. He couldn't believe it. "You said you made this wand yourself?" Alvin nodded. When he was in the underworld, he intercepted some branches of the elder tree and combined with the feathers of thestrals to make a brand new elder wand. But I don't know which link is a little worse. Although the power of the wand he made is good, it is still worse than the original version. Grindelwald once again sighed. It's true that Alvin gave him too much shock today. I take back what I just said. Even Dumbledore is not as good as you. I, Grindelwald, would like to call you the strongest. Man, the taste is too strong. Alvin finally knew where his familiarity just now came from. With a head full of black lines, Alvin flew to the top of the tower of Neumont 273 Gad. "Come up and fight."
9.
There was an undisguised excitement in the words. Grindelwald's heart also ignited a long-lost blood, and he waved his wand freely, and a ladder was formed, leading to the other side of the top of the tower. As he stepped out step by step, Grindelwald's image also changed, from a sloppy centenarian to a handsome uncle with white hair in his 40s. By the time Grindelwald reached the end, he had completely become the first-generation Dark Lord who reigned supreme in Europe. The originally surging mood, the burning blood suddenly retreated a lot. If so, Grindelwald would rather die than reveal what happened today. He felt that the little wizard on the opposite side was not very good at speaking. How could the taste change from his mouth in a good match? Dark Lord versus Hogwarts Prefect? Alvin Gaunt, Hogwarts Prospective 5th Year, Ravenclaw Prefect. 35. Boy, I don't know your name yet. Grindelwald asked curiously. Alvin also did a standard etiquette. That's right, Alvin has received a letter from Hogwarts, and he's been an honorable prefect since school started. Grindelwald. Nurmengard Tower. Unbeknownst to anyone, here is about to break out the most peak war in this century. Throughout 100 years of history, only the battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald in 1945 can be compared. It is a pity that the process of these two battles will be submerged in the long river of history. You're a junior, so let's take the shot first. Raising his wand lightly, Grindelwald said to Alvin in a very elderly manner. Since that's the case, I'm disrespectful. Let's say hello first. Without too much humility, Alvin shot directly. Avada Kedavra. A continuous green light burst from his fingertips, and every spell was attached with an incomparable killing intent. Damn, is that what Dumbledore taught his students? Raise your hand, Arvada, as a gesture of friendship? He cursed inwardly, but Grindelwald's movements were not slow at all. Apparition cooperated with his unique defensive spell to block or evade all spells.
Boom.
Just as Grindelwald drew the last killing curse to his feet with his wand, his face changed slightly. The black stone under his feet was raised uncontrollably, and a green light hit his face. It seemed that Grindelwald had no room to escape. Just a second before the killing curse was about to hit him, he turned into a black cloth and exploded violently. Footsteps fluttered across the sky, and the killing curse lost its target, piercing the night sky. It wasn't until the spell hit the castle that a big hole was blown up, and the swirling rags gathered again, gradually returning to Grindelwald's appearance. Boy, you're actually playing with me. Alvin was not surprised that Grindelwald was able to block his attack this round. If he couldn't even take his hello, then he didn't deserve to be called the Dark Lord. The battle between the two is not even a warm-up now. Senior is the most powerful, if I'm not mistaken. This move has something to do with silently. 35. Grindelwald nodded calmly. At the beginning, there was a subordinate who was a silent one. Although he was a bit useless, his magic still had some merits. Naturally, he was talking about Aurelius Dumbledore, or Grouse, son of Aberforth Dumbledore. Immediately, he said angrily, "Gaunt, are you looking down on me? Why don't you use a wand?" Alvin spread his hands, and two silver fires suddenly rose up, constantly changing shapes between his palms, and reminded casually, "If you want to see my wand, please be more serious. Don't die in my hands so easily." Okay. Grindelwald smiled instead of anger, and waved his wand without showing weakness to summon fiery fire, but his fiery fire was blue. As an existence that burned half of Paris with a single fire, fiery fire has always been one of Grindelwald's most proud magics. Since this junior actively chose to fight with fierce fire, he wanted to let the other party know who is the King of Flames. The blue fire rapidly expanded, turning into a monstrous flame, and swept out. Grindelwald controlled his own fiery fire and rushed towards the cover with a majestic momentum, and the scorching high temperature seemed to ignite the air. The silver-white fiery fire formed a spherical protective shield, firmly blocking the torrent of flames from Grindelwald. The fierce fire controlled by Alvin continued to expand, and soon the blue fierce fire was forced back, and the two eventually formed an evenly matched posture. If anyone is fortunate enough to watch this duel not far away, they will find that two walls of fire, one blue and one silver, are constantly wrestling. Commonly known as the opposite wave. Originally, the fierce fire was uncontrollable or difficult to control. But both of them controlled their flames very well, neither touching the alarm barrier nor harming the main body of Nurmengard Castle. Alvin changed his gestures, and a huge flame arm appeared on the wall of fire, slapping Grindelwald fiercely. Grindelwald unhurriedly drew his wand in an elegant arc, and the blue fire obeyed his call, turning into two giant flaming birds soaring into the sky. The palms intersected with the giant bird, and a fierce battle began. The palm slapped the giant bird's wings, and the giant bird bit the palm's body. The collapsing flames splashed around, but they were recontrolled by the two, merged into the body of the giant bird or the palm, and continued to fight. "I really can't believe that your fiery spell has reached such a level that the ending might have changed if you had been present in Paris at the time." 99. Grindelwald's voice passed through the sea of fire and accurately entered Alvin's ears, and his face became a little weird. It seems that Grindelwald has a deep resentment towards Paris. It is understandable. After all, the marriage certificate was lost there. But Grindelwald's conversation changed. Your magic power is indeed powerful, but you are still too immature. Just let you see, the same fierce fire. Why can I make everyone afraid of it? In order not to lose the face of the Dark Lord in front of the younger generation, Grindelwald said that he had to be serious. Fist hard. The two blue giant birds collided together and began to fuse, forming a new firebird. Not only did the size not increase, but it shrunk a lot. There is a saying that condensed is the essence, and Grindelwald's fierce fire is like this. The temperature of the new firebird after the fusion was even better. The silver palms that were entangled were burned to pieces, and fireballs kept falling from the air and smashed to the ground. For other wizards, it is estimated that the wand would have been thrown, and it would have been captured. This is no longer a magic that humans can contend with. Although the momentum is far from being as vast as it was at the beginning, the level of danger is even greater. Even Alvin, to Zhao Hao, was amazed in his heart. In terms of experience, he is still a little worse than these old-fashioned powerhouses. Alvin said loudly, clasping his hands halfway across his chest. Now it is not only the duel between the human-shaped flames and the giant bird on the field, but also the will of the two top wizards. The human-shaped flames rose into the air again, facing the flames of Grindelwald. Thank you for your guidance. I seem to have learned it, so please taste it. But fortunately, Grindelwald gave him a hand today, which will quickly convert into his nutrients. All the silver-white flames converged towards him, and the sea of flames that could have completely submerged him was contracted into a human-shaped flame. Grindelwald and Alvin were silent, and they threw themselves into this gorgeous and fierce duel.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.